You know, I've really been struggling with figuring out how to start this video off. I mean, this is a video about SpongeBob, a cartoon known to exist by practically everyone as a generation-defining phenomenon that everyone and their grandmother has talked about by this point in time. So when it comes to making a YouTube video about the poorest yellow guy, I find it difficult to say anything different from what everybody else has already said. Most people would go the route of writing some personal story, how they grew up with it as a kid and how it was one of their favorite shows, or how the first 3 seasons are the best in the series and it went downhill from there, and yada yada yada. Then I considered writing about how SpongeBob defined an entire generation of people and is a timeless identity of younger millennials and older zoomers, but nope, that's been talked about to death too. At this point, what even is there to say about SpongeBob that isn't already known? It's become such a big name brand that if you're watching this video, you probably already have at least a common understanding of the little square dude to know how big of an influence he is, and if I'm wrong, I apologize, but you're in a very small minority, so I think I'm just gonna cut the crap and get straight to the chase here. While it may be true that countless individuals have already covered every single episode of the SpongeBob cartoon, I haven't particularly seen very many people cover all of the SpongeBob video games, especially in this format. As the title of the video suggests, I'm reviewing them all right here, right now, because apparently I didn't learn my lesson from reviewing every single backyard sports video game ever made, and now I'm doing the same thing to myself all over again. And just like backyard sports, there's been over 50 of these bad boys released over the years since 1999, and despite working 50-hour work weeks at my full-time job, I still managed to set aside months of my life to sit down and play, write, and record my thoughts on every single one of them, all for the intended purposes of releasing this video out into the world for all of you guys to enjoy. Plus, with the semi-recent release of the Cosmic Shake at the time this video is made, which is essentially a spiritual successor to the Battle for Bikini Bottom Rehydrated from a few years ago, I figure now is as good a time as any to celebrate SpongeBob's fluctuating career in video games over the years. Now, I do want to acknowledge some caveats that come with the territory of covering these SpongeBob games, of course, as I will be leaving some exceptions out for the following reasons. First, this is a video covering every single officially published SpongeBob video game released on consoles, handhelds, and CD-ROM. I will not be covering mobile games because they tend to have very little substance to them and are extremely hard to run in the present day, especially if they were for old hardware and were taken off of stores years ago at this point. I'm also not covering games released on platforms like Leapster, Smart Cycle, Plug and Play, old flip phones, etc. Archaic hardware like this I don't really see the need to cover. Arcade games are also out of the question, aside from one exception that I found cool and am going out of my way to bring attention to, and I will not be talking about SpongeBob games that were released on Nickelodeon's website over the years, as most of them boiled down to extremely simple gameplay that would just bog down the video and fill it up when, I mean, look at this timestamp, it's already long enough as it is, come on. Secondly, and this kind of goes hand in hand with the first, I will not be covering every game released under the Nick Arcade moniker, as a good chunk of them weren't released on consoles and some are even lost to time from my understanding. That said, I will be covering some Nick Arcade games, but only the ones that I was able to verify were given a physical CD-ROM release, since those would meet the PC game criteria that I have already defined. Yes, I'm aware games like SpongeBob Collapse, Krabby Quest, and Obstacle Odyssey 1 and 2 exist, but according to my research, they weren't released under one of those 2 criteria, so I won't be talking about them. Apologies, but this video needs at least a little bit of focus. Thirdly, I also won't be including any sort of dual release pack since it's just a combo pack of the same games all over again, which would just be redundant and kill all pacing in the video. No double packs, no multi-packs, no Krusty collection, none of that. Lastly, to those wondering if I'll be covering non-SpongeBob centric titles that he simply appeared in, such as the racing games, sports games, Nicktoon Unite series, well, I actually hope to be talking about those games in an eventual follow-up sequel video where I cover the rest of Nickelodeon's video game library outside of SpongeBob. So, for the time being, those will not be considered to be a part of this project since I feel they are better suited for that video. To name some of the exact games I won't be covering for this video because I'm saving them for the future, they are Nicktoons Unite, Battle for Volcano Island, Attack of the Toybots, Globs of Doom, and the aforementioned party racing sports, etc. games. Yes, I realize Globs of Doom is technically called SpongeBob featuring Nicktoons, as well as a lot of the European releases of these games, but I don't waste time on semantics because it's unproductive and that title truly fits better in a Nicktoons video instead anyways, thematically speaking. This video is purely purely focused on SpongeBob and SpongeBob alone. So if it's a game where other characters pop up, I'm not talking about it. Thanks for understanding. Okay, so now that I've defined exactly what I consider a true SpongeBob video game to be for the purposes of this video, why don't we go ahead and dive into the first of many SpongeBob games and get this several hour-long video started. That said, I now present you with my gigantic compilation of never-before-seen reviews for every single SpongeBob SquarePants video game ever released as of 2023. By the time SpongeBob's first video game was released, his widely beloved animated series had already been on the air for 2 years, so it had become a well-established intellectual property by that point in time. This of course may have given the game an edge in sales, what with kids such as myself at that time being able to identify him on the cover of such games in an instant. Let me actually clarify, I never owned this game, I'm just referring to kids that were my age. However, despite SpongeBob being a massive hit for Nickelodeon's television network, his very first appearance in their video game division turned out to be less than stellar. I hate to say it, but alas, SpongeBob's first attempt at taking off with a gaming crowd ended up being rather mediocre. Kicking things off with the very first entry in his video game career comes a handheld title on the Game Boy Color by the name of The Legend of the Lost Spatula. The game was developed by Vicarious Visions about 5 years into their studio's existence at the time, with them having already developed another Nickelodeon game for the same platform previously, The Wild Thornberrys Rambler, as well as various other games such as Spider-Man and Rescue Heroes Fire Frenzy. Vicarious Visions in more recent times as of this video is most noteworthy for their remakes of the Crash Insane trilogy and Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 1 and 2, both of which were solid commercial successes. Unfortunately, the prowess that they came to be known for wasn't particularly present back in 2001, with Legend of the Lost Spatula ultimately boiling down to an okay, not bad, not good game. Now, I'm not trying to start this video off with a negative connotation because, believe me, SpongeBob definitely had some solid games released over the course of his career, but as an opener to the saga contained within this catalog, it's really nothing special by any means. Given that this game was released on the Game Boy Color of all platforms, it's important to remember that there were a lot of limitations with the hardware technology at the time. So obviously, compared to the standards from decades later, this game isn't all that great. However, even for the time, I can only really consider the game as fine. It's fine. That's all it is. The basic premise of the game goes like this. SpongeBob discovers a statue of a golden spatula one day whilst roaming jellyfish fields, which leads him to ask Mr. Krabs about it. Mr. Krabs responds by saying there was an ancient fry cook who ruled the city of Palm Bay until an underwater volcano known as Mount Kabluvius erupted and wiped everyone out. Later, the Flying Dutchman came in and stole the spatula from the fry cook along with his first mate, and with that, SpongeBob sees his inspiration to set out to find that golden spatula and live up to the might of the legendary fry cook of old. It's a simple premise, but it's not like I'm expecting War and Peace SpongeBob edition on the Game Boy freaking Color. We have a premise and a motive. What more can you really ask for? But yeah, from there the game just kind of opens up and it's up to the player to wander around finding the correct collectibles and power-ups in order to acquire the Flying Dutchman's golden spatula. The game primarily functions as a 2D platformer with various areas to explore such as Goo Lagoon and the Carnival. Bikini Bottom also serves as a sort of hub world where you can talk to various denizens of the town like Squidward, Patrick, Sandy. By the way, I'm not really going to go through the cast or acknowledge you can talk to them in every game because this video assumes you know who they are and that this is sort of a given. So yeah, you can talk to SpongeBob's friends in most of these games, that goes without saying. It's about what you'd expect, honestly. The platforming is fine, it controls decently well, and it never feels cheap despite being on such a small screen. Enemies aren't too difficult to deal with, and the colors are pretty vibrant for what that's worth. The sprite work is about as good as you'd expect for the Game Boy Color, so no qualms there either. Each character is distinct and recognizable despite the 8-bit limitations. The power-ups are cool too. You can get items like Reliable that lets you catch jellyfish, and spring shoes which allow you to jump higher. I honestly wish I had more to say about this considering it's the very first game in the character's legacy, but sadly I'm really struggling to give it any more depth than that. It's limited by the technology of the time, and as such, it's a limited experience. I would never really recommend anyone to return back to this game unless of course you want to experience SpongeBob's very first video game, but aside from that novelty, it doesn't have anything too memorable about it. And compared to most of the games we're going to cover here today, it's gonna be long forgotten by the time we get to the end of this. So that being said, I do want to reiterate once again that it's not a bad game, just an average and forgettable one that doesn't do anything terribly revolutionary. Again, the best compliment I can give it is its attempt at sort of having a hub world area and having interconnected areas that span across one large map on the Game Boy Color. Other than that though, best sink your time into something else you see in this video.
Come back here! Wait! Stop! Wah! Ah, look out, SpongeBob! Yikes! Oof. A learner's permit should keep SpongeBob out of trouble. Maybe SpongeBob should have applied for a moron license instead.
Hey SpongeBob, nice of you to drop in.
Alright, now we're getting into a game more my speed. Operation Krabby Patty, developed by AW Games and released specifically for good old-fashioned computer entertainment. This is a game that really appeals to my nostalgia, as I've been playing this one since all the way back in the early 2000s. It wasn't my first computer game by any means, but it was my first SpongeBob video game, and definitely a title that I sunk hours and hours into. What's immediately worth noting with Operation Krabby Patty is that it's SpongeBob's very first appearance in a 3D video game. And it shows. Not that the animation is particularly bad, but it has this really odd cell shading effect that causes most of the game to look pretty pale and sickly for some reason, with most of the color scheme remaining relatively pastel across the board. The animation is very cartoony, however, with characters squashing and stretching in all sorts of ways. It's definitely aged though, there's no denying that, and a lot of facial expressions in particular tend to be somewhat unsettling in certain cases. The writing of the game isn't quite up to par with the television series either, since there were hardly any jokes I really recalled laughing at while coming back to play this game again, which, by the way, it's probably been at least 10 years I think since the last time I played Operation Krabby Patty, so it was a joy to re-experience the game again, but really the only two moments across all of the cutscenes that stand out to me are this gag right here.
Okay SpongeBob, now what?
Huh? Hey, Squidward, why do you sound like Patrick?
Because it's really me.
Huh? Hey, Patrick, why do you sound like Willy the Anchovy?
Because it's really me!
Huh?
Which I really seemed to latch onto as a kid. I don't know why, I just really loved seeing Squidward's voice and facial expression change every time he says, "because it's really me." But that memory just sticks out to me very clearly, as well as the gag with Plankton bringing out the record player and playing this hardcore alphabet song.
I'll be back with a new plan, an even more college-educated plan.
The game primarily features two stories, independently taking place on what the game deems as the right side and wrong side, based on whichever side of the bed SpongeBob decides to get out of that day, I'm guessing. The right side story takes heavy inspiration from the Imitation Krabs episode of Season 2, where Plankton rolls in pretending to be Mr. Krabs and sings "Ravioli, ravioli, give me the formuoli" to acquire the Krabby Patty secret formula, only this time the Krabby Patties are stolen by sea ants, while SpongeBob attempts to chase them down and get them back before they make it back to the chum bucket.
Can you please draw the elevator in the correct location?
Unfortunately for Plankton, he hired sea ants, who clearly don't seem to understand their main objective. Ultimately, this side story seems to meander a bit, as SpongeBob's first response to chasing these sea ants down is to go get his driver's license, or learner's permit, rather. He then tries to track Mr. Krabs down while meeting up with Patrick and Sandy along the way to play hooky and catch jellyfish respectively, before finally finding Mr. Krabs and helping him stop some sea pirates from stealing all his money. Interesting point of order here. Mr. Krabs is not voiced by Clancy Brown in this game, but rather Joe White, who does an okay impression, but it just doesn't quite match, which makes it super noticeable. Get used to this, by the way. And the same goes for Mermaid Man too. Ultimately though, they manage to stop the sea ants and Plankton's plan is foiled. On the flip side, or rather the wrong side, Plankton kidnaps SpongeBob's snail Gary and has SpongeBob go on a major fetch quest to collect a bunch of items in order to get Plankton to give him back. Plankton, meanwhile, attempts to have the sea ants ride into the Krusty Krab and steal Krabby Patties to get the secret formula again, while all of this is going on as a distraction, but as you can assume, this ends up being pretty unsuccessful long term.
Press the play button. No, press the play button on the tape recorder.
For what it's worth, I do appreciate the jokes surrounding Plankton using the tape recorder to communicate with SpongeBob throughout this story, because it has at least one new joke every time SpongeBob and Plankton communicate, whether it be SpongeBob signing to have it delivered to him or Plankton telling him he hit the wrong button. Especially given that this was made before the age of smartphones and understanding how tape recorders worked back then, it really adds to the humor of the whole concept that would be completely lost on kids nowadays. But that's enough about the story. What about the gameplay? Well, Operation Krabby Patty takes an arcade-styled approach, as it primarily consists of 5 different minigames that each play the exact same way, regardless of which side story you end up choosing. Yes, that does mean an inherent flaw of the game is that you're playing the same exact thing twice, albeit in a different order with different characters in some cases. For instance, on the right side story, you end up jellyfish hunting with Sandy and getting cheese with Patrick, where the wrong side features you jellyfish hunting with Patrick and gathering cheese with Squidward. Each minigame, however, plays relatively similarly to one another with some slight differences. For instance, in the patty collecting minigame, Invasion of the Patty Snatchers, you have to ride around as Robo-Crabs and collect the various patty ingredients to build 4 Krabby Patties that are being hauled away by the sea ants. Although it never really made sense to me that the sea ants would be running away with the ingredients while you're playing as sea ants controlling Robo-Crabs, and they're all supposed to be working together to do this for Plankton, but I digress. Another minigame, Boating School 101, features SpongeBob driving around trying to touch colored buoys in the correct order 8 times. Who Cut the Cheese sees you getting all the cheese located around the map before your partner rises to the surface and gets turned into a can of mayonnaise. Hide and Go Jellyfishing has SpongeBob and Sandy or Patrick hunting jellyfish with the same pop guns seen in the Sandy's Rocket episode from season 1, with you needing to reload behind Hideout Rock after you fire your 6 shots. And lastly, Save Me Money, where you help Mr. Krabs by blasting all the pirates with bubbles before they escape. Each minigame requires you to complete 3 rounds of the activity, with the 4th round serving as a sort of bonus that only contributes to your high score but isn't required for story progression. Of course, that means if you don't care about score like I do, you can just do this to get it over with and still win. Each round scales in difficulty a little bit more than the last, whether it be the obstacles moving a bit faster or more hazards getting placed on the field, or there's more objectives to collect. Either way though, the 3-minute time limit remains regardless of which round of difficulty you're attempting to complete. Various power-ups also spawn in, such as a treasure chest or candy bar, which give bonus points, a map that lets you see where the objective you're trying to acquire is currently located. This is undoubtedly the most useful power-up in the game, by the way. An anchor that freezes enemies in place, and an alarm clock that temporarily pauses your countdown timer to give you some extra time to beat the stage. The game is solely controlled by mouse, with no need for a keyboard or controller whatsoever. Just point on the screen where you want your character to go and they will follow suit. It's not a bad control scheme. Honestly, the game was entirely built around the mouse, so it really isn't that hard to get used to, but I could see some people having an issue with this. I'm aware that Operation Krabby Patty, at least from what I've seen, tends to have a mixed reception, as most people who like it tend to only only rely on a strong nostalgic attachment to it, whereas those that don't see it as a shallow game with little complexity or substance to it, given its repetitive nature. I am in the former camp. I don't have any ill will towards the game and think it's overall a pretty fun 90-minute experience, give or take. Yeah, it's not a long game by any means, but it's a fun little side distraction if you need something short and sweet to sink your teeth into. But there's no denying that it does have its flaws and it's not super immersive gameplay by any means. Operation Krabby Patty definitely isn't a masterpiece, but I had a lot of fun playing this one again, and I certainly intend to keep coming back to it every so often despite its age, even if it isn't for another 10 years.
The time has come to witness my greatest creation. Feast your eyes on this. Wait, wrong part.
7825, code 6, 105 North Avenue.
Whoops, just a moment.
Next up, we have SuperSponge, a 2.5D platforming game released on both the PlayStation and Game Boy Advance, making this the first ever console game of the video. That being said, there are some differences between the two versions, but they largely follow the same structure and gameplay. The premise of the game is simple. Patrick's birthday is coming up, and SpongeBob wants to give him autographs of Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy as a birthday present. So he heads on over to Shady Shoals, and the old Krusty duo give SpongeBob a bunch of menial tasks that occur over the course of 5 worlds with 4 levels each, and a similar structure and map layout to Kirby 64 of all things. Well, that was the first comparison that came to mind for me anyways. From there, it's up to the player to head out and gather all the different items that SpongeBob needs to acquire for the superheroes, like a peanut butter and jellyfish jelly sandwich, or the mechanical items needed to fix the TV. In the end, SpongeBob helps them and they give him an autograph in return, celebrating Patrick's birthday together back at SpongeBob's pineapple home. It's a straightforward premise, but for a 2D platformer, you can't really expect too much again. The levels are really where the core of the game resides, and honestly, I found SuperSponge to be okay. Better than Legend of the Lost Spatula at the very least. I managed to play through the entire thing in about 90 minutes, although I wasn't going for 100% with collecting 100 spatulas per level or getting all of the Patrick birthday gifts, but that being said, the level design didn't really have too many glaring flaws and the enemies were pretty fun to try and avoid or defeat. I will say that SpongeBob's jellyfishing net attack is awkward with you releasing the jellyfish on the ground and then having it essentially travel along the ground to hit an enemy, but after getting used to that, the rest of the game was pretty manageable. The nice thing about it is that, sure, you have your basic jump and butt bounce attack, but there are various power-ups throughout the game, such as the jellyfish net I mentioned, or the reef blower, which lets you suck up shells and fire them as projectiles, or the bubble wand that lets you spawn platforms for yourself that you can use to navigate over bottomless pits. The boss fights are also pretty fun, although some are definitely easier than others, like this weird dogfish boss, which is super easy to just lock into place with these freezers, whereas the eel boss took a little more strategy and planning of my own character placement to dodge its attacks and ground pound it at the right time. I will also say that the graphics are passable for a PS1 game. It's about what you'd expect from a game on that console, and the sprite work blends in well for the most part. The perspective of the ground SpongeBob is on, having a 3D skew to it, despite the fact that you're always running on a 2D plane, was a bit weird to adjust to in this particular game for me for some reason. I usually don't have trouble with it in other 2.5D games like Kirby for instance, but for whatever reason my perception of where exactly I was standing or would land in certain scenarios was just a bit hard to judge at points, although it's probably just because the game isn't as refined, having been released all the way back in 2001. There isn't a health system in this game or anything like that because the game operates on Sonic the Hedgehog logic, where you just need to have at least one spatula on you at all times, and every time you hit you drop all of them. Only reason I mention this is because this is actually where the GBA version differs, because that version does have a health system in place. You can restore said health by picking up various food items that are located along the way. Getting some other version differences out of the way here, while the PS1 version has fully voiced characters, the GBA version obviously does not. And the game has worse graphics given it was made for handheld hardware. From what I could tell, the level design seems to be similar, although I couldn't tell if it was exactly the same. The power-ups also function similarly, but there are some version-exclusive enemies to it, and the boss fights also play a bit differently, even if it is the same general concept of how you defeat them. The graphics are also pretty weak. I mean, I think they literally just took the PS1 sprites and models and compressed them further down from what I can tell. I can barely even make out SpongeBob's face. Like, this is easily the worst handheld sprite that SpongeBob ever gets. The only other small detail I really want to add about SuperSponge is that one of my middle and high school friends, who I actually still talk to regularly, had this game when we were younger. I remember going to his house a couple times and suggesting we should play it together, but he would always tell me that he hates it because of Sandy's tree level being super infuriating, so we never did. I never understood why he hated it so much until I played this game for myself and realized it's the second level in the freaking game. And you know, while I can say that I didn't have any trouble with it, I can see exactly why somebody would. Because the level takes place in Sandy's tree dome, SpongeBob needs to wear his water helmet to breathe. However, for some reason, which I cannot explain, the developers thought it was a good idea to make this water supply a limited resource. So you constantly have to jump in these tubs of water every so often to refill your helmet, otherwise you're gonna die when it runs out. Which is like a fine concept, but it goes against not only the logic of the show because this isn't something SpongeBob ever has to do normally, it's also the only time in the whole game that this mechanic is even used. And it's the second level. Why introduce an artificial time limit for a game aimed at kids in the second level of the game? What? And while that alone might not sound so bad, this is a vertical platforming level. That's right, vertical. You are climbing up the tree to get to the top, and if you fall down at any point, you're losing all that progress you made and you gotta do it all over again. All the while managing your water supply because you can't let that run out either, or else you're dead. All of this combines together to make a very difficult level for young players, I would imagine. I mean, my friend clearly couldn't get past it, and he's pretty good at video games. This level honestly deserves to be in like World 4 or 5 of the game, because there's no way a kid is going to be ready for this sudden spike in difficulty 10 minutes into it. The game isn't very difficult in general, but if this level served as a roadblock for my friend, I'm sure there are others out there who have a similar experience just like him, so I don't blame anyone for not liking this game if Sandy's Tree Dome level is the reason why. Literally everything after it is easier. Also, the placement of this acorn is total garbage because it's stupid that I can get hit while I'm trying to refill my water. All in all, SuperSponge ain't a bad game, and I'm sorry if my little tangent there kind of skewed the perspective of it a bit. It's a short but fun time that I was glad to have experienced, even if I wasn't completely blown away by it. It's decent.
Happy birthday, Patrick, from all your friends in Bikini Bottom.
Today's my birthday? Huh. I thought I was born a long time ago in a hospital. Thanks for the signed photo of my favorite superheroes anyhow. This is the best birthday ever!
Happy birthday!
Okay, guys, that's a wrap.
Wait! Don't you want to see my
Following SuperSponge's release on the PlayStation and Game Boy Advance, SpongeBob ended up heading back to computer entertainment with a PC game some of you may have heard of before, Spongebob Squarepants Employee of the Month. Like Operation Krabby Patty, this title was developed by Aw Games, although this time around the team completely switches things up by taking on a whole new genre, one that some of you watching may know I tend to be a pretty big fan of: point-and-click adventure games. Yes, in fact, Humongous Entertainment games weren't the only point-and-click titles that I was a fan of as a kid, as just like those games, I too owned Employee of the Month for my computer and played this quite a number of times growing up. So yes, that nostalgia connection I had for the previous PC title is once again coming in strong for me here too. Of course, I'm not going to let that bias stand in the way of my final judgment of the game, so trust me, I'm not just going to sit here and gush for 15 minutes straight. I will at least say right off the bat that despite the game sharing the same name with an episode of the series from Season 1, the story actually has nothing to do with that episode, and adding on to this point, I really feel like the game probably could have used a better title altogether. See, the game starts out with Mr. Krabs, voiced by Clancy Brown in this game, shockingly, giving SpongeBob 2 free tickets to Neptune's Paradise, as per a suggestion from Squidward, who acknowledges it would be a perfect reward for him earning the Employee of the Year status. So yes, for some reason the game awards SpongeBob as Employee of the Year, yet the name of the game refers to just the month. Not sure why, but whatever, let's roll with it. Maybe the company thought the game would sell better if it was subtitled with month instead of year. At the very least, the game's humor and writing also saw a significant improvement, with a lot of the jokes and timing landing much better in this game compared to the previous one.
Okay, cowboys. Safety belts, check. Time to put on your safety belts.
Aye, aye, Captain!
Not much else really takes place in that opening cutscene though before you're just thrown right into the game. You can control SpongeBob by clicking on various points on the map in order to direct him to walk over to that specified location. And as with traditional point-and-click adventure games, there are all sorts of things on the various screens and rooms that you can interact with, which will play various animations and visual gags to amuse the player, even if they actually have very minimal influence on the progression of the game itself.
This door seems to be locked. This door seems to be locked. This door seems to be locked. This door seems to be locked.
I will say right here, right now, that this game, unlike many adventure games out there, does not have multiple pathways or variations in the puzzles that you need to solve. It is one set path from beginning to end with the same puzzle chains in the same order, so once you've beaten the game for the first time, you've already experienced everything it has to offer. In that sense, there is a very limited amount of replayability implemented here. The game is broken into 4 chapters, each of which contain its own areas that help SpongeBob to progress in making it to Neptune's Paradise. Neptune's Paradise is an amusement park, by the way. The game doesn't do a very good job of explaining that that's what it is, seeing as it's a location that was never established in the cartoon itself. So as a kid, I had absolutely no idea that it was a theme park and was completely lost on my entire first playthrough. Either way though, this doesn't take away much from the actual experience because there's still plenty here to enjoy, even if you don't have that information, like me. The game begins at the Krusty Krab, a sort of tutorial level that teaches you the basics. You can talk to people like Squidward about the various happenings in Bikini Bottom and pick up different items that can be used to solve puzzles. Your first quest, if you can call it that, is given to you by this blue fish guy wearing a red shirt, who says he can tell you how to get to Neptune's Paradise if you can make him a Krabby Patty.
Could you tell me how to get to Neptune's Paradise, please?
Nope,
Why not?
because I'm starving. Fix me a Krabby Patty and maybe I'll tell ya.
So you do just that and he helps you out. This is a solid puzzle for starting you out because it places 3 different items around the Krusty Krab that teaches you to collect objects, as well as the fact that you can use the objects to interact with the environment, hence cleaning the dirty dish in the kitchen sink, and that you can sometimes combine multiple items together to create a new one. It fits all of the core item mechanics into one intro puzzle and does a great job setting up how the rest of the game will function. Once you get this guy his Krabby Patty, he tells you about a bus in downtown Bikini Bottom that can be taken in order to get to Neptune's Paradise. So SpongeBob proceeds to head down that way in order to find out when the bus will be arriving. This is unlocked via a 3D telescope icon that's reminiscent of the map collectible from Operation Krabby Patty, which was a neat callback. And I suppose while I'm on the subject, there's actually several neat callbacks to all games' first SpongeBob title. Not only with the intentional reuse of the animation and 3D models in the game's numerous cutscenes, but also minor Easter eggs such as this sea ant that runs by during a later cutscene, some of the songs in the game's soundtrack being reused, and this poster on the wall at the weather control station you visit in Chapter 2.
Ooh, Operation Krabby Patty. That was my very first game. Good times. Good times.
Yeah, that's not true if this video is anything to go by. Maybe it's Oz's first video game, but it's not SpongeBob's. Vicarious Visions beat them to that. The game's animation seems to have improved a little bit, and the cutscenes definitely don't feel as jumpy and fragmented as the prior games, so I can say the devs definitely improved on that front. Anyways, getting back to the first chapter of the game, the rest of this one's story basically revolves around SpongeBob going to Goo Lagoon, the Bargain Mart, and his grandmother's house in order to get various items that help him earn some bus tokens so that he and Patrick can set out to Neptune's Paradise. Along the way, there happens to be a mix of original characters like Ray and this fancy stuck-up woman, as well as familiar faces like Larry and Mr. Krabs. I won't go into too much detail about the individual character interactions in this game, seeing as I could be here all day, so just know that they're pretty fun. Oh, there are also some hidden videotapes throughout the game too, one in each chapter to be exact, with the first being obtained by talking to this jewelry store owner. They're actually kinda cool, as they show various concept arts and storyboards storyboards that basically document how the game was made. Not something I appreciated as a kid 20 years ago, but nowadays, I find this very interesting to see. It's a lot like a time capsule in certain ways. But yes, with SpongeBob eventually finding those bus tokens by completing those quest lines, he and Patrick convinced this bus driver to head out to Neptune's Paradise despite his warnings about a storm coming in. Needless to say, that storm ends up causing more problems than they would have liked, although it certainly didn't help that SpongeBob was being an utter nuisance to Plankton for seemingly no reason.
Want to hear the most annoying sound in the whole sea?
Yeah, that is pretty annoying.
But I didn't say anything yet.
You don't need to.
Silence, you ignorant buffoons! Enough!
Honestly, I have no idea where the sudden direction change in SpongeBob attitudes comes from in this cutscene. Like, despite the pacing of the story being much better in this game, I always found this sudden reaction from SpongeBob to just upset Plankton when he wasn't actually doing anything wrong to come a bit out of nowhere. I don't know, maybe it's just me, but when he's perfectly fine right before this and doesn't acknowledge anything afterwards, it just feels so far out of left field. Either way, what's cool about this cutscene is they brought the ABC song back again.
Whoops, just a moment.
Unfortunately, between all the chaos happening on the bus and the storm blowing them way off course, they end up flying over an edge and getting the bus wrecked in the sand, leaving them stranded in the next chapter of the game, Rock Bottom. The primary storyline of Chapter 2, Hitting Rock Bottom, features SpongeBob trying to figure out a way to get this storm to blow over, seeing as lately Rock Bottom seems to have been getting hit with inclement weather more and more often due to a nearby weather station headed by Gary Grouper coming up with some sort of weather device that can essentially prevent precipitation from ever occurring, which would in turn put Marlin the weather wizard out of a job. SpongeBob doesn't actually know this at first, however, as he is simply tasked with bringing this Rock Bottom lady a candy bar to get some information about when the next bus will be leaving. And, while heading outside to do this, he actually comes across a familiar face.
Say, don't I know you?
No, definitely not. I've never seen you before in my life. You're pretty, distinctive looking. I think I'd remember you.
Oh well, you look familiar, but maybe my eyes are just playing tricks on me.
Which is interesting, but I'm sure it's nothing. One minor gripe that I have with Rock Bottom in this game is that none of the bottom dwellers seem to talk with their accent. Not that this ruins the game or anything, but it's noticeably lacking given that it was kind of the signature dialect of the area in the show, but oh well. Can't win them all. Pretty soon, SpongeBob makes his way to the local weather station where he attempts to get inside, only to be stopped by the bus lady's sister, who says only employees and the repairman are allowed inside. As a side note, there was always this one poster in this room where SpongeBob reads it off as touched by an angelfish, and for whatever reason, that's just always stuck with me from these games too. I don't know why, it's just one of those random things that does, so I wanted to acknowledge that to reaffirm my own personal experiences. Following the rest of the Rock Bottom storyline, SpongeBob meets up at this bar where the biker fish guy who runs the place tells him about this belching duel that took place between Patrick and Mermaid Man, with Patrick utterly decimating him in the competition. SpongeBob only gets to see the aftermath of Mermaid Man sitting in the parking lot though, unable to load himself into the invisible boatmobile.
Who did this to you?
A great pink beast. He had eyes of fire and the belly of iron.
And that voice should sound a little off-putting to you because this is, in fact, not Ernest Borgnine, but rather Joe White, who voiced Mr. Krabs in Operation Krabby Patty, in case you don't remember. Eventually, SpongeBob makes his way back to the weather station where he meets up with this electrician guy who says the antenna he's working on isn't even broken, and swaps his Kelpsy for a Diet Coral Cola with a lemon twist in order to borrow his tools for a little while. This somehow makes SpongeBob believe he will look exactly like Jojo the Repairman when he walks back inside, and guess what?
Cowabunga, ma'am. I'm like totally finito with the antenna.
Great! It's about time. Go settle up with Gary. He's upstairs in the newsroom.
Cool. Later, Judith.
This lady somehow believes him. I didn't know carrying a box of tools could just make you look like a different person, but in SpongeBob's world, apparently it can. This leads to SpongeBob meeting up with Gary Grouper, who tells him about this nasty wizard named Marlin who's locked the door to the weather machine so that nobody could turn it off, creating a permanent storm that can prevent Gary's weather channel from ever stealing his job. Thus, it is up to SpongeBob to head to Marlin's and put a stop to it, only to end up siding with Marlin, where he learns of Gary's motive and obtaining a magic wand that can let him into the weather machine to destroy it. This allows SpongeBob and Patrick to turn the machine off, remove the storm outright, and head on back to Bikini Bottom. The third chapter of the game, Back to Square One, is exactly that. The first half of the game was ultimately for nothing, it feels like, as we're back in Bikini Bottom again to try and figure out another way to get to Neptune's Paradise, with the duo of SpongeBob and Patrick ultimately settling on borrowing Sandy's rocket in order to get there. Yet another reference to an episode from the show, which is pretty cool. This chapter features areas like Jellyfish Field, Squidward and SpongeBob's houses, Sandy's tree dome, and even this cool sequence where you get to go inside Squidward's dream by using these fancy dream glasses obtained at this hippie shop named Sardine Sundries, which is run by this fish character named Nelson. He's not the only side character to make an appearance here, however.
Hey! Now I know I've seen you before!
Oh, hello, stranger. Nice to meet you.
Why are you pretending to have never met me? I just saw you at the bus stop in Rock Bottom.
Rock Bottom? No, I'm sorry. You must be mistaken. I've never even been to Rock Bottom.
And yeah, now this is getting a little ridiculous. But either way, I don't have much to comment on with Chapter 3 aside from the dream sequence, since it feels like the shortest chapter of the game and kind of feels like filler in a sense. I mean, I'm glad it exists to make the game a little bit longer given how short it is anyways, but even still, I would have maybe liked a different setting outright. Either way, Sandy and SpongeBob attempt to fly a rocket to Neptune's Paradise, only for them to run out of fuel halfway there because Patrick backed up the hose without realizing it, causing them to crash in a nearby ditch. That eventually brings us to the last location of the game for Chapter 4, Bottoms Up, sharing a chapter title of the same name. This area consists of rich upper-class sea creatures with snobbish attitudes in locations like Waverly Hills and Oxygen Springs, the latter of which holds the main objective of Chapter 4, which is for SpongeBob to get the oxygen tanks from Sandy's rocket refilled. But that can't happen because the security camera won't let him in without wearing a jacket. As silly as this sounds, at least the game does acknowledge this with a conversation between it and SpongeBob, but that doesn't change the fact that this lack of a jacket is preventing SpongeBob from getting into Neptune's Paradise. After making a visit to Cowfish Crag and retrieving a golden coconut for his miserable neighbor Carlton Ritz, SpongeBob makes his way to Sublime Seafoods where he acquires said jacket by getting himself thrown out of the fancy restaurant when he attempts to order a Krabby Patty. Ergo, he is able to make it into Oxygen Springs in order to refill the tank, but not before one last character seems to pop up in the corner of SpongeBob's eye.
Look, the jig is up. I've been seeing you everywhere. Now what's the story, Buster?
Hi, Leonard. Hi, Ryan. Bye, Leonard. Bye, Ryan.
And that?
That's another twin brother, Ryan.
How many twin brothers do you have?
Including Petro and Ryan?
Yes.
4,132. More or less.
Well, that explains it.
Explains what?
Never mind.
And yes, as it turns out, this fish guy just has thousands of twins that exist all around Bikini Bottom. All of that build up over the game for that payoff, and for me as a kid, I still didn't get the joke. I don't know why I'm admitting this in the video, but I am. This was a total whoosh moment for me, and I only actually got the joke playing through the game now as an adult, seeing as I have like a 10 to 15 year older perspective than I did back then. Just something I found funny about myself that I can laugh at, you know? Anyways, with that, the trio head on to Neptune's Paradise finally after all the running around Bikini Bottom, where they find out the whole park was actually rented out as a surprise party for SpongeBob all along that apparently Sandy was in on. I don't know why Mr. Krabs gave SpongeBob tickets to use that he got in the mail if they just ended up renting out the park anyways, but I don't know. Either way, that brings Employee of the Month to an end, and I gotta say, it was a pretty fun time getting to go back and re-experience this one again. Like I already said, this is a one and done game, so I probably won't be returning to it for a long time, but it's fun for the one playthrough that you can do. It was an interesting idea to give SpongeBob a point-and-click adventure game on PC, but one I definitely latched onto as a kid. If you're still not quite convinced as to why so many people look back fondly at this game in particular, I'd say try playing it for yourself and you might understand why. While this game doesn't have the largest cult following that other titles in this video certainly do, I definitely think it deserves the recognition it gets, and I'm glad that it gets any at all, because it is a very charming title.
SpongeBob, if you could only see your face, you'd know how stupid you look.
Look alive, SpongeBob!
This is the best greatest day ever!
Whee-hee! Ride 'em, cowgirl!
Oh, I'm gonna lose my lunch!
Oh, I think I'm gonna throw up.
I guess clown my son's I went to college!
I heard you say that friendship is something that is priceless.
You all are such good friends.
See you at work tomorrow!
What a silly dream. Mr. Krabs had to close the Krusty Krab. Like that'd ever happen. I have the feeling today will be like no other day.
I already made 2 separate videos on both versions of Revenge of the Flying Dutchman before, so I'll try to keep my thoughts on both of these a little more brief than I'll be doing with most other games, since my opinion hasn't really changed much since making those videos a while ago. Starting off with Revenge of the Flying Dutchman for the GameCube and PS2, this game here was SpongeBob's first ever 3D platformer and ended up being a complete mess in development behind the scenes. The game was developed by Big Sky Interactive and ultimately released in an unfinished state as the game did not meet the final product expectations that some of the devs were hoping to achieve, thanks to some meddling between a French studio and THQ and Nickelodeon. The whole thing just ended up fumbling the instant the gun went off. Between rather unimpressive graphics, a very limited soundtrack, uninspired platforming, and an unbelievably weak story, I just don't find the game very compelling on a repeat playthrough. I've only played the game 3 times, including the one I did for this video. The first I did when I rented the game when I was like 9 or 10 years old and I never finished it. The other was a few years back for the videos I mentioned, and then of course this playthrough. That being said, the game begins with SpongeBob playing fetch with Gary, who finds the Flying Dutchman's treasure chest, who kidnaps Gary and forces him to join his ghostly crew. The game then devolves into a bunch of random unrelated events that hardly unify together to form a cohesive story. Some levels attempt to have some sort of plot going on, while others completely dump the idea entirely. You're tasked with finding the Dutchman's 7 deadly treasures, but you only really get them by completing utterly random tasks like making deliveries in downtown Bikini Bottom, or finding this clown in Jellyfish Fields. By the end of the game, everybody in the main cast of characters has been taken away to where the entire hub world is practically void of life, and SpongeBob has to go to the Dutchman's graveyard to save everyone. As if it wasn't already lifeless and empty before, that is. Don't get me wrong, it's a cool idea, but the execution just fails, sadly, because there's no cohesion in place. Most of the writing is also lacking in the humor department, and the only quotable line that came out of the whole game was just a small niche meme that's only really amusing now in retrospect.
Hey, no running on the beach.
At the very least, Goo Lagoon is the best level in the game, seeing as it has this wicked cool chase sequence where you run along this dock and get chased backwards to the beginning, where you then need to go through the area again, but this time it's a completely new platforming challenge. Honestly, it's the most invigorating idea in the whole game, although the lighthouse climbing sequence is pretty cool too. The rest of the levels in this game though, not so much. They're all pretty bland and lifeless, except maybe Chum World, which has a few minigames to liven the mood a bit. And like I said, the gameplay is alright. Undercooked is probably the best word I could use for it. Standard 3D platformer controls here. You can jump and glide as well as attack and ground slam. And there are various power-ups like the Reef Blower and Mermaid Man suit. Although I can guarantee you'll be spending the majority of the game in the fishing gear suit. I promise you that. You're required to catch like 150 total jellyfish over the course of the whole game, which you can only do while wearing the fishing gear outfit that otherwise doesn't differ from SpongeBob's default moveset. So there's virtually no reason not to be wearing it at all times, because if you don't go after every jellyfish you see building up to the point where they're required, you are going to be in it for a very repetitive grind. But the problem with wearing the fishing gear all the time is that the game's soundtrack is mostly tied to the outfit that SpongeBob is currently wearing, which means you're going to be hearing this for 90% of the game on loop. Of course, it doesn't help that other outfits are extremely situational and you can't swap outfits on the fly, so you gotta stop what you're doing every time you get to a point where they're needed and go find a tent to change outfits. Tedious backtracking. Love it. And don't get me wrong, I like most of the game's soundtrack. It was made by the guy who made the soundtracks for some of the best humongous entertainment games after all. It's just that 90% of the gameplay experience is just... But like I said, the soundtrack is mostly tied to the outfit. For whatever reason, certain levels like Chum World override the outfit altogether, so you just hear the level theme for the entire duration. Anyone who's followed me for a long time now knows that inconsistency is a major pet peeve of mine, so you better believe this bothers me. A lot. Considering that the letters that spell out SpongeBob's name are the only mandatory collectible in the entire game, there's no real reason to go for 100% otherwise because doing so would be literally for nothing. Sure, there are some doubloon requirements as well as the jellyfish I mentioned earlier, but other than those minimum amounts, don't ever bother going for anything else. It is not worth your time, please, I beg of you. The final boss also isn't anything to write home about, considering it's as simple as dodging and throwing bombs at him. It's a very anticlimactic conclusion to this very anticlimactic game. This all being said, I can't really recommend Revenge to anyone anymore when there are much better 3D platformers out there. It's a shame to think about what could have been here because I'm sure the dev team had some solid ideas that never got to be fully realized, but alas, that's just the way the cookie crumbles sometimes. Not much you can do about a game that was rushed to release decades ago at this point. Best thing to do is move on, and if you have some positive memories of it, revel in those, even if the game itself ain't all that great. As for the Game Boy Advance version, this one's pretty good, and easily the better version of the two. The plot of the game begins with Gary running away and finding the Dutchman's treasure. But instead of kidnapping Gary, the Dutchman just promises SpongeBob one wish in exchange for finding it, of which there are 10 this time around instead of the previously established 7. The game then branches off into 3 pathways from there for Jellyfish Fields and Patrick, Sandy's Tree Dome and Sandy, or the Krusty Krab and Mr. Krabs. Each pathway then contains 3 levels with those areas, all of which hold one of the 10 treasures each, as well as the first tutorial being the 10th, or first depending on your perspective. Almost all of these stages can be directly linked to one or more episodes of the show, whether it's Goo Lagoon or the pier seen in the Valentine's Day episode, or the pizza delivery desert-like environment. Although speaking of desert levels, the worst level in the game still belongs to Snow Business, which wears that reputation on its sleeve with pride, seeing as I found it to be just as much of a slog to get through as last time. It's just such a boring stage that goes on for way too long that it may as well be the notorious desert level of the game, just with snow instead of sand. The bosses of the game are pretty neat though, with their biggest challenge usually not being the pattern itself, but rather just figuring out how you hurt them because the game never gives you any hints. Usually it's safe to assume you need to use the equipment power-up that you unlocked in the given pathway you're currently on, whether it be the karate gear for the Alaskan bullworm or the squeaky boots against the Plankton boss. The equipment items are pretty cool. You get a jellyfish net just like Legend of the Lost Spatula that lets you catch jellyfish, karate gear that acts similar to the strong bubble soap, and Mr. Krabs gets you the boots, which are easily the best power in the game, so I highly recommend you go for these first because running faster and jumping higher is a godsend in a platformer. SpongeBob also comes equipped with different kinds of bubble soaps. Normal, which encapsulates jellyfish so that you can stand on them for a short time in order to platform. Bounce, which gives you a boost to your jump. Strong, which can destroy barriers and damage enemies instead of capturing them. And Float, which rises up in a vertical direction, making the bounce power almost entirely worthless. Unfortunately, you can only have one ability at a time, meaning the game does have that limitation imposed on the player, and there may be times where you occasionally have to backtrack to get the correct bubble soap in order to continue forwards. But honestly, as long as you make sure to swap the new soap every time you run into it, you should be fine because the game usually has the soap you need placed right before a section that requires it. I also like thinking about this as a potential expansion on the bubble soap power-up from SuperSponge. You know, in that game you could blow a bubble and stand on it as a platform, and this essentially just feels like the next step in evolution for that. Whether or not that was the intent, I have no idea, but I like to think of it that way. You also can come across some bonus games along the way, such as the Jellyfish Rodeo where you try to snag doubloons, or the Simon Says game, which also happens to be a Jellyfish Jam reference. You gain access to this after the first level and is basically an easy way to rack up lives before playing the rest of the game. After collecting all 10 treasures, the Dutchman then decides to stab SpongeBob in the back by kidnapping everyone so that SpongeBob can't just save them all 5 minutes later. I mean, I guess it ties into the console game's paper shred of a story for what that's worth, but what's most appealing is that you actually get to choose what wish you want SpongeBob to ask for at the end of the game. Kinda like the Shanghai episode that had multiple endings. Your percentage completion of the game determines the number of options available. They all only amount to a pixelated JPEG and nothing more, so it's not something I can suggest twist you really want to go out of your way for, but there is a cool reference to the Legend of the Lost Spatula game, which is a nice Easter egg at the very least, seeing as this game was produced by the same developer. That being said, Revenge of the Flying Dutchman on the GBA is an alright game. It's pretty fun for a 2D side-scroller on a handheld, even if it is stuck with a crummy password feature instead of an actual save system, but hey, what are you gonna do?
What do you think, Mr. Krabs?
To the Krusty Krab, everyone, for a feast like no other!
Oh, Mr. Krabs, I'm so happy!
Yee-haw! That's what I call a celebration.
Yay! Ha! Woo-hoo-hoo! Of course, you know this is coming out of your paychecks.
Welcome to Bikini Bottom, a normally peaceful undersea sanctuary. Today it will be transformed into a theater of pure horror, wherein our little yellow friend will play the starring role.
Today is the big day. I have devised an ingenious plan to finally steal the Krabby Patty formula. And if Bikini Bottom happens to get demolished in the process, oh well.
Ah, yes. Here we go now. The big one. Battle for Bikini Bottom, unequivocally celebrated as the greatest SpongeBob video game of all time. This game eventually got an HD remake over 15 years later, which no other SpongeBob game has ever had the privilege of, so that right there is a good indicator of its overall quality. Now, given that I've already spoken about this game several other times on my channel over the years, it's no secret that this game is one of my most favorite games of all time. So of course I'm going to be singing its praises to the highest heavens because it really was and still is just that good. However, I have to consider the perspective of new viewers who may not have ever seen those videos, so I'm still going to be highlighting those points once again here, just in a more condensed form, seeing as I've got 3 different versions I'm talking about this time. Despite this, however, I'm going to start with the most popular version that was released on GameCube, PS2, and Xbox. Some people might just say go play Rehydrated now that the game is out because it's got the nicer graphical presentation, but man, something about the charm of the original just can't be beat. Plus, as someone who grew up with the physics being a certain way, playing the remake always takes a bit of an adjusting to, whereas I can fall right back into the OG at any time and have a blast doing so. The story of the game goes like this. SpongeBob and Patrick find themselves playing a game of robots and racehorses in SpongeBob's living room, wishing that they had real robots to play with. Patrick takes their toy robot and places it inside his magic wishing shell, which he claims will cause their wish to come true the following morning. Meanwhile, at the Chum Bucket, Plankton is in the middle of hatching an evil scheme to create a robot army that will allow him to finally steal the Krabby Patty secret formula once and for all. Only he forgets to set the obedience switch to obey, and thus the robots quickly turn against him. Why he would even create a don't obey option is beyond me, but that's the humor of it. Anyways, the next morning these robots start running amok and destroying all of Bikini Bottom, thus SpongeBob takes it upon himself to clean up the mess that he believes to have created from the day before. And from there, the game just throws you right in. SpongeBob's house acts as a great mini tutorial that teaches you about the various aspects of the game, such as his moveset, health, character interaction, shiny objects, socks, and golden spatulas, the main collectible of the game. Yes, as with many 3D platformers from the late 90s and early 2000s era, Battle for Bikini Bottom is a collectathon game in which you need to grab various objectives over the 9 levels and hub world in order to progress. Golden spatulas are the Jiggy/Star/Power Crystal of the game, with those being the main objective that will unlock new levels to go explore. Socks can be collected for Patrick to earn golden spatulas, with a total of 80 across the entire game. For every 10 you gather, he'll give you 1 golden spatula. And lastly are the shiny objects, which not only can be given to Mr. Krabs in large sums to earn 8 more golden spatulas, but also are used to spend on clams, which unlock new areas, challenges, and bungee hooks for SpongeBob to use. As a licensed game, this title truly knocks it out of the park because it does every single thing right, and Heavy Iron Studios really set out to prove that you can make a solid third-party video game based on a licensed property if you set your mind and your muscle to it. Most of the games that fell under this category would always end up kinda sucking, so to have a game end up being this good was extremely rare, yet extremely welcomed by fans everywhere. My first experience with this game was actually at my not blood-related cousin's house back when I was 7 or 8 years old. They had an Xbox at the time and allowed me to try out a few games, with the most prominent obviously being Battle for Bikini Bottom. Instantly, I was hooked, and I remember spending what was probably 3 days straight doing nothing but playing this game. Everyone else would be out playing board games or swimming at their pool, and there I was plopped down in front of Battle for Bikini Bottom non-stop. I just remember all of this game's traits appealing to me in a way that I had never truly experienced in a video game before. The writing, the levels, the boss fights, the soundtrack, the missions, all of it just felt like the perfect package, a new, unique, one-of-a-kind experience based on a cartoon that I enjoyed, and I remember begging my father to buy it for me for months after we visited them. I'll never forget the day I got sick with some serious illness that had my stomach churning and my head running a fever while in 2nd grade. I was miserable, and my dad saw that. Thankfully, because of my weary state, he saw his opportunity and ran to the store to buy me Battle for Bikini Bottom on the GameCube, which I immediately reacted to with glee despite not being able to move much. He set up my GameCube for me, brought the controller over, and let me play it all day long. And let me tell you what, despite having norovirus or some other stomach illness equivalent at that time, I was thrilled to be off of school those couple of days. That's a memory I will never forget. But yeah, back to the main subject at hand here. The game consists of a Bikini Bottom hub world containing all the signature locations like SpongeBob's house, Sandy's tree dome, the Krusty Krab, etc., as well as 9 signature levels that are each based on a different location that was seen in the show: Jellyfish Fields, Goo Lagoon, Rock Bottom, and more. Each level has its own mini-story going on too, a much-needed improvement from Revenge of the Flying Dutchman, such as the robot stealing all the sunscreen in Goo Lagoon, which is causing all of the beachgoers to burn up and fry to a crisp, or in the kelp forest, where the robots abducted all of the campers that were on a field trip. It adds to the charm of each level and enhances the reasoning behind each of the specific collectibles that you're searching for as well. In Rock Bottom, you need to collect 4 pieces of museum art that the robots stole. Why?
Don't ask questions you aren't prepared to handle the answer to.
I have to say though that my favorite level hands down is SpongeBob's Dream, where you get to traverse through various areas, each based on one of the main characters of the show. No matter how challenging Mr. Krabs' dream was for me as a kid, I always looked forward to Squidward's platforming challenge and Sandy's slide sequences especially. The sliding levels like this and Sand Mountain were my favorite areas as a kid because they're just so fun to race down, and the electric guitar that backs these moments with that killer song is the cherry on top. Even Patrick's empty void of a dream was and still is hilarious to me. It's just a shame that we never got to see that ice cream sundae level fully realized. The best aspect of this game, bar none however, is its faithfulness to the original show. I mean, there are references galore here, whether it be background pictures or NPCs or acknowledgements to lines from the show and character dialogue. If you're a fan of classic SpongeBob, you are going to have a field day picking out all of the reference scattered about here.
Bubble Buddy!
You see, you're going to need to learn some new bubble-blowing moves if you're going to journey to the 9th dimension and defeat the giant monkey man.
SpongeBob, Patrick, and Sandy are all playable in this game, a franchise first for the latter 2 characters, not counting Operation Krabby Patty, and each come equipped with their own signature moves that give them various advantages. SpongeBob comes equipped with a bubble arsenal, giving him abilities like a ground stomp, bowling attack, and the legendary cruise bubble. I used to have so much fun with this ability, especially as a kid. You basically get to generate this wicked missile attack that you can control in a first-person mode, and man is there a ton of fun to be had with it. Patrick is also capable of ground pounding, but his signature move comes in the form of being able to pick up and throw things, while Sandy can glide and swing on hooks with her lasso. Of the 3, I definitely have the most fun playing as Sandy, given her versatility when it comes to platforming, but if there's one thing I can't stand, it's her inability to lasso enemies while in mid-air. The only way she can hurt some enemies like Glove is by lassoing it, since she doesn't have a ground pound attack, but that means she has to come to a full stop on the ground while it's spinning right towards her, wind up, and then lasso it. Couple this process together with multiple enemies in a gauntlet-like arena, and yeah, you're probably gonna get hit a lot. Either way though, the game controls like a dream and is super player friendly, so it shouldn't take long to get used to the mechanics of it. I made a video on the original Battle for Bikini Bottom 3 years prior to making this video where I go into even more depth about everything this game does right, from the boss fights and the level design to the lack of live system to giving the player options to choose which collectibles they want to attempt to acquire instead of forcing them down a completely linear path. There is a lot of player-friendly quality of life stuff present in this game, which was very rare to see back in 2003 compared to 2020 standards. I mean, it still lives up to modern expectations. The boss fights are also great. Each third of the game has a level-specific boss and a robo-boss, with the latter consisting of 3 3-hit phases, which I absolutely love. Bosses that show adaptability in their strategies are always welcome in my book because it makes the fight more engaging, more intense, and all around a joy to beat. Not only the robot adapting to your strategy, but you then adapting to the robot's strategy. It gives it a lot of depth. Robo Patrick specifically is probably the best at this, with the strategy for defeating him changing drastically with every new phase. But Sandy and Spongebob are great too, and the final boss with Robo Plankton is also a neat fight, with each zone essentially representing all of the skills that SpongeBob and you as a player have learned over the course of the game. Truthfully, every time I come back to Battle for Bikini Bottom, I end up 100%ing it every time, no matter how annoying that ball puzzle can be sometimes. I just love the game that much that I go for it because I know I'm gonna have a blast every time. Whereas there are other games that I'm sure when I get to them it's going to be a slog to sit through. Not this one. This is grade A material right here, and while I could go on and on and on and on and on, there are other games I need to attend to, like the handheld sidekick, Battle for Bikini Bottom on the Game Boy Advance. Like Revenge of the Flying Dutchman before it, this game was also developed by Vicarious Visions and actually reuses a lot of the same sprites and mechanics from that game. The different bubble types are gone now, as SpongeBob just has a standard bubble stun attack, and the item power-ups he previously had access to are gone as well, but his jump and glider's still intact. Honestly, it's kind of a downgrade in SpongeBob's core abilities, but this sort of gets made up for with the introduction of Mystery, SpongeBob's seahorse companion, aka the Yoshi of the game. Mystery, like Yoshi, can eat enemies and hover, making her a total knockoff, except for the fact that SpongeBob still takes damage even if he gets hit while riding Mystery, and he's not knocked off for a few seconds while the seahorse starts running away wildly. He just takes damage like he normally would, which honestly I kinda prefer. Chasing down Yoshi can sometimes be annoying if the wrong obstacles are in the way. The game follows the same premise. Robots are taking over Bikini Bottom and SpongeBob wants to stop them. Only this time everybody knows it was Plankton right off the bat, and the robots, while still not obeying him, are making off with Mr. Krabs' Krabby Patties. Given the limitations of the Game Boy Advance like I described before, this story is presented through text-based cutscenes, so it ends up being pretty limited with how much information it convey. Battle for Bikini Bottom GBA is then broken down into 4 main chapters, each containing various levels within them based on different areas. There seems to be a lot less consistency in the theming to these chapters compared to Revenge of the Flying Dutchman, which also had 4 chapters but put like-minded levels in the same paths together, whereas here you could end up going to a Jellyfish Fields level in any of the 4 chapters. The progression feels a lot more random this time around. The main enemies of the game obviously come in the form of the robots, which introduce a new mechanic for some of them, such as the ability to bounce off of them for platforming purposes, blowing them up to destroy walls or damage enemies, and in the case of Mystery, eating them and spitting them out someplace else in order to progress forward. It's definitely an interesting idea to say the least, but I definitely don't find Mystery to be anywhere near as fun as the Squeaky Boots or Karate Gear if I'm being completely honest. Believe it or not, I actually owned the GBA version of Battle for Bikini Bottom as a kid, or my sister did, and I would just play it whenever I wanted to. I never made it very far, however, because the 2D platformer just didn't appeal to my preference for 3D games at the time, so in reality this video was probably the first time I ever actually bothered to beat it, funnily enough. I honestly wish I would have been able to find the cartridge for it for this video, but I think she may have actually traded it into GameStop years ago, unbeknownst to her that A, she was being ripped off because their trade-in prices are garbage, and B, unaware I would have wanted to keep the game for myself. I lost the Wrath of Cortex and Enter the Dragonfly on the GameCube in this exact same way because of my own stupidity, so I'd be a hypocrite if I gave her too much trouble. I still regret that to this day, man. Honestly, most of what I said about Revenge of the Flying Dutchman still applies here beyond the differences I've acknowledged. It runs on the same engine with the same graphics and presentation, so if you like Revenge, you might like this one too. Although personally, I'd say that the GBA version of Battle for Bikini Bottom is actually inferior, which I can't believe I'm saying, but that's just my personal stance. Really, they're both fine GBA platformers, but I just like the move versatility that SpongeBob gets with his bubbles and item power-ups in Revenge a little bit more, as well as the consistency in level theming. I will say I think Battle for Bikini Bottom's boss fights are better for what that's worth. Robo Sandy is easy but fair, Robo Patrick is a little challenging because it's a chase fight with Mystery, and if he ends up catching you it's an instant kill, which is super punishing, not gonna lie. And Robo SpongeBob is pretty manageable. Oh, but wait, this game has 4 chapters, doesn't it? Well, what do you know? Robo Squidward may not have made it into the final cut of the console version, but Vicarious Visions managed to sneak it in here, and honestly, it's the hardest boss fight in the game. It's actually pretty annoying, mostly because you can never quite see where Squidward's musical note attack is going to come from because you can't see the position of its head while you're standing at the bottom of the screen. So you're just kind of shooting in the dark to figure out where you need to stand in order to avoid getting hit. Still, it's at least cool to get to see it in the game considering it never made it to the 3D version. There are plenty of us still wondering what that could have been like. All in all, Battle for the GBA is decent, but it pales in comparison to the console version, not that it was ever really going to meet that standard anyways. But wait, we're not done yet. We've still got a PC version to talk about, and boy oh boy is this one interesting. Remember Employee of the Month a few games back? Well, it turns out All Games returned once again to develop a completely different PC game from the handheld and console versions that runs off of the same principles that Employee of the Month did. And it's not particularly good.
Let's gather up all the robots and make a wish on the first falling clam we see.
Okay. Oh!
I wish robots were people too.
Pretty lights.
Oh no! This way, Patrick!
Why on earth Nick Games felt the need to contract not one, not two, but 3 developers to create 3 different SpongeBob games on 3 different platforms, all under the same moniker, is a question that still has me puzzled. Most particularly in this case because instead of most games which usually just ported the console game to PC and called it a day there, the PC version of Battle for Bikini Bottom is instead a minigame collection, and not a very good one at that. I get people hate on Operation Krabby Patty for being what is essentially a minigame collection as well, but man, at least that game had the excuse of being the developer's second game ever. Plus, that game never overstayed its welcome. It was done in a very short amount of time. Battle for Bikini Bottom on PC is a whole different ballgame because the repetitive nature of this game structure caused my disappointment to become immense very quickly. I'm a fan of the All Games PC titles, but this is my least favorite one, no doubt.
Today today I will conquer Bikini Bottom, and you will all follow my orders.
You stink.
You robots.
The game's story is the same as the other games, with Plankton creating an army of robots that don't obey him because he forgot to set his machine switch to the correct setting while SpongeBob and Patrick wish for real robots to play with. The animation continues to maintain the cel shading style that has been present in previous SpongeBob PC games, albeit a little bit more updated, which is especially noticeable with Plankton's model at the beginning of the game. There's only 2 animated cutscenes throughout the entire thing, however, one at the very beginning and one at the very end, so don't expect nearly as many as there were in the prior 2. That is, of course, made up for in the in-game cutscenes that take place between minigames, which I'll be getting to momentarily. First, let's talk about the game structure. The game consists of not 9 levels or 4 chapters, but rather 5 worlds that contain 6 minigames each, although you'll quickly find there aren't actually 30 distinct minigames to play here. Au contraire, my friends. Au contraire. The 5 worlds featured are Downtown Bikini Bottom, Kelp Forest, the Mermalair, the Flying Dutchman's Graveyard, and the Chum Bucket. Each of these 5 worlds follow the exact same structure in the exact same order. Each world begins with an opening cutscene establishing the mini plotline for that particular level.
The First Nautical Bank has reported that a group of robots have taken several expensive treasures from their vault. If you find something valuable that doesn't belong to you, please return it to its rightful owner immediately. Yeah, like that's gonna happen.
1. The first level of the world consists of a movement-based minigame where the primary goal is to collect 5 items and avoid obstacles. This could either be SpongeBob crossing traffic, jumping across these jungle vines, performing a stealth mission to avoid robots, or the worst minigame in the entire experience, the stupid jumping game. My god, I hate this game. Not because it's hard, but because it's painfully slow, the timing is stupid, half the time it's hard to judge why SpongeBob didn't land on the platform when he clearly should have, it's impossible to tell where the wooden platform's boundaries end because there's no visual indicator, and worst of all, this sequence here. That's just mean. 2. The second level then will always be a puzzle you need to solve, whether it be in the style of a traffic jam or concentration or a strength-pushing puzzle from Pokemon of all things. 3. Oh boy, the trivia levels. Each one of these is the exact same thing all 5 times. Answer 10 questions correctly pertaining to a specific character that's trapped. These are all super basic, super easy, and super tedious because there's no way to speed them up, and you only need 500 points to win, so after you get your 6th question right, there's no reason to continue playing, but I digress. 4th is the second character level, where you control the character you just freed in a different movement-based minigame. Then 5th is the put the objectives you collected back on screen minigame, and 6th is a bonus minigame that comes in the form of bowling, Simon, whack-a-mole, snake, and whatever classic arcade game this minigame is based on that I don't know the name of. Lather, rinse, repeat this process a total of 4 times, and you beat the game and get the ending cutscene. All in all, it's a very unsatisfying game, not only compared to the other 2 versions of Battle, but also Employee of the Month, which was released on PC just 1 year prior to this one. Of the 3 versions, this is easily the weakest, and it makes me grateful I unknowingly avoided it all these years later. Honestly, this isn't a game I would have enjoyed much as a kid, considering I had the previous 2 games already to set my expectations. So I probably wouldn't have even had the same nostalgic fondness for this one even if I did own it back then. I honestly would have gotten bored and put the game down after finishing the first world, if I'm being honest. Also, if I can go back to the in-game cutscene point I brought up earlier, in between every minigame is a cutscene of SpongeBob and possibly another character progressing forward or talking about the robot crisis. They're not very deep and worth mentioning, and there's also an extreme lack of humor present here. However, there is one cutscene in particular that I would be remiss if I didn't bring it up.
It's just too big. It's too much.
Don't worry, SpongeBob. Size doesn't matter.
Hey, Sandy, you were right. Size doesn't matter. I beat that big thingamajig back there.
Great job, little square dude. You see, it's not the size of the fish that counts, but it's the motion in the ocean.
Yeah, that's, pretty funny.
How on earth did they get away with this one? Like, genuinely. Wow. This hit me like a brick wall when the rest of the game is extremely tame, and then suddenly there's this. Like, wow, there's zero subtlety here. Seriously. What a note to end that one on. Yeah, all in all, the legacy of Battle as a whole ranges from legendary to decent to underwhelmingly bland. At least one game got to be the pinnacle of SpongeBob's video game career, but aside from that, that's all I'll ever really go back to. Still, I've played through Battle for Bikini Bottom probably 3 dozen times at this point, and will continue to go back to it on what seems like an average of at least once a year, if not more. Ever since I started paying attention to what games I play more consistently in like 2018, I think I've beaten Battle for Bikini Bottom a total of 10 or 11 times if you count the one playthrough I watched my significant other play, which isn't a ton, but when you have a home life and a career and a YouTube hobby and a cat, there's only so much time for games. So yeah, needless to say, the console version is a great game. I love it. 11 out of 10. Perfection.
Well, Plankton, I hope you learned your lesson.
Oh, I certainly did. Next time I'll get it right.
Ouch! We won! Who wants to get ice cream?
I do.
Need I remind you all that there are still robots out there making a mess of Bikini Bottom?
Sandy is right.
Well, I thought she was a squirrel.
I'm being punished. I don't know for what, but I'm being punished.
There's still work to be done out there. Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy wouldn't stop, and neither will I. We can't rest until Bikini Bottom is safe.
SpongeBob, do you even know what you're standing in line for?
Nope.
It's for the Bikini Bottom Typing Tournament.
No, I love tapping.
No, not tapping. It's a typing tournament.
Oh.
Do you even know how to type, SpongeBob?
No, but my friend will help me.
You mean Patrick?
These typing shoes really work. My typing leg!
No, I meant this friend.
Good luck. You'll need it.
No, your eyes do not deceive you. I am actually talking about this. SpongeBob Typing was, for all intents and purposes, a game released on PC by the Learning Company back in 2003, so it counts. Unfortunately, there's not a lot to this one, seeing as it's just your standard fare typing game made with the intent to help teach kids how to type from back in that era. This would have actually proven useful to me had I had the game back at that time, seeing as I never truly even learned how to type until 6th, 7th, and 8th grade. I'm sure there were attempts at teaching me in elementary school, but that's far too back for me to really remember, and besides, I wouldn't even say I got genuinely good at typing until college anyways. Yeah, I was decent in high school and could probably meet the 40 words per minute national average, but if you're looking at my typing speeds on some of this footage, you'll see I'm actually a pretty quick typer nowadays. Honestly, that's in part thanks to all the video scripts I've had to write over the years, seeing as I keep everything typed up in a little notepad text file, using my own little outline style of format. So, in a way, I have YouTube, and my college film analysis classes, to thank for my improved typing abilities because I've had to write so much. Turns out practice does make perfect after all. But yeah, the basic structure of the game is set up like this. Mr. Krabs is hosting a typing tournament at the Krusty Krab, inviting all of the residents of Bikini Bottom to compete for a chance to win one peanut butter and jellyfish jelly sandwich.
You expect people to compete for a peanut butter and jellyfish jelly sandwich?
Did someone say peanut butter and jellyfish jelly sandwich?
Of course, Squidward, being the pessimist that he is, talks down on everyone for such a ludicrous idea, only to end up competing in the tournament anyways, so who's the real loser here? And then from there, the game basically breaks itself down into lessons, starting with the traditional ASDFJKL semicolon, and then expanding out to other keys from there. It's designed for beginners and ultimately ends with the eventual final goal of being able to type over 25 words per minute in order to win the game. It's just like any other learning to type software that existed at the time. I don't really know what's been released since I was a kid, so I have no idea how this has evolved, but Lord have mercy on me if I ever decide to review every single typing software game ever made or something. Yeah, that's not gonna happen. I feel like that's the only way I'd end up getting a full picture, but I would sooner end my entire career than do that to myself. There's probably hundreds of those out there, and I am not about to subject myself to the same exact thing over and over again that many times with a different coat of paint. At least in SpongeBob's case, not all of these games play exactly the same way, and this title in particular is just a silly one-off, so I had no problem talking about it here.
Throughout the tournament, we would request that all typists maintain the correct typing posture. If you don't sit properly, you may experience back, arm, or shoulder pain. You might even end up looking like this.
Funnily enough, and I'm not afraid to admit this, it was actually more difficult for me to type these nonsense words in the earlier lessons than it was for me to type the full-blown sentences later on. Something about dealing with a smaller pool of characters repeated way more frequently next to each other just forces my muscle memory to slow down in order to be more accurate. I tried a few times to go at normal speed and it just didn't work out for me. But yeah, after a few lessons, a new character gets introduced to show levels of progression, each coming with their own little in-between cutscene showing off the new opponent SpongeBob and you are facing.
Round 4, Brawl with the Bully. SpongeBob faces Flats the Flounder. I said SpongeBob faces Flats the Flounder. That's better.
Don't say it, let me guess. You're gonna kick my butt. Well, this time I came prepared. Ready when you are, Flats.
The game also gives you these little certificates proving that you completed a certain section of the game. I assume that was intended for the purposes of using them in school computer classes at the time, as it lists out accuracy and words per minute and other details like that, and you only ever really earn these after completing each section's quizzes and tests. In fact, I'd be willing to bet that some people watching this video right now probably have even had to use this game in their school computer classes back in the day. Comment below if you have, I'd love to hear stories about that. Ultimately, what you see is what you get with this one. It's a SpongeBob typing game that gets the job done, but I don't see why anyone would really clamor to play this game nowadays, unless they're really that excited to learn how to type and don't already know how to.
Thanks to you, SpongeBob has won the Bikini Bottom typing tournament and the coveted sea nut butter and jellyfish jelly sandwich. SpongeBob, what is the secret to your typing success? There you have it! If you want to be an award-winning typist, you just need to...
Oh, and practice. Keep on practicing.
Yes. Well, for all of us here at Bikini Bottom, good night and great typing!
Thank Neptune, my manager's here.
Talk to me, Krabs.
It started out as a simple order. A Krabby Patty with cheese.
So what went wrong?
When the customer took a bite, no cheese! Oh, this has never happened before!
Get a hold of yourself, Eugene. I'm going in.
Alright, I've been looking forward to this one. Coming up next on the list, it's the SpongeBob movie game, released on the same major platforms as Battle for Bikini Bottom, developed by the same studios as Battle for Bikini Bottom, with basically the same gameplay as Battle for Bikini Bottom. Whereas I've talked about the latter game at least 3 separate times over my channel's history, I've only ever made so much as a mention of the movie game, and it's about time I changed that. I've been playing the SpongeBob movie game ever since my uncle got it for me for Christmas in December of 2004, I think? Well, technically he didn't get it to me until January of 04, but it was meant to be a Christmas gift, so, you know. Either way, I'm just as nostalgic for the SpongeBob movie game as I am for Battle for Bikini Bottom, even if I don't like it quite as much. It's still a fantastic game, but there were some design choices here that I just don't have preference to over the decisions that were made for Battle. The best analogy I can actually give here is this. The SpongeBob movie game is to Battle for Bikini Bottom as Sonic Adventure 2 is to Sonic Adventure 1. Both great games in their own right, and whether or not you like one more than the other, it's all going to come down to personal preference. Just like Sonic Adventure 2, the SpongeBob movie game features a more streamlined level-to-level approach rather than the hub world alternatives to level selection. The levels are also designed with a more linear path in mind compared to the levels of Battle for Bikini Bottom. Just like Sonic Adventure 2, the SpongeBob movie game features 3 distinct gameplay styles: platforming levels, driving levels, and sliding levels. And just like Sonic Adventure 2, the playable characters have a more refined upgrade system instead of just the inclusion of a few new maneuvers here and there that really enhances the character's capabilities. But I'm getting ahead of myself here. First, let's talk about the plot.
Welcome to our little tale of woe, triumph against impossible odds, terror, and managerly responsibility. Our story begins in the calm waters above the town of Bikini Bottom. As we descend beneath the waves, we find another day. Wait a minute! Hold your seahorses!
It's the SpongeBob movie. If you've seen the film, you already know the exact sequence of events. If you haven't seen it, well, I suggest you do, but it goes like this. SpongeBob is excited to be promoted to manager of the Krusty Krab 2, only to discover that Mr. Krabs promoted Squidward instead. Meanwhile, Plankton steals King Neptune's crown and chooses to frame Mr. Krabs in his place, leading to SpongeBob and Patrick setting out to get Neptune's crown back from Shell City within 7 days before Mr. Krabs fries. Meanwhile, Plankton steals the Krabby Patty secret formula and takes over all of Bikini Bottom with his Chum Bucket helmets, forcing the citizens to do his bidding. Celebrities cameo, of course, in the film in the form of new characters such as Scarlett Johansson as Mindy the Mermaid, Jeffrey Tambor as King Neptune, Alec Baldwin as Dennis, and so on and so forth. Overall, it's a fantastic film, everything you could ask for in a SpongeBob movie, and I still have vivid memories of that very day that I saw it in theaters nearly 20 years ago. Excuse me. Yes, it was a great film, and yes, the game that came along with it was great too. I mean, how often do you see that? Character gameplay remains largely the same as before. SpongeBob and Patrick are back again this time around with relatively the same movesets, bearing a few minor changes. Sandy, unfortunately, didn't make it into this one as a playable character, which is a shame, but she wasn't really prominent in the actual film, so that's pretty understandable. SpongeBob's moveset is exactly the same as it was in the prior game, although instead of using bubble-themed moves this time around, He dons his karate gear for his spinning attack, a boxing glove for the bash attack, a bowling ball for the bubble bowl, and a sonic guitar for the cruise bubble. Unfortunately, his bubble bounce was removed from this game in order to make Patrick a little more unique, so alas there's no more ability to really strike certain enemies from above, but the game makes up for this by introducing the ability to upgrade moves. Sure, you can start with the standard karate gear, but you can also upgrade it to this metallic set that deals double damage and reflects projectiles back at opponents. And yes, this game features more enemies that take multiple hits as the game progresses, so you'll absolutely want to upgrade these attacks sooner than later. You gain access to skill points throughout the game as you collect manliness points, a replacement for the shiny objects of the previous title, likely chosen to follow the whole theme of manliness that's sprinkled throughout the game. Grinding to upgrade moves should never be a real issue though, just so long as you play through the game you'll have all the moves upgraded by the very end. Plus, once you complete a level, the objects that enemies and boxes drop get set down to the value of 1 across the board, so you can't just go back and replay levels to grind up super fast, and the objects that rest in the overworld are permanently collected, so you may see a 50-pound weight sitting somewhere on your first time through a level, but when you come back later, if you've already collected it, it's not going to be there. SpongeBob's other moves can be upgraded too, like making his bash attack become a timed detonation, or giving his bowling ball this dark energy blast radius, or giving the guitar Soundwave homing properties, as well as his health, which can be increased up to 6. Patrick is the same way, with his moves being able to be upgraded too. His belly attack from battle has been changed to a full-blown circular swirl just like SpongeBob's. He's got a ground pound that lets him fall either butt first or face first with the upgrade that can still stun enemies like before. He can pick up fruits and throw them with extra power if upgraded, and lastly he can perform this cartwheel move when upgraded that absolutely decimates crowds of enemies. It's a lot of fun, and it truly makes me wish we actually had this maneuver in the previous game, because I'd probably enjoy playing as Patrick in battle way more if he did. The other two forms of gameplay come in the form of driving and sliding. Covering sliding first, it's exactly like it was in the prior game, only this time around full-blown levels are designed around it. Whether it's SpongeBob and Patrick sliding in a bathtub through a canyon or into the sea monster trench on a broken shell, either way the sliding levels are just as fun as they were before, and I totally see why Heavy Iron brought these back for another game. They're a blast. The new style of gameplay not seen in battle is the driving levels, where SpongeBob and Patrick race around in the paddy wagon, either getting to the end of the race course or completing 3 laps. There's only 4 of these levels in the game, so they don't overstate their welcome too much, and they aren't bad by any means either. It's standard driving controls, but some of the stages are pretty fun to race through. My favorite is probably the one of SpongeBob and Patrick escaping the Thug Tug, where you need to complete 3 laps and collect 5 keys in order to get out. It's designed very well, with each lap basically allowing you to take a different pathway as the environment changes, which is really cool. Other similarities are still present here too. The main collectible of the game is Goofy Goober tokens instead of golden spatulas. Some enemies act similarly to the previous game, such as the Belchers and Hammer enemies matching the robots from before, and there are new enemy types too, such as the floating inner tube, the spread shot, and the lock-on enemies. Platforming levels all take place in one large room as opposed to the 3 or 4 sectioned areas, but the level design is still pretty solid aside from the very last level, Planktopolis. Mostly for this one room right here where you have to climb to the top in order to move forward. This room has always given me so much trouble, even now. Whether it be from the steam vents' horrendous hitboxes, which is a problem I do have with the game, and the moving wall that you need to time wall jumps across. As if the Flying Dutchman's graveyard wall jumps weren't stressful enough for me when I was young, this game really loved to throw more difficult wall jump challenges into the mix, because this section and the electric beams that move up and down to try and chase you to one section where you're wall jumping forwards and upwards for like 30 seconds straight without falling onto these spikes and dying, which, by the way, is also a really mean section because the game puts a spinner enemy right in front of you, which, remember, SpongeBob can't bounce on anymore, meaning if that thing starts spinning, you're probably going to take a hit because the bubble ball, even when upgraded, just gets ricocheted away, and there's certainly not enough time to get a sonic wave out to hit it due to how much wind up that attack has. Best part is that it infinitely respawns until SpongeBob manages to destroy the cannon spawner, the Duplicatotron of this game, and prevents it from spawning more, so you're gonna kill the enemy first, then destroy the cannon, then then most likely kill another version of the same enemy that respawned in between the time you launched the sonic wave and the time you hit the spawner. Yeah, not exactly a fan of this enemy placement, but that's just me. And don't even get me started on this room here. Anyone who plays this game knows the torture that comes with this, especially in a no upgrade run. Good lord help you. Other than my minor gripes with some of Planktopoulos' level design though, I don't have too many other complaints here. I guess I could say that, yeah, the bosses are kinda underwhelming and extremely easy compared to Robot Sandy, Patrick, and Spongebob from Battle for Bikini Bottom. The first boss of this game with a fish monster disguised as a granny selling ice cream is probably the best one, sadly. Seeing as both fights with Dennis lack any challenge and can be finished in 30 seconds each, basically. The final boss, King Neptune, is a different story though.
Alright, Crabs. Time for you to die.
Not so fast, Plankton. I brought back King Neptune's crown, and I'm here to save Mr. Krabs.
Nice work, SpongeBob. You made it all the way to Shell City and back. That's a heroic feat. Too bad it won't help. All hail, Plankton.
Hey, King Neptune already has a crown.
That's no crown, Patrick. It's one of Plankton's bucket hats. Plankton is controlling King Neptune.
That's right. And now I'll have the pleasure of removing you along with your friends. Neptune, I command you to kill SpongeBob! Kill SpongeBob! All hail, Plankton!
Dodge, SpongeBob, dodge!
This boss fight actually goes on for like a good 5 minutes because of how long each of his phases take. I mean, hitting the king takes about 1/6 of his health with the upgraded sonic wave guitar, and I can only assume that means it would take 12 hits to defeat him with the non-upgraded version, which I couldn't ever be bothered to attempt. It's not a particularly challenging boss fight, but it's still not quite as adaptive or fun as the robot fights. Patrick doesn't even get a phase 2 in this one. It's the same strategy for all 3 segments, with you going around, spinning the Krusty Krab tables, dodging King Neptune's attacks, and then standing behind Mr. Krabs to deflect the energy beams. The last phase has the ground fall out from under you and King Neptune throws 2 spitter goons at you, but that's not quite the creativity I'm looking for. It could have been better, honestly. Levels can also contain up to 3 potential types of challenges that lead to more Goofy Goober tokens: floating blocks, sponge ball, and combat arenas. Floating block challenges are played by Patrick and feature you essentially jumping from block to block to get to the end of the path within the given time frame. These used to be super challenging for me as a kid, but in the present day, I'm able to complete these no problem. Sponge ball is another returning mechanic that has full-blown obstacle courses designed to be traversed and avoided until you make it to the end. No time limit on this one for some reason. Lastly is the combat arenas, which just throws a horde of enemies at you until you clear them all out. I will say there is one combat arena in this game that really stands out amongst the rest to me though, so I figure rather than explain it to you, I'll let it speak for itself. Man, I love it when games have a sense of humor like that. It's like the equivalent of Patrick's Dream, essentially, but honestly, I kinda like it better. I suppose I should mention that levels are locked behind Goober token requirements, or rather character moves are locked behind them, which prevent you from progressing through a level. So even though you might think you can just rush to the end of each level, you are required to complete optional side objectives. But the nice thing is that the game lets you, as the player, choose, and there's more than plenty of options to choose from. And let me tell you, thank goodness for that, because the ring challenges in driving and sliding levels absolutely suck. I know Superman 64 is the obvious joke to make here, and they don't suck nearly as bad as that, probably, but they're still incredibly unpleasant to play. I've only ever 100%ed this game once, and that was when I was in college in 2018. Aside from that, I will never 100% complete this game again, because those ring challenges are painfully unfun. I am inclined to believe, however, that a bit of this game was rushed, as unfortunate as that is to say, because even though the game didn't take a lot less time for me to play through, there is a distinct lack of animated cutscenes, as the game's story is instead just told through still image screen caps from the movie as Tom Kenny narrates over top of it for the most part.
Hey buddy, come on, wake up.
Huh? Where am I?
It's 8 in the morning, closed. Go collect your friend and get out of here.
Hey, buddy! Come on up here and join the party!
SpongeBob!
There are some in-level cutscenes, but those are few and far between, and other than talking to Mindy and her clamshell laptop screen, there are no other character conversations to be had in the whole game. It's just SpongeBob, Patrick, and Mindy, which again sorta makes sense seeing as everyone else is mind-controlled, but it also means far less interactions and great writing by extent. Ultimately, despite its flaws, I very much enjoy this game, even if I don't return to it as much as its predecessor, just like Sonic Adventure 2 and 1. Yeah, what can I say? I'm in the Adventure 1 crowd. Sue me. Either way, I still recommend the game as a fun time. I highly doubt we'll ever see a rehydrated version of this game, just given that what it's based on isn't as easily relevant as the other game, which isn't tied to a timed release and could apply to SpongeBob at any point in time instead of just the movie from 2004. But hey, never say never. It would be kinda cool if the game got remastered or remade someday with updated visuals, mechanics, and perhaps some added content that mostly didn't make it into the game due to the strict release window, but hey, either way, I enjoyed the revisit yet again, and my fondness of it hasn't changed, so I'll continue to sing its praises for years to come.
Unidentified object off the hind quarters!
Bigger boot? But how?
Did you miss me?
As with Battle for Bikini Bottom, the movie also got to witness the release of both a Game Boy Advance version and a PC version as well, so sticking with the same pattern I followed before, let's go ahead and talk about the handheld version of the game first. That being said, we actually do have a different developer taking the helm this time around, so I didn't misspeak earlier. This time, WayForward is getting to take a crack at a SpongeBob platformer for the first time. WayForward's biggest claim to fame, by the way, is undoubtedly the Shantae series, but this game came out prior to that franchise really taking off, so I'm kind of excited to see what this has. The SpongeBob movie game for Game Boy Advance is once again a 2D side-scrolling platformer, but there has been a major graphical improvement in the sprite work as well as gameplay in general. The sprites are incredibly more detailed than they ever were before, not knocking Vicarious Vision's sprite work or anything, because I do prefer the vibrance that came in those games compared to the more diluted color palette of this one, but the details on SpongeBob and Patrick really make their sprites pop more and are easily the best 2D sprites the characters have gotten yet. And as for the gameplay, it's pretty decent. Both SpongeBob and Patrick act as a duo, similar to that of Sonic and Tails, although the game takes inspiration from a lot of different platformers and sorta combines elements of each into this game. There is a run button here, something I really expect out of 2D Mario, but sure enough, holding the B button increases SpongeBob and Patrick's speed. Jumping is obviously performed with A, and by holding it while in the air, it allows the duo to glide, similar to how SpongeBob could in prior GBA titles. Holding down the R button allows SpongeBob and Patrick to spin dash essentially, and upon release it sends them rocketing forward in a super powerful charge attack, while the L button allows SpongeBob to release a screen nuke that's in reference to the way he releases suds in a huge burst as seen in the intro of his animated series. It's an interesting moveset that feels different from prior games, and is a welcome one at that. Unfortunately though, there is no attack button whatsoever, so the only way you're going to damage enemies is by either jumping on them, charging through them with that charge attack I mentioned, or utilizing their ground pound, which doesn't come up too often I find, other than to smash barriers directly beneath them. Hitting an enemy with a ground pound is no different than a regular jump from what I've observed, and given that the ground pound has this additional windup that gets in the way, I just don't see any need for it. The game also contains these running levels where you have to avoid obstacles for 60 seconds while either driving in the paddy wagon or running on foot, which is a fun side distraction, albeit a bit disorienting with the strange forward-facing perspective here as the road curves upwards behind them. And then there are also some bonus levels sprinkled in there, as well as a shop that SpongeBob and Patrick can visit at Mindy's palace, where she basically sells them extra lives, screen nukes, and more bonus levels for the measly cost of a few golden clams. The boss fights are pretty underwhelming though, aside from the ice cream fish monster I'd say, because they all have the same strategy of avoid attack, jump on head, repeat. They're pretty basic, all things considered. I'd go more into the story of the game, but it's the SpongeBob movie. It shares the same story as the console version and the movie it's based on, with not a lot added in between. At the very least, I want to comment on the fact that I find it hilarious that David Hasselhoff's character sprite is literally his chest. I don't know if it would have cost them more money to include his face, that's probably what it is, but you never get to see it in the 3 cutscenes that he's in. Just his chest. It's probably my favorite of all the 2D SpongeBob games so far because of its superior sprite work and rather enjoyable platforming. The progression is more cohesive because it follows one linear structure as well, and despite the lack of power-ups, I like SpongeBob and Patrick's combined moveset more here anyways. Good game. Might play it again someday. Next up, we have the version of the game released for PC, and That's odd, I don't recall the PC version having any driving gameplay. What is this? Do you just drive around the giant open hub world all willy-nilly and listen to the same music loop over and over? Alright, I'll cut the charade. What you're seeing right now is not the real PC version of the game, but rather a special Nick arcade game that was released in order to promote the movie, known as the SpongeBob 3D movie game. There's not much to be said here about this one, but I know a lot of people are nostalgic for it, and I'm already talking about games that tie into the SpongeBob movie, so I'm making an exception for this one here because of that relation. The game was probably really cool at the time. I don't have any strong memories of playing this, so I couldn't tell you for certain, but I feel like I did play this one as a kid. Again, I can't say for sure. Basically, it's a game where you drive around collecting many copies of King Neptune's crown by completing stunt jumps, exploring the world, and ramming into things so that you can participate in various challenges located around the area in front of significant landmarks like Goofy Goobers or the Krusty Krab. It's a fun little relic of the past, not a huge masterpiece by any means, but definitely something worth remembering to those of us who grew up with it. After the sad embarrassment that was the PC version of Battle, this version of the SpongeBob movie harkens back to the Employee of the Month gameplay style in another point-and-click adventure game, one that I had never played prior to making this video. Right off the bat, let me just say that this was a pleasant surprise to me here. I happily enjoyed playing this one just as much as I did Employee of the Month. So yeah, this has a lot of the same positives that I gave that game. Once again, it is designed as one set path every single time, so if you play the game once, then you pretty much get the whole experience, but overall, it's still got some fun elements to it.
It is an extraordinary morning for SpongeBob. He wakes up even more excited than usual. For today is the day Mr. Krabs announces his appointment for manager of the Krusty Krab 2, and SpongeBob knows in his heart that he is the sponge for the job. There is an added spring in his step, and the world is a brighter place. He needs to get ready for work, and then it's off to the Krusty Krab. Destiny awaits.
The story of the game is definitely the most different from the film of the three versions, well, technically 4, with the movie's plot sort of just being a backdrop. The overall plot is the same of Plankton stealing Neptune's crown, so SpongeBob and Patrick have to go get it, but the way in which they do that is very, very different. The first chapter of the game sees you helping SpongeBob get ready for the big day, as you'd expect. He needs to get his clothes and brush his teeth, and the whole chapter serves as a great introduction with some intro puzzles that can teach you the core mechanics of the game, just like Employee did. Graphically, you'll probably notice that SpongeBob's model looks a bit different here though. It's updated with more polygons from what I can tell, but I guess it just seems a bit uncanny to me because I'm so used to his Employee of the Month model. Chapter 2 sees Plankton discovering his whole Plan Z and getting his jetpack from behind Robobot, which is kind of silly seeing that he can't just walk around the thing, but hey, whatever. And then the game throws in a flying minigame, which is the only time this really happens if I recall, and is basically the Gary minigame from Battle, just reskinned here for Plankton instead. Considering this is just one reused minigame and the whole thing isn't just a clone of what they did for Battle, I can't say this is all that intrusive, but I will say that I think the writing of this game is pretty good.
That is all for now, wife. Return to your spousal duties at once.
By spousal duties, do you mean overlooking your many faults and watching you blunder your way through another doomed attempt to take over the world?
I have one word for you. Magnet.
You couldn't lift it.
There's a lot of that snark sprinkled throughout here. Nothing like those comments Sandy was making or anything, but definitely humorous for sure. And as if that wasn't enough, there also happens to be a certain somebody who makes an appearance at the Krusty Krab.
Hi, you look familiar. Where have I seen you before?
I come in here every day, and you say the same thing to me every day. That probably explains it.
No, I don't think that's it. Did you go to driving school last summer? Or the summer before? Or last fall? Or winter? Or spring?
Although he's probably a different character altogether, because despite having the same voice and model, there doesn't seem to be any form of acknowledgement to the previous game. But hey, either way, it's a cool reference that he's here at all. And finally, after all of that is finished, Chapter 3 moves on with SpongeBob crossing the county line and making his way to the Thug Tug to get back to the paddy wagon which is stolen from under their noses. Relative to Chapter 2, this one's pretty short, but I would like to commend a lot of backgrounds in the game in general. Not just in this chapter, but I love a lot of these backgrounds in the various settings with the deep blues and purples that really stand out to me. It's just a very visually appealing choice of colors that works so well together.
What are you two doing?
We're drinking rusty dirt water and trying to remember the words to a song.
Oh yeah? What song is that?
That's none of your business.
Is it the Goofy Goober song?
Yes. No, I mean, maybe.
Chapter 4 then takes place back in Neptune's palace, where instead of playing as Plankton, you're actually playing as Mindy this time, who's trying to escape her dad's castle so she can go warn SpongeBob and Patrick about what's happening in Bikini Bottom. This one's pretty self-explanatory though. So far so good, right? Well, now this is where things start to get interesting, because Chapter 5 completely diverts away from the standard story of the film, as now SpongeBob and Patrick find themselves in a foggy field of skulls and bones that they can't make their way through.
Have you noticed all the strangely shaped coral formations around here?
Those are skulls.
Well, whatever they're called, aren't they pretty?
They're dreadful.
That's not a very positive attitude.
So they need to stop over at this sunken hotel and help the guests out there so that they can enter this cave temple and acquire a magic orb that will let them get through the fog. It's definitely a strange turn of events and not one I was necessarily expecting. I mean, Dennis and the ice cream fish monster or the trench sequence altogether are just gone from this version entirely, instead being replaced with a semi-mystery subplot about this evil oyster bed that's located underneath the sunken ship hotel, which actually ends up just being one oyster in a bed, which I found to be pretty amusing. And once that's done, the game moves on to Chapter 6, which is the most oddball chapter in the entire game. It's literally about a bunch of invertebrates wanting to wage a war on this chiropractor fish that only treats patients with spines, and since invertebrates don't have them, they're upset because they won't be treated, even though it's literally to no benefit of themselves to be seen. And yet, it's wild how applicable this scenario is to the present day. But yeah, it's this whole subplot of SpongeBob joining the uprising who wants to take down the chiropractor, and honestly, it just feels so out of place because the number of connections to the film here sum to absolute zero. Seriously, it's so weird and out of place compared to the rest of the game, which, speaking of which, after this point, the last two chapters go by pretty quickly. Chapter 7 features SpongeBob and Patrick escaping from Shell City altogether and calling on David Hasselhoff, except unlike the console version and GBA version, this time around, he's literally just the...
I know a guy who knows a guy who knows a guy whose cousin once saw a picture of a footprint in the sand.
Really? That's enough evidence for me. How can we reach him?
He's not addressed by name, and he's not given an image, so he's just some guy that shows up. That's about the only thing of note I had for this one, so last but not least, the final chapter sees SpongeBob saving the day. It basically has you pulling together some guitar equipment so that you can free all of Bikini Bottom from Plankton's wrath, and then the final boss, if you can even call it that, is the most riveting challenge in the entire game. Riveting. Yeah, the game just sort of ends on this note, no pun intended, and it's kind of underwhelming. Of course, it also doesn't help that just like the console version, the cutscenes of this game are also still images narrated over top of by Tom Kenny, so that isn't earning it any bonus points. That being said, overall, I don't hate this game. Is it less exciting than Employee of the Month? Yeah. For me at least, but it still has some fun moments here and there. I'm certainly relieved that they went back to what worked instead of making another game like how Battle turned out on the PC, but that's about all I can say about this one. It's good, just not as good as the other point-and-click SpongeBob game.
This game has not yet been rated. There, I said it!
Today in Bikini Bottom, a casting director searches for an actor to play the lead role in an episode of The New Adventures of Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy.
SpongeBob.
This town ain't big enough for the two of us.
Hey, your day job? Don't quit it!
Eugene H. Krabs.
Hey, didn't I buy a Krabby Patty off of you last week?
Sheldon J. Plankton.
Oh, this stinks.
Security!
Following the release of the SpongeBob movie game trilogy, Nickelodeon was already planning their next big SpongeBob project. Battle for Bikini Bottom and the movie game both seemed to be pretty successful endeavors, so their plan of releasing a console, handheld, and PC game under the same moniker was going to continue into their next big release. One would imagine that they would stick with the formula that worked and keep Heavy Iron Studios around for yet another game release, but instead Nick Games decided to hand this one over to THQ Studios Australia instead, and well, this was the result.
Go through amazing adventures and go head-to-head against multiple players for a chance to be cast as the new villain in a new episode of The New Adventures of Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy.
Say goodbye to the 3D platformers because this here is a glorified minigame collection. Mario Party without the actual board game is the best way I would describe it. It's certainly something, a bit unexpected for the franchise, but I can definitely say the idea suits SpongeBob pretty well. I remember I really wanted this game as a kid when I would see the commercials for it, not really realizing that it was just a bunch of minigames instead of a full-blown 3D platformer like I had grown accustomed to with the previous two games. In retrospect, it's probably good that I never got this because I imagine my disappointment with it would have been a huge shock to me, and I might have had a stronger bias against it in making this video. I know for a fact that my childhood self misinterpreted the gameplay despite it being present right there in the commercials, but hey, that'd be my own fault. Luckily, things didn't play out that way, so there's nothing to worry about here. I don't have any sort of nostalgic bias. The main premise of Lights, Camera, Pants, or LCP as I'll be calling it from now on, features a movie producer known as Gil Hammerstein coming to Bikini Bottom to produce The New Adventures of Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy in order to find an actor to play the lead supervillain in the upcoming film. SpongeBob and friends are selected as the potential candidates that could compete for this role, only the auditions take place in the form of thematic minigames rather than the traditional acting out of scenes.
Yes, sir. Sure. We'll put all the contestants through their paces, see how they do in the 3 scenes, and the one that performs the best will get the part. Yes, sir. And the most popular contender overall will get the coveted supervillain role.
When initially starting story mode, players have the option to play alongside up to 3 other human players who can tag along for the ride, or choose to make the other 3 opponents controlled by the AI. And I'll say right now that I'm 99% positive this game is far more enjoyable playing it with friends rather than all alone against 3 computer players because I definitely see the value of having a competitive story mode like this. Playable characters include SpongeBob, Patrick, Squidward, Sandy, Mr. Krabs, and Plankton, with all of them being identical when it comes to the minigames, so no character has a distinct advantage over another. Now, before diving into the story mode of the game further, I do want to establish the way that the game's mode is presented.
The Krusty Krab, home of the world-famous Krabby Patty, and today it is...
Hey, buddy! I'm narrating this scene!
Pardon? Ooh, sorry, my mistake. Please, carry on.
Thank you. The Krusty Krab! Here we find Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy sent to find the sneaky hermit. But the hermit is not here. Only tasty and nutritious meals at affordable prices.
Ooh, monsieur, that was very good.
Why, thank you. I have had some training and... Hey, is this thing still on?
Ooh, the barnacles.
This mode takes place over 8 contests that are held at distinct locations scattered around Bikini Bottom. Each contest contains 3 minigames that are used to score the party's individual performances, with the character earning the most popularity points at the end, landing the specific side role that is designated to that specific location. For instance, the prison scene of the film is hosted by Don the Whale, who appears on TV talking to Gil about who ultimately won the competition for the role in that scene. The winning character then gets to appear in said scene of the film, which plays immediately after finishing that section of the game. Other locations like Goo Lagoon are hosted by Larry the Lobster, and Jellyfish Fields, which is hosted by Kevin the Sea Cucumber. So you can basically expect all 8 locations of the game to play out like this. Opening cutscene with Gil talking to the host of the location, 3 minigames get played in order to compete for whoever lands the role, cutscene of the host telling Gil who won, and then watching that particular scene of the movie play out with the winner in that character's role. Since I was playing as SpongeBob, SpongeBob ended up appearing in most of the cutscenes for me, although I did end up losing once to Patrick and Sandy overall, so they actually got to earn a spot in the movie as well. This inherently means that, yes, LCP has 6 potential cutscenes for all 8 scenes in the game, with each character playing the role with their own take on it. That means that the movie that I made while playing the game for this video could end up being completely different in comparison to the movie that someone watching this video may have or will experience. Honestly, I gotta say, I have mad respect for that sort of thing. Like, not only the fact that the team at THQ Australia took the time to write and animate 6 different versions of the same cutscene, but also weave it into the story mode of the game so that the winner of the minigames actually earns the right to be that character in that scene of the film. That's really cool. It's a genuine incentive for trying to win. Like, it accounts for all 6 playable characters being the potential winner and having the fruits of their efforts rewarded with them appearing in the cutscene. It's pretty respectable. I'm a sucker for having multiple outcomes in a game that lead to different paths or results, so this is absolutely a welcome idea for me.
If you're very quiet, I'll help you.
Curse that name.
Good job. Follow me. Hermit crabs carry a lot on their backs, so they're always in danger of tipping over.
I see. When I wear my glasses, which I've lost again.
Now, I should at least note that the portrayal of the story was a bit confusing at first to me, specifically with the scene of the character interacting with Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy, because the game doesn't tell you this, I think, but by around the 3rd level, I finally figured out what is going on. The game is presented around the premise of making a movie, and the thing about making most movies is that they are typically filmed out of order. The scene of Patrick serving as the waiter of the Undersea Heroes actually takes place in the middle of the film, despite it being the first level in the game. That is really cool. So I also have respect for the game for following along the movie making process in that way. Again, I wasn't aware this was going on at first, so I kinda lost it in the story in the beginning, but once that idea clicked with me and I realized what was going on, I was so welcoming to it. At the end of the story mode, the game plays out the full movie that you compiled over the course of the story mode, with the villain being played by the overall winner of the 8 challenge areas. The plot of the film itself is pretty interesting though, as it features Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy getting arrested for being accused of stealing the Sand Stadium, only to realize that it was actually stolen by a new supervillain, the Sneaky Hermit, whose goal is to capture the entirety of Bikini Bottom and place it on its back. Eventually, the whole town is stolen and Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy defeat the Hermit by making it sneeze with pepper. Relatively short and standard fare for what you'd expect, although once again Mermaid Man is not voiced by his voice actor from the show, Ernest Borgnine, but rather Joe Alasky, who does a good enough job, but again is noticeable that it's not his original voice.
First, I think we've got a hermit to catch. We'll start with the beach, 'cause hermits love the beach. To the invisible boatmobile! Away!
What's even cooler about the movie aspect of LCP though is that there's actually a movie maker that you can eventually unlock in the game that lets you just customize your entire movie. So if you want a film where Mr. Krabs is the main character of every scene, you can do that. There are over 10 million possible combinations of movies out there that you can make, so it's entirely possible a lot of viewers watching may have experienced a film that nobody ever has in the history of this game being played. After completing story mode on bronze rank, you unlock silver rank, and then from silver rank, you unlock gold rank. Ultimately, the only differences boiled down to them getting harder due to things like the point requirements and minigame difficulty increasing, but otherwise it's the exact same story all 3 times to my knowledge. The gameplay itself is kind of a mixed bag. Like I said before, the game essentially boils down to Mario Party without the board, which, I don't know, in my opinion the board is where most of the fun comes from between the strategizing and earning stars and using items and things like that. The minigames are fun too, but not so much on their own, so I was kind of hoping there'd be some sort of aspect like that here, but no, it's literally just 3 minigames and then you're on to the next area. It's almost reminiscent of the PC version of Battle in a way, although those were all single player games, whereas this has a multiplayer dominant focus to it. it. Most of the games are fine though, and typically themed around one of the 8 areas like I mentioned. For instance, the Krusty Krab is a minigame where you flip Krabby Patties to your partner and then have to catch the ones they flip back to you. There's one where you have to take the customer orders and serve them accordingly, as well as one where you have to bounce junk onto the storage shelf up above the cash register. These are all 2v2 minigames by the way, which only accounts for half of the total possible minigames available. No 1 vs 3 games are present here, which Mario Party veterans might have expected, but 2v2 and 4-player free-for-alls certainly are, and make up the total minigame pool, of which there are 30. Now, because story mode is only 8 levels with 3 minigames each, that means there are 6 unlockable minigames that are not present in the story mode that you can obtain by either purchasing them in the shop or using the code to unlock everything, like I did. I don't really feel the need to go through every single minigame in LCP and explain what they all are because I feel the gameplay footage speaks for itself. And I don't want to be here all day rating my enjoyment of 30 plus minigames when I'm already talking about 50 individual video games here. But I do at least want to acknowledge some of my favorites like the Goo Lagoon minigames where you have to race through volleyball nets or help the bodybuilders on Muscle Beach by placing the various weights on their bars for them. I also enjoyed Mrs. Puff's bike stunts and racing minigames, and I thought the Chum Bucket games and prison setting games were pretty good too. Honestly, the only minigames I genuinely didn't enjoy were Squilliam's rhythm games, but I have a little segment coming up that goes more in depth on my feelings towards those when I talk about the GBA version here in a minute. All I will say now is thankfully these aren't mandatory to win in order to progress through the game, as this was one of the rare instances where Sandy ended up beating me and scoring the role instead of me. The only other instance where the computer beat me was Patrick on the very first challenge in the Krusty Krab, but the only reason he won out over me is because all 3 Krusty Krab minigames are 2v2, and I was paired with him all 3 times. So, we had the same score by the end and had the winner decided by a purely luck-based game of rock, paper, scissors. I mean, there was nothing I could do about losing or winning that. It was pure luck.
3, 2, 1. Paper covers rock.
The game also boosts the tournament mode, which skips the story and just allows you to play numerous minigames in a row, with the player earning the most points at the end being declared the winner, as well as a single audition mode, which lets you play any game that you've unlocked, one at a time. There are also some extras available in the form of artwork or action figures, which are neat little knickknacks that you can take a look at as a novelty, but hold no impact on the actual quality of the game. Just little bragging rights that you get for unlocking them. Overall, I say that LCP gives a pretty satisfactory experience that I have no doubt would be infinitely more fun with a group of people. None of the minigames stick out as bad necessarily because everything for the most part is fairly balanced for all 4 players, and I might have had some great memories of playing this game with my friends when I was younger if I owned it, but that's assuming I wouldn't have wound up disappointed with it like I mentioned. I liked it, a lot more than I was initially expecting. It may have only taken 3.5 hours to see everything there was to see, but the possibility of other characters potentially causing cutscenes to change definitely gives the game a strong replay factor. It's a fun time. But I'm gonna be completely honest. The GBA version of this game is probably my least favorite game I've had to play thus far. It's not the worst game here, that's still maintained by Revenge of the Flying Dutchman, but playing this game was an absolute miserable experience for me. As with the console game, LCP on the GBA attempts to follow a similar storyline with SpongeBob and friends needing to work together with Gil for his upcoming film. However, where this game ultimately fails is that it doesn't know what it wants to be. It's a half-hearted minigame collection that only contains a fraction of the minigames compared to the console version, while the other half of the game is just a shameful successor? I wouldn't even use that word to be honest. To the platforming mechanics of the GBA SpongeBob movie game. Reused sprites for SpongeBob and Patrick are present here, as well as other reused assets, which is fine. I mean, the game was developed by WayForward again, and I don't have a problem with this because Sandy and Squidward get new sprites as well as all the levels and minigames, so there's only a small amount of recycling here. But the story remains largely the same, only this time instead of the characters just trying to land roles in the film, they're given the additional task of trying to track down where the missing heroes Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy went because they disappeared prior to the shoot. The game consists of 4 levels this time around: Mermalair, Shady Shoals, Goo Lagoon, and the Sound Stage, with each containing 4 levels made up of platforming, driving, and a boss fight. Additional minigames can also be unlocked in each world as well, and the character who wins at the end of the minigame earns a role in the film. Mr. Krabs and Plankton are not playable in this version of the game, however, but the other 4 are present and accounted for. Also, it turns out that unlike the console version where the sneaky hermit was being played by one of the main characters, this time around he's actually real, and the duo ends up having to defeat him for real at the end of the game. Minor spoilers, I know, I'm sorry, but it's really not that big a deal. There's not a lot of depth to this story. My main issue with the GBA version of LCP is that the level design of the platforming absolutely sucks. What the hell happened here? Ultimately, I chalk this up to the fact that the SpongeBob movie had the players dealing with one moveset throughout the whole game, so the devs could develop the levels in accordance with that. However, the main draw of LCP is that it boasts a whopping 4 playable characters, each with their own abilities and movesets. You got SpongeBob, who can float through the air by expanding like he does when checking the tire pressure and pizza delivery, as well as slide along the ground to get under tight spaces. Each character also has a basic attack, with SpongeBob's hitting on both sides of him. Patrick can throw an ice cream cone in an arc as his main attack, as well as do a cartwheel for a dash and ground pound in the air. Sandy uses her lasso. That's it. Of the 4 characters, she's easily the most underwhelming. And Squidward can jump in an upward diagonal direction in the air twice, as well as use his clarinet as a long-distance projectile. Pretty versatile movesets, right? Well, here's the thing. The game operates on Donkey Kong Country mechanics, and what I mean by that is each character can only get hit twice instead of once, and then they're out of play until you can recover them. Well, unfortunately, only Patrick can ground pound. Only SpongeBob can fit under tight spaces. This means that if you do not have these characters available to you because they got hit too many times, you cannot get past certain parts of the level and lose access to collectibles or routes that you otherwise would have had access to if you took those earlier hits as a different character, unbeknownst to you that you needed them. That being said, I recommend you play as Sandy for 90% of the game and only switch into these other characters when you need to, because at least from what I came across, Sandy wasn't really required for anything. There are TV sets which bring characters back, but they spawn far too infrequently to where this does become an issue. In DKC, when you lose one of your characters, there's usually a barrel not too far off that'll let you bring them back unless you're near the end of the stage, so you're not hurting for too long. Here, I think I found a TV set on average less than once per level, and there's no healing items whatsoever, so if you take a hit as one character and swap to someone else in hopes that you can find like a first aid kit where you swap back to the first character to heal them or something, no such thing exists. Every character gets one free hit, and on the second one, they're out. And maybe, just maybe if you're lucky, you'll get to bring one of the characters back before the end. If you lose 2 or 3 in a stage, you're definitely not getting them all back. And honestly, when you do come across a TV set, if you've lost more than one character, you're actually better off just taking the extra life from it and purposely dying, because then you essentially get both characters back and you're at the same life count you were before the TV set, rather than taking the one and continuing to move forwards. Sure, it might set you back like a minute or 2, but I don't know, that seems kind of worth it, to be honest. There went my cat. There's a handful of worlds with different levels, but I'm going to be completely honest with you. I only got to see half of them, and I'll tell you why. Forced rhythm games. I'm gonna come out and say it. I suck at rhythm games. I do. I absolutely do not enjoy them because I'm not good at them. I never have been, and I never will be. It's too difficult for me to know to press left arrow and A, followed immediately by R, and then B, and then down, down, left, right, A plus R, down, right, B, 4, A, Q, semicolon. My brain just gets jumbled and confused when playing these types of games. I can't follow it. And guess what? In this game, rhythm games are mandatory in order to beat Man Ray and progress with the story. In LCP for the console version, that wasn't the case. I lost to Sandy, sure, but I was able to continue playing the game in the story mode. In the GBA version, well, I sat here for about 20 minutes trying to beat the second world's rhythm game boss, only to fail over and over again because the second half just starts throwing in combos that I can't keep up with. And I was playing on normal, not easy for the record, so maybe it wouldn't have been as bad, but I wasn't about to replay the first 2 worlds of a painfully unfun platformer just to get to World 3. Rhythm games should never be a mandatory requirement to beat a game that's otherwise a completely different genre. Optional, sure, but as the game's main boss fights? No, it's terrible. Especially because the main story is otherwise comprised of platforming and a little bit of driving. Actually, this feels like a cop-out. Like, there couldn't have been any effort put into making real boss fights, so instead it's just rhythm game after rhythm game. How lame is that? It's the same exact thing in World 1 as World 2. And look, I'm not trying to hate on rhythm games or anything. They can be a lot of fun for their audience. It's just that I couldn't be further from being a part of that audience. I don't like them, but it's okay that everyone else does. No hard feelings. I'm aware it's my own physical limitation that prevents me from enjoying them. The driving challenge, though, isn't as bad. You get to drive from a top-down perspective and either chase down Man Ray while avoiding his projectiles or get to a destination within the time limit. But I will admit that it's kind of annoying too when the stock just comes out of nowhere and you only have 1/10 of a second to react and move out of the way before crashing into it. And the spin-out animation lasts for way too long. Sometimes you just go rocketing backwards and it wastes like 10 seconds of your time just to get back to where you were prior to spin out, and it doesn't need to be that punishing. The rest of the minigames are unremarkable too. I mean, you can build Krabby Patties, bounce them into a bin. The final boss requires you to shift side to side out of the way to avoid debris. Oh, by the way, if you're wondering how I got there, Game Shark codes. But that being said, they're pretty unsubstantial minigames and nothing I really enjoyed playing. They aren't hair-pulling like Man Ray's rhythm game was for me, but all in all, I really detest this one. Even without the rhythm game, the platforming levels suck compared to the SpongeBob movie, and I would much sooner return to that handheld game instead of this nonsense. I will never play this game again as long as I live. I can guarantee you that. And I'm sure you probably know the whole song and dance by now. Major SpongeBob video game release gets a console, handheld, and PC version that are all similar to each other in theme, but play drastically different from one another. Yep, LCP is no different here, with the PC version once again being developed by our good friends at Aw Games. I've enjoyed most of their titles so far, so coming into their take on LCP had me decently curious about the game to see what they did this time around. Was this going to be like Battle, where it's nothing more than just sectioned off minigames, or Employee of the Month, where it's a full-blown point-and-click adventure game? Or like the movie, where it tries to follow a similar story to the console version, but ends up taking turns in completely different directions that don't seem to make that much sense? Well, what if I told you it does all three? LCP for the PC follows, barely, the same story as the console version. This time around though, SpongeBob ends up visiting Shady Shoals where he talks to Gil Hammerstein, although Gil in this version not only looks different, but sounds completely different too.
Bubble Bass! I couldn't have picked a greater culinary connoisseur to judge the best waiter.
No, you could not.
No! I only do studio filming, you crawfish! Filming on location is for chumheads that can't act their way out of a fishbowl. Have you seen The Last Ocean Wars? Ah! No! I'm upset!
Nolan North did not do the voiceover work for the PC version, and it's pretty easy to notice. This Gil falls way more in line with the stereotypical movie producer type that you'd expect to see instead of the more sheepish Gil that appears in the console version. Either way, SpongeBob ends up promising this guy to round up a cast of characters in order to make the show, not movie, it's a show in this version, a success, and from there he sets out to do just that. Now here's where the game completely breaks off into its own separate thing. The game is a point-and-click adventure just like the movie and reuses a lot of assets, music, and even backgrounds from previous games here, although the majority of it is still relatively new environments in total fairness. The game isn't broken down into linear chapters like before, but rather 4 different zones of Bikini Bottom, each with their own set of 4 or 5 locations: north, south, east, and west. There's plenty of new locations like I mentioned, such as the Reef Theater, Mrs. Puff's Boating School, the Fry Cook Museum, Tentacle Acres, and the Jellyfish Convention, mixed in with previous scene locations like the Krusty Krab, Jellyfish Fields, Goo Lagoon, and the Bargain Mart. So it's a healthy mix for what that's worth.
What's wrong, Mr. Krabs?
I'd like to tell you, me boy, but it's just too horrible to put into words.
Oh no! What is it? Is the Krusty Krab closing down?
No.
Did a customer find a scale in the galley grub again?
It's much worse, lad.
I can't take it anymore! What is it?
All right, I'll tell you. But I'm warning you, this news ain't for the faint of heart. I can't count me money anymore!
Each of the 4 sections of the map, for the most part, stay relatively contained to themselves and feature various quest lines of each character asking SpongeBob to get this item and bring it to them so they can give him another item to progress on to the next part of the quest line, such as in the west area where SpongeBob needs to get Sandy some chocolate-covered nuts, but in order to get the chocolate, the player needs to go to the theater to get chocolate, and then while there, SpongeBob discovers a phone number to Tentacle Acres, which he needs to use the phone at Mrs. Puff's boating school in order to call the guard there and distract him, which in turn allows him to get inside to meet Squidward, who wants hot cocoa that needs whipped cream, which can be found at the Bargain Mart, but in order to go there, SpongeBob also needs to complete more tasks to unlock it, and you get the idea. There are a few exceptions here and there where the player is required to go to a different section of Bikini Bottom in order to complete a quest line, but I think that only occurs on average about once per area. For instance, in order to get the treasure map for the campers at the dig site, you need to go help the treasure hunter at Goo Lagoon, which is in a completely different region. By and large, there is not much of a deep story to any of these quests though, as I assure you the only reason you're completing these tasks is to get each person to help you join in the cast of the film. Every time you help an NPC, whether it be giving Larry an energy boost with a special drink or answering this jester's questions at the museum, you gain the ability to ask them to be a part of the filming process, which unlocks them as a potential candidate when it comes time to put the movie together. Just like the console version, different characters can play different roles, only this time instead of having a set number of roles that 6 characters can play, this time there are set roles that are all decided at the beginning by the player. Certain characters can only play certain roles, however, like for instance, only SpongeBob or Mermaid Man can play Mermaid Man. Mr. Krabs is only available as one of 5 potential newscasters. There's some pretty amusing choices you can have here though, including this old woman who plays Man Ray, or Squog being the stunt double during the massive fight scene.
No!
You cannot withstand this awesome surface tension!
You'll pay for that!
Ha! I've seen better moves from a baby seal!
All of the characters in the cast, aside from SpongeBob himself, are characters you help within various quest lines, but be warned that you unfortunately can't have a movie where SpongeBob plays every character. Once a character is selected for a role, that locks them out of every other role, so choose wisely.
Boy, are you ready? Reroll, rerun, there, or another, Bobby, Baba.
The cutscenes also follow the same exact progression as the console story, only instead of a concert stadium being stolen, it's Shady Shoals instead, and I believe the Krusty Krab scene was also changed to Shady Shoals too. However, the story still follows Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy being framed, teaming up with the Dirty Bubble and Man Ray, meeting a biologist, and going to the Chum Bucket, then ultimately defeating the Sneaky Hermit with Pepper, so at the very least there was still some consistency there. Oddly enough, this technically means that the PC version of LCP is simultaneously the least accurate and most accurate in terms of story, depending on which story you're talking about. The side quests that have SpongeBob running around have literally nothing to do with the plot and only serve as a means to an end, with the characters joining the cast after they've been helped. Don't get me wrong, there are certain things about it that I enjoy, such as getting to go through the time travel portal and seeing SpongeGar, Patar, and Squog, or hopping aboard the Flying Dutchman ship, and there are plenty of references to the show like you'd expect, so by no means is it a bad game. I suppose there is some semblance of the console version in the sense that there exist about 8 or so minigames in the entire game, half of which just seemingly pop up out of nowhere. I think you're required to beat all of them to beat the game, but these are hands down the worst minigames out of every single SpongeBob PC game. Yes, worse than Battle for Bikini Bottom. Yes, worse than Operation Krabby Patty. These are hands down a total broken mess. These minigames are either so easy you could beat them with your hands tied behind your back, or broken that they're just a chore to play, like the one game where you need to pick up anchors without getting hit. The hitboxes on these rocks are absolutely bonkers. I mean, look at that. I was nowhere near it. And then the games like popping the dirty bubbles or catching the jellyfish are so forgettable that you beat them and then it feels like you've done nothing of significance with your life and you're just left eager to get back to the point and click portion of the game instead. Oh, and then there's just checkers.
Hooray! Hooray! Awesome!
Yep. It's checkers. Honestly, I don't hate LCP on PC, but then again, I'm just kind of partial to these games to begin with because I'm a fan of the genre that most of them take after. They're definitely not amazing in any sense of the word, but I think they're enjoyable little distractions that give me enough fun for a brief hour or two. Ultimately, the trilogy of LCP games are an interesting bunch that range from absolute despair to pretty fun competition. I don't really love any of these games, but getting to play 2 out of the 3 of them at least made me glad to have had the experience of doing so overall, I'd call these games a win. Except the GBA version. That one can go get
All this stuff is mine, 'cause I am evil, see? I am the sneaky hermit! Wahaha! And soon, my little friend, soon! You know, I should get that chair fixed. Meow. Soon, all of Bikini Bottom will be on my back. Wahaha! Why did you leave me? You took our home, and now I'm evil, and I just want to steal all of Bikini Bottom and... Meow. Oh, visitors.
Next up, I'm covering another SpongeBob video game that I owned as a kid, and actually the last SpongeBob game I ever owned until 2020. Spongebob Squarepants: The Yellow Avenger for the Nintendo DS and PlayStation Portable, released in 2005 and 2006 respectively. I in particular own the DS version as I've never actually had a PSP. Now, despite there being 2 versions present here on relatively different systems, both games do ultimately boil down to the almost same experience. For the purposes of this video, I will primarily be using the PSP version of the game that I'm doing most of the talking about, simply because it's the more graphically appealing due to the high resolution and lower pixel aliasing, as well as the widescreen format being more visually convenient for video purposes as opposed to the vertical 2-screen layout of the DS that only takes up a small fraction of it. That being said, I will still be acknowledging differences with the DS version towards the end of this section, but aside from what I mentioned, both games are essentially the same experience. The story of the game goes like this. The Dirty Bubble rushes by SpongeBob's pineapple one morning carrying Barnacle Boy away as a hostage along with Mermaid Man's belt. Thankfully, Barnacle Boy manages to drop the conch signal near SpongeBob, so he is able to call Mermaid Man to the rescue. After waiting like an entire day. Eventually, the two make it to a nearby laundromat where they corner the Dirty Bubble in a washing machine with Mermaid Man's belt, causing what SpongeBob would have thought to be the solution by rinsing the bubble clean to instead actually be the worst thing he could have done, as the Dirty Bubble bursts into a huge explosion of tiny Dirty Bubbles that fly out of the laundromat and invade Bikini Bottom. Thus, it's up to SpongeBob, donning Mermaid Man's gear and superpowers, to stop it all as the Yellow Avenger. And unfortunately, as exciting as playing a superhero game may sound, this is far from it. Remember how the PC version of LCP was essentially a monotonous fetch quest game full of walking around and backtracking all over the place? Well, the reason I went so easy on the fetch quest aspect of that game is because I remember it being so much worse here. And it is. Oh man, I did not enjoy this game as a kid, and coming back to it now, my opinion did not change whatsoever. This game is so bland. It barely holds my attention, let alone a child's. The combat is boring, the platforming is less than extraordinary, and the superpowers are so lame and underwhelming. So let's talk about it. I'll do gameplay first before I get into the mission structure because, why not? The Yellow Avenger is a 2.5D platformer, kinda like SuperSponge, that sees SpongeBob running around Bikini Bottom cleaning up the mess of dirty bubbles and helping out some characters along the way as this new superhero persona that he's given himself. Unlike SuperSponge, however, instead of being from a level-to-level experience, this is more or less an open world. You can go to anywhere at any time, and it's honestly to the game's detriment. As is standard fare for SpongeBob video games at this point, Yes, the game takes place across many locations like downtown Bikini Bottom, Jellyfish Fields, you get the idea. So this isn't really a surprise. The only truly interesting location, I guess, is the Industrial Park, which was even used at all. It's appeared in a few games by now, but at this time when SpongeBob was airing, the Industrial Park literally appeared in like one quick shot of pre-hibernation week, and I'm pretty sure that's it. It was never a main location in the series, so the fact that it comes up so much in the video games, it's actually really weird to me. Like, it wasn't even the setting of one episode like other locations have been. No, it was literally a backdrop for one stunt that Sandy and SpongeBob did for all of 5 seconds, and somehow it just kept getting brought back. I don't know. There are other locations that could have been used, but oh well. That aside, the locations are actually pretty dull and uninteresting to traverse through. The level design of these areas is ridiculously basic. The backgrounds feel somewhat empty, being limited to these side-scrolling paths that can lead to some abysmal camera angles that just makes avoiding enemies a total nightmare. Yeah, it's just not good, and SpongeBob's moveset certainly doesn't help anything. So basically, this is what SpongeBob can do. He can double jump, and he can harness mini dirty bubbles and or jellyfish to him like a magnet by holding down the square button. He doesn't have any attacks, he can't ground pound, he can't do anything except jump. The only other abilities he gets throughout the whole game is the ability to use superpowers, which is an extremely monotonous and counterintuitive process to activate, to the point where I audibly start to groan every time I have to utilize one for all of the following reasons. These aren't abilities that you just get and unlock as part of SpongeBob's moveset. Oh no! These are context-sensitive panels that can only be activated when you stand on them, meaning that SpongeBob can't just go around throwing water balls all willy-nilly, which would be the fun thing to do. No, instead you have to go to one of these panels and input a 4-button combination in order to activate the ability for a whopping 5 seconds. Why is there a 4-button combination here? I have no idea. It doesn't serve any purpose in terms of enhancing the gameplay, and it's the same combination every single time for every single power. Every time I come to a sea creature panel, I'm already ready to just match the X square combo as fast as I can because it never changes. I realize it's not that intrusive to press 4 buttons instead of 1, but A, if it makes no difference other than taking more of my time away, then it doesn't need to be there, and B, once you realize that you're activating these buttons dozens and dozens of times over the course of the game, it really starts to add up as it becomes more noticeable. But at least it's not the DS version, because in that one, these button combos don't exist. In fact, it's probably the reason why these button combos exist in the PSP version, as a replacement, not a removal. In the DS version, you have to draw the symbol of the superpower with absolute precision. Hey guys, this is me cutting in post really quick. I was initially going to show footage of me going through the game case and the instruction manual like I did with Battle for Bikini Bottom and the Spongebob movie game, but apparently I don't have the game anymore. As I was going through all of my old DS cases, I can't find it anywhere, so apparently I must have sold that game back to GameStop too at the same time I got rid of Battle for Bikini Bottom for the GBA, because for all I know, I hated the game so much when I was younger that I got rid of it. Anyway, on with the video. It also doesn't help that the superpowers are timed. Yes, timed. After SpongeBob activates a panel, he gets to use the ability for about 5 to 10 seconds before it dissipates, meaning if you don't accomplish your goal in the allotted time of the power, you gotta run back to that power panel, input a 4-button combo, and then run back to where you were, which probably ate up half of your power's timer anyways. You pretty much get one shot, and if you mess up, you gotta do it all over again. Although, in all fairness, you can extend the length of your superpower timer. That's what harnessing the little dirty bubbles are for. See, since your only means of attack comes in the form of water balls or jumping, your primary form of damaging enemies in the game is going to come in the form of jumping on them. All the time. All of the enemies in this game, they're the exact same kind. A sea creature being tormented by 1, 2, or 3 of these bubbles, and every time SpongeBob jumps on one of them, one of the bubbles comes loose. So that can mean some enemies may take multiple hits in order to hurt. Oh, and I guess there's technically eels, but you can't hurt those, so that's about it. Once the bubble is loose, SpongeBob can harness it, adding it to his counter in the top right corner, adding roughly 1 second to the superpower timer. So my best recommendation is to end every power early when you activate them if you're done with it, just so you can save this timer for when you might really need it during a longer platforming challenge. You know what would make this whole idea better though? Is if each superpower had a number of dirty bubbles as a cost to use it. For instance, throwing a water ball would cost you 1 dirty bubble. Maybe calling sea creatures of the deep would cost you 3. It's a much better concept, and there's no timer to it. Like, you just get to do it whenever you want and there's no pressure. I think that would have been a much better decision. Just saying. The different superpowers in the game come in the form of water balls, like I mentioned, they're projectiles SpongeBob can throw, telepathy with sea creatures, which allows SpongeBob to call these clams on screen to act as platforms across large gaps, super strength, which is really just granting SpongeBob the ability to lift boxes and throw them, and super speed, which isn't nearly as exciting as it sounds. When you activate it, you can just stand on these platforms and enemies slow down a bit, but the power's timer moves like twice as fast as all the others, so you hardly get to enjoy it. Yeah, needless to say, they're pretty underwhelming, but that's nowhere near as underwhelming as the actual mission structure of the game. The Yellow Avenger is literally Cryptic Fetch Quest, the video game, because that is the entire experience. You're traveling from location to location, talking to a character who then says, "Go get this item or deliver this thing to this person and then come back and talk to me." And then when you do, it either gives you 2 new quests, or you gain access to a new area, or you're told to go see a different person who has a new quest for you, back and forth, back and forth. There is so much backtracking in this game that it makes completing the General White mission from Paper Mario the Thousand Year Door 5 times in a row more appealing by comparison. But the worst part of this isn't just the backtracking, it's that every time you defeat one of the major bosses in this game, whether it be Man Ray, the Sinister Slug, the Jumbo Shrimp, or the Atomic Flounder, all of the NPCs in Bikini Bottom swap locations. So you would have known Squidward was in his home before during chapter 1, but after the first chapter's over, you run by and all of a sudden he's gone and Squilliam is out there waiting for him. Where did Squidward go? Well, you don't know. In truth, he could be literally anywhere. It is such an inconvenient way to pad out gameplay, and even though SpongeBob's movement speed isn't unbearably sluggish, you're going to want to utilize those bus stops as much as you possibly can to save yourself some time. And the boss fights too. Man Ray's fine as a first boss, but the Sinister Slug and Atomic Flounder, they don't even have fights. You literally just find the guys sitting behind a wall and then they're like, "Okay, bye." Like, what? You're just tasked with capturing an arbitrary number of dirty bubbles and then they each magically spawn where you need them to without any sort of challenge whatsoever. The only other 2 boss fights are against the Jumbo Shrimp, which is admittedly fun, and the final boss against the Dirty Bubble, which is the exact same fight as the Jumbo Shrimp, except in reverse. The Jumbo Shrimp requires you to turn off these generators and the Dirty Bubble requires you to turn them on. Yeah, wow. That's super disappointing as a final boss fight. Now, as far as the version differences go, like I said, they both follow the same story. The DS version, however, is of course a lower screen resolution and takes place over the course of 2 screens instead of 1, with the second screen serving as your menu that is pulled up by pressing the triangle version in the PSP version. In the DS game, it's there at all times. You can definitely tell while playing the PSP version that this game was a DS game first, by the way, because there's the inclusion of several micro games, I guess you could call them, where you need to milk a jellyfish to acquire jelly, which by the way is the only way you get any health recovery in this game, or something as simple as interacting with a chest, turning off the lights, taking change off of a table to give to Mr. Krabs, etc. All of these were essentially changed from touchscreen activities in the DS version to simple button prompts on the PSP. Honestly, I think this change is for the better though, because I remember having so many issues with my original red DS's touchscreen always being terribly unsynchronized, which made playing touchscreen games like this an absolute chore. Especially those superpower panels like I mentioned earlier. I distinctly know at least 3 separate occasions I just dropped this game and stopped playing it for months because I couldn't activate a freaking power-up with my touchscreen. Thankfully, when I got my DS Lite, this became a non-issue, but the top screen on that broke like 2 years into owning it, so for the last decade, I've either had to choose between a broken top screen, a broken bottom screen, or my sister's pink DS Lite that she gave me like 4 years ago. Other than these minor differences, they basically are the exact same game. The PSP version also supposedly offers 3 multiplayer minigames, but unfortunately I can't play them in single player mode, so I couldn't get any footage of them. But yeah, honestly, I don't really care, because I'm so done with this one. I get that there are fans of this game out there, but I'm sorry, I just don't see it, and I'm saying that as somebody who grew up with the damn thing. Oh, and lest I forget to mention the absolute trash collision detection in this game's platforming. I mean, oh my goodness, this is terrible. The sheer number of times you get caught on the edge of a platform just because you barely clipped it is unbelievable. There are literally spots where you can't even jump straight up because the detection of the terrain is so bad. So yeah, the Yellow Avenger ain't getting a positive review from me. I hope I never have to play this one ever again. Alright guys, for this next game I have a bit of a confession to make to you all. I really tried, but I just could not manage to play Spongebob Squarepants Diner Dash no matter what I did. Between trying to search around for a working copy of the game to my high-end computer's unwillingness to run the one version of it I did manage to obtain, I just could not get this game to work. So for the purposes of this video, I'm going to be borrowing footage of the game from this fellow YouTuber I'm listing on screen now. Unfortunately, because I haven't played the game myself, I want to provide the disclaimer that I'm only going off of what I see based on this footage and don't have much experience to truly share. SpongeBob's Diner Dash is actually based on another game developed by the same developer, Play First, that is simply known as Diner Dash. So we kind of have the same exact idea as like SpongeBob Collapse, for instance. That being said, the game doesn't appear to be all that special, as it's basically just your typical serve all the customers minigame, where you go around, take orders, bring them food, collect the cash, and move on to the next customer. Basically Restaurant Simulator 2006 with SpongeBob. There are various levels with different layouts that provide for added challenge, but overall the gameplay never really seems to change other than the positioning and amount of customers on screen. The NPCs come in different types, but the recolors honestly look kinda bad. Heck, the whole production of the game is pretty undercooked, but this game was supposedly available on the Nick Arcade, so that's where it originated before it made its way onto the PC. There isn't much story to this one either. Mr. Krabs basically just keeps opening up more restaurants for SpongeBob to work at, only to in the end find out that it was all a dream, and Mr. Krabs still only has the one Krusty Krab to make all of his money. So yes, this game is pulling the "it was all a dream" trope card out in full force here, just like Creature did. I'm not really interested in this game at all, seeing as it's rather bland and not my preferred genre due to its simplicity, but I suppose I can at least go on to mention that this game eventually had a sequel released for it, which basically features more locations, more challenges, new assets, same core gameplay built in at the center, and then after that, they converted this to a mobile game that received various updates between the years of 2009 and 2014 before the game eventually stopped getting supported following that final update. Seeing as I'm not covering mobile games, I don't plan to go into this one any further, but I consider this a special case given its sheer number of releases on various platforms, not to mention the absolute multitude of ads that Nickelodeon was pushing for this game back when it came out. Maybe it's just me, but I swear I remember this game being advertised like crazy back in the mid-2000s. It was like every single ad break featured a commercial pushing this game on the Nick Arcade hard. Or maybe it was the mobile game in 2009. I don't remember because that was forever ago, but I distinctly do know that there was an endless supply of commercials for one version of this game for sure, and I got sick of it. Either way, that's all I really wanted to say on this one. It managed to squeak its way in here on a technicality, but it's very basic all things considered, and there's not much more to really say about it compared to the other games on this list, so moving on.
Play as SpongeBob, Patrick, Plankton, Squidward, or Sharky. Keep business booming and 2 times hits the road. But pleasing picky patrons means the service can't be slow. New customizable restaurants, new challenges, new power-ups. Try SpongeBob Diner Dash 2 for free now at the Nick Arcade.
Another fun-filled day in Bikini Bottom comes to a close, and it is time for SpongeBob to enjoy some much-needed rest. But wait one moment. It seems as though our little yellow friend is on his way to boating school. SpongeBob desires so badly to get his boating license, only to fail miserably each time. Alas, I cannot bear to watch another doomed attempt. Bah!
Next up comes a game that, truth be told, I had zero idea even existed. That being a game released in 2006 for PC known as Nighty Nightmare. Or unknown in this case, I guess it would be. What's interesting about this title is that in reality, it's actually intended to be the PC version of Creature from the Krusty Krab, the games I'll be talking about next after I'm finished with this one. Later releases of this game would later go on to be given the cover art and title of the console release, but considering it was initially released in August 2006, it technically came out first, which is why I'm covering it in this order. Either way, Nighty Nightmare is All Games' last showing in this video, unfortunately, as following this title, they went on to make one last game with Nickelodeon in the form of Avatar: The Last Airbender, and then a few other games like a Nancy Drew title and an Agatha Christie game before going defunct in 2010. It's a shame. I can at least vouch for like half the SpongeBob games that this company developed over their 10-year lifespan, and while I know part of it just had to do with the fact that PC games were a dying breed as the gaming industry started to lean towards a more digital trend, and with mobile games becoming a huge market, that didn't help either. The traditional PC software game was going extinct, and a lot of companies in this vein ultimately suffered the same fate because of it. It's sad that Nighty Nightmare had to be the last SpongeBob game they handled too, because of the whole bunch, it definitely feels like this one had the lowest budget out of any of them, which I'll show off here in a minute. The premise of the game is set around 3 characters and their dreams: SpongeBob, Patrick, and Plankton. Each of them have a respective dream about a different scenario, where the first is them succeeding at something and the second is something bad happening to them.
Excited by the prospect of free food and drinks, the masses quickly gathered for the celebration. But nobody noticed the oddly shaped forms filling the sky. Once thought to be mindless, floating blobs of goo, the jellyfish had finally revealed their true nature. Tired of being chased and captured themselves, they had felt it was time to turn the tables for interstellar supremacy. Now, aboard the jelly ship, SpongeBob finds himself alone and outnumbered. When you're alone, it's easy to be outnumbered.
There's no overarching storyline. This isn't an Employee of the Month / SpongeBob movie / LCP styled point-and-click adventure game, and honestly, out of every single PC game I've talked about thus far, Nighty Nightmare is probably closest to Operation Krabby Patty, if you can believe it. The gameplay consists of you controlling the characters by pointing the mouse on screen and clicking to guide them where you want to go, and you can interact with things by clicking the left and right mouse buttons. There's no time limit this time around, but it has a similar top-down perspective and follows more arcade-inspired objective compared to the point-and-click games I had mentioned several times. SpongeBob's storyline features him first dreaming about Mrs. Puff's boating school, in which he rightfully earns his boating license with one of the highest scores ever, only to be attacked by evil wheels and traffic cones on the day of the big race. This minigame features SpongeBob driving around in his race car as he blasts through enemies in order to get to the finish line. Once there, he gets abducted by evil alien jellyfish and must sneak his way around on the inside of their UFO whilst avoiding capture in order to escape. Once he does, he rescues everyone in Bikini Bottom that was captured and brings them home safe and sound. Patrick's dream takes a different approach, focusing on him as a superhero defeating doctor, lawyer, and muscle man versions of himself in order to put an end to evil Patrick's villainy. The first minigame is all about Patrick running around and hitting the enemies with his tongue melee attack until they all die. Oh, I forgot to mention, but you have infinite lives in this game, so your health bar is virtually meaningless because the enemies don't respawn and maintain the same health they did as you died, so you're going to win eventually by war of attrition without even needing to try. After this, the game throws you into a space shooter sequence where you need to shoot down all of the flying Patricks without dying, and when you do that, evil Patrick tricks good Patrick, aka Starfish Man, in his dirty lair, so the second minigame requires the player to make their way through while sucking up all the enemies with a vacuum.
Oh no, I'm trapped in this evil dungeon of evil! How could I have let that madman trick me like... Need to find a way out of here. And fast!
Once that's done, Starfish Man wins and saves the day. And lastly, Plankton's dream starts off with Plankton growing to a ginormous size and destroying buildings, tanks, and helicopters as he causes total havoc and destruction. Are you noticing a pattern here yet? First mission is attacking things to wear them down, second mission is an escape sequence. Speaking of which, in Plankton's case, he gets swallowed by a whale and needs to get out by guiding all of these other plankton among him. And when they do, he finds a book containing the Krabby Patty secret formula, only to wake up right before he discovers what's in the secret sauce. And that's Nighty Nightmare. Honestly, the gameplay is super uninteresting, slow, tedious, bland, and all of the above. I really found myself disappointed in this one, which is a shame because I was kind of excited when I first found out about this game. Like I said, I knew about all the others before and had at least a general idea of what they consisted of, but with this one, I had no expectations. And yet, it wasn't meant to be, I suppose. I really think the lack of a budget has something to do with it. Now, I don't know how much of a budget the game did have, especially compared to prior titles, but just compared to all the others, it's safe to assume it was low by this point. I mean, there's only 9 cutscenes and most of them aren't even fully animated. There's essentially 6 games that take up like 10 minutes each at most, so the game can be beaten in under an hour, and the presentation of the game is super lacking compared to every one that's came before. I don't know, this one just screams rush job and clearly didn't have the same passion or vision that prior games seem to have had. I can't really recommend this game to anyone. It's probably better left to sit back in time. I mean, of course there are probably some viewers out there that are just as nostalgically connected to this game as I am to Operation Krabby Patty, so don't let my word be the final say on this, but just in my experience, I can't say that I found anything all that special about this one. Glad I got to see it, shame it turned out the way it did. All games may have had some great ones earlier on in their experience, but that seemed to have dwindled out by this point, at least on the SpongeBob side of things. Who knows, maybe some of the other games they made after this are actually still pretty good. I wouldn't bet on it, but it's possible.
And so it is finally come to this. Good against evil.
Go ahead, make my day.
Peaceful, sleepy Bikini Bottom. The creatures of the sea are deep in slumber, their night brains exploring the mysterious world of dreams.
Daddy-o, my bed is transmogrified into a lean, mean racing machine. Time to put the pedal to the metal, the rubber to the road, and the sponge to the street.
Alright, considering that I actually started with the PC version of Creature from the Krusty Krab with the previous entry, I guess I'll just go in reverse order here and save the console version for last. That being said, let's talk about the Game Boy Advance version first. The game follows the exact same story as the console version, with SpongeBob, Patrick, and Plankton all having different dreams about driving, superheroism, and destroying the town respectively, and have various levels that all coalesce around the dreaming theme. This game honestly plays like what LCP probably should have been in the sense that the game consists of varying playstyles that you get to constantly switch between. Platforming levels, flying levels, driving levels, shooter levels, and various mixtures in between. 4 consistent gameplay styles, each of which are given a set of instructions prior to each level teaching the player how to play them, which is appreciated, although by the time you're halfway through the game and you're encountering the same type of level you've already done before, it does feel slightly intrusive. Either way, the game is broken down into 9 chapters where you play each one in order of SpongeBob, Patrick, Plankton, until the final 9th chapter where you get to pick which of the 3 you wish to play as. All of the level concepts function particularly well. I definitely enjoyed the shooter stage as SpongeBob in his airplane or Patrick on his rocket. The platforming scrolling wasn't too bad, although Patrick's stilted combat could get a little irksome whenever you were screen locked until you wiped out all of the enemies in the wave because they would constantly flow from both sides and line themselves up in a way that they would just be out of reach of Patrick's attacks but still easily capable of hitting him. Plankton's levels were also pretty fun, even though you only really get to play as him for 2 chapters, but between avoiding this mutant Krabby Patty and then destroying Bikini Bottom, it was still interesting all around. What I appreciate most about this game is that each chapter sticks to a specific theme or idea. Level 1 is a racing level, so the first stage is SpongeBob racing against Gary, Patrick, and Plankton while jumping over pits and obstacles. The next section switches from a 2D to 3D section as you avoid oncoming obstacles and potholes, and then the third section sees you jumping on these clouds to collect 5 mechanical parts to fix your vehicle before bringing the stage to an end. Patrick's second level and the 5th chapter overall is probably my favorite chapter in the whole game for the same reason. The first stage is your traditional space shooter, second is a scrolling top-down section where you fly around the screen destroying all the projectiles, third is a vertical scroller where you avoid obstacles and get to the end, and fourth is a spiraling sequence that reminds me of Gyrus as you rotate around the screen and blast things coming your direction. The game also consists of hidden arcade cabinets that can be found in levels which unlock mini arcade games that can be played in the options menu. In fact, I'm pretty sure the developers on this game were huge fans of classic arcade games, considering this inclusion, as well as the main game consists of so many sequences that are clearly inspired by classic games of old. I respect that a lot, even if I don't find all of them particularly invigorating. Chapter 4, which features the Alaskan bullworm, is a nifty chapter given the return of the gigantic worm monster, which I wasn't expecting, but the aesthetic and challenges contained within these sequences I just found to be lacking all around. I don't really enjoy the appeal of jumping around inside the worm's disgusting body, and compared to every other chapter in the game, it kinda feels out of place. Also, playing this game after the PC version made me realize that the PC version's levels, while following the same general theme, have completely different plots and sequences occur after the fact. I mean, in the GBA version, these 3 characters' dreams actually intersect in chapters 7 and 8, but in the PC version, they're kept separate the entire time, which I found a bit strange. All in all though, I didn't mind this version of the game even if I didn't fully enjoy it. It was fine enough, and I appreciate it for what it is. It's not terrible like some other handheld games, so I can give it that at least. Next up though, let's shift gears over to the DS version, which I'm hardly going to spend any time on because it's impossible for me to play this game. No, I mean it. I literally could just barely get past the first level, but allow me to explain why before jumping to conclusions. The Nintendo DS version of this game, like a lot of handheld games released on this device in the mid to late 2000s, put a heavy reliance on the bottom screen as the primary source of controls for the game. In this version of Creature, you use the touchscreen to move SpongeBob around, interact with obstacles, and accomplish various tasks. The D-pad and face buttons are not an option here. There is no alternative setting where you can switch over to them that I am aware of, so you are stuck playing this game with touchpad controls the entire time. And considering that I'm playing this game on a computer to capture footage of it since I don't have a capture device equipped to a 3DS, this means I have no way of using a touchscreen. Honestly, I've never really been able to figure out if there even is a way to play touchscreen DS games on a PC. I know it's possible on mobile phones, but I don't really like that method of doing it, so I was just kind of at a loss for this one. I figured in this particular case the juice wasn't worth the squeeze, so I didn't spend too much time on researching it since there are many other games I still need to get to, but I'd really love to find out sometime so that I can finally revisit the Pokemon Ranger series again, because it's been like over 10 years since I last played those games, and I remember absolutely loving them. Maybe someday. Either way, the DS version is the worst version in my opinion. Sure, the graphics and sprite quality are better visually, but I don't care about graphics if the game isn't fun. I'd rather have the best of both worlds ultimately, but if I had to choose, I'll take fun any day. I did some research and looked up some footage from this YouTuber here, which I'm using all of the footage for beyond the first 2 levels. There are levels for racing, levels for fighting as Patrick and Plankton. Plankton does grow giant later on, and the storyline appears to be the exact same, seeing as the Alaskan bullworm and airplane sequences are also present. Although the actual games are different as they cater to the touchscreen now instead of just being inspired by classic arcade titles. I don't really have much more to add beyond this. The touchscreen controls are really just difficult to capture in my current setup, and even if I were on a DS system, I still wouldn't enjoy this because touch controls are vastly inferior to the D-pad and face buttons. I'm glad I never owned this game. Yellow Avenger was bad enough, and that game did allow you to play with a regular control scheme, although I'd still argue that game's worse than this one because at least the progression here isn't mind-numbing. I'm eager enough to move on to the console version now, so let's do just that.
We made it! Hey, is that Plankton?
Who's the patty now, Krabby Daddy?
Hey, Plankton, there's something different about you. New haircut? Wow, look out!
That's my Krabby Patty, you porous pest. Give it back!
Okay, well, this is a bit odd, isn't it? Doing the console version last? Well, like I said, I write these scripts in the order I play them for the most part, so for all intents and purposes, I figured I'd still talk about the game in the same order that I played them, rather than rearrange everything and end up confusing myself. Like I've already established in other games, the story of Creature is the same here in the console version as it was in the GBA and DS versions, in which SpongeBob has a dream about racing, Patrick has a dream about being a superhero, and Plankton has a dream about being chased by a mutant Krabby Patty before the three dreams intersect together at the very end. So the consistency among versions, aside from the PC version, is surprisingly identical compared to prior triple version games. That being said, I'm going to direct myself over to the gameplay since that chunk of the game was basically acknowledged already. Gameplay-wise, Creature has a few distinct gameplay styles to it, primarily in the form of traditional platforming, which you'd come to expect by this point, racing, flying, and a fourth style I'll get into last. Starting with the platforming, SpongeBob and Patrick are both playable characters in this game, with each being capable of attacking enemies with a spin move and charge attack, which is really helpful for running around levels quickly and solving block pushing puzzles, as well as attacking certain shielded enemies that are immune to regular attacks. SpongeBob also gets the ability to grapple and swing from anchors to get across large gaps, while Patrick gets a ground slam move that can damage enemies and push buttons. There is also a third chapter of the game, which is the only time this occurs, where the game takes on a 2.5D side-scrolling platforming genre where you run away from a giant mutant Krabby Patty as Plankton, although you do have a freeze ray to stop it in its tracks for a few seconds so that you can increase your gap in case it gets too close. I don't feel the need to get into the nitty-gritty too much with this gameplay style because it's nothing you haven't seen before. In fact, I'm almost certain that SpongeBob and Patrick's models for this game were ripped straight from the Heavy Iron games with how identical they appear to be, although I could be wrong about that. The level design is alright, although not super memorable given there aren't a lot of differing environments here. I mean, the first 4 chapters of the game make up about 3.5 of the 5 total hours that it takes to beat it, and then the remaining 30% takes place across chapters 5 to 9 in the destroyed downtown Bikini Bottom, so the game feels very slow in the first couple of chapters, and then everything following the Alaskan Bullworm feels like it hardly has any time spent on it at all. The pacing here is definitely out of whack, so I gotta make that criticism known because the beginning few chapters felt almost pointless in that they hardly felt like I accomplished anything, especially Patrick's level in chapter 2.
Think you could stop a train? You can't even stop a cold! No, those trains aren't as low as they look.
Now don't get me wrong, I love the cel-shaded comic book style that the graphics and aesthetic take on here. That is super cool, and I'm a fan for this in most games that do this. But oh my god, it felt like this chapter was never gonna end. And it's the second chapter in the game. First, you have to make your way through the first area while getting interrupted by tutorial telephone booths every 5 feet that tell you things you've either already figured out or already heard before. Then you gotta go on this whole side quest of helping this one Patrick find all 5 pieces of his outfit before he'll get up off the train tracks. Then you gotta continue chasing down this evil Patrick supervillain before he ends up just getting away anyways by strapping Patrick to a rocket and sending him into space. After this, the villain completely disappears from the game, there's no follow-up or closure to this, and it's just dropped. And while on one hand I get that this game's structure is all based on a dream so things don't need to make sense, it doesn't take away from the sheer monotony of entering a room, watching the game pause to show you where to go, and then letting you play about 60 seconds of the level until you make it to the next moment where the game pauses, has the camera pan to show you your objective, and then give you back control again.
Okay, Gary, prepare to give up your Speed King crown.
Like, I get it. It's helpful information to show me what the next objective is, but most of these pauses are super redundant and serve as no aid in showing me where to go because I was already going that direction anyways. It just becomes too intrusive and handholdy for my liking to where it serves as an interruption to the flow of gameplay more than anything else. Ugh. Sorry, I just had to get that nitpick off my chest. Aside from that, I did still enjoy the platforming stages quite a bit for what they were. They weren't as exciting as I would have liked, but I never found myself outright bored with them. They're different, and I appreciate that, so I wasn't just playing through Jellyfish Fields for the 80th time, but the settings weren't all super iconic to where I'll still remember them a year from now. Next up is racing, which is really self-explanatory. It exists in the very first and very last chapters of the game, just like the GBA version, and is what you'd expect. Complete 3 laps, and you win the race. It's fun, but nothing special. Flying is pretty similar. It comes in the form of SpongeBob and Old Man Jenkins' airplane, as well as Patrick on his space rocket. And you basically just need to make sure you're avoiding all obstacles, collecting fuel, and blasting down enemies as you need to do so. It's a pretty fun gameplay style, although I'm definitely not a fan of the sequences where you're flying towards the screen because it's hard to tell exactly when certain objects are going to appear. Sure, there is the warning message for an oncoming projectile or something, but it doesn't give the same notification for fuel. Don't get me wrong, I enjoy the camera angle. It's cool to see Plankton chucking cars and buildings at you as you fly away, but that is at the cost of having difficulty judging where oncoming objects are coming in. Lastly is that fourth gameplay style I mentioned, in which you run around as giant Plankton and destroy buildings, tanks, and helicopters. It's fun, but slow, and definitely could have been better. The laser beam in particular was very underwhelming with how short it lasts. I mean, the whole point of this gameplay concept is to be a walking force of destruction, and yet Plankton's I-beam hardly serves any purpose other than to destroy very specific obstacles and activate these receptors. Otherwise, I just found myself running past everything and just attacking what I needed to when I didn't have a choice, so that definitely speaks as to how disappointing it was. The game also features 4 sub-games, I guess you could call them, that take place in between levels as a way to earn bonus tokens, the currency of this game used to unlock extras in the main menu. These games include a conveyor belt and a magnet where you need to direct the correct colored items to their respective sides, a sneaking minigame where you need to collect Plankton's junky science items whilst trying to avoid the sleeping Krabby Patty, a button sequence game where you're giant Plankton trying to destroy a building by entering the correct face buttons in the correct order to kick out a section of the tower, and lastly a turret shooter game where you destroy asteroids with the correct button presses before they destroy your shields. The game then ends with a final sequence where you get to choose to race as either SpongeBob, Patrick, or Plankton after it is revealed that these dreams were the result of a spoiled Krabby Patty that was eaten. Depending on what character you choose, you actually get to see a different ending, but it ultimately amounts to the same result of it being revealed that it was actually Gary's dream the whole time.
One Krabby Patty, no relish, coming right up. Why is everybody staring at me? Have I always had this shell? Meow. Ah.
What I really like about this level is that depending on which character you choose, you race along their set path, but the other 2 characters are also racing along their paths as well, which intersect and overlap with yours. It's pretty cool and really goes to show the extra effort that was put into the final level of the game. I appreciate it a lot for that, actually. You also get to see a final cutscene after the credits roll where it reveals how Gary's dream was essentially inspired by events that he had witnessed right before eating the tarnished Krabby Patty. It's a nice added bonus that sort of explains the whole idea of where the game came from. There are some minor differences worth noting here between the console versions, specifically that the GameCube's textures, which as a reminder is the version I'm primarily playing, are worse than the other 2.
Only one word you can use to describe this, Dale. Yes, really cool. That's 2 words, Dale, but thanks for playing.
I'm not entirely sure why, but I can also say that the Wii version comes with the unfortunate gimmick of forcing in motion controls wherever possible, which, while I didn't play the entire game in this manner, I have a very good friend who did and he had a miserable experience with it, so I'm taking his word for it and chalking up the motion controls to not be the greatest. This game was primarily developed as a Wii game, it seems, based on the research I could find online about Blitz Games meeting with Nintendo in 2005 to discuss making a SpongeBob game for the upcoming Project Revolution at the time, which was the code name for the Nintendo Wii before it was formally announced. Levels like the plane flying and the racing sequences and city destruction with Plankton all seem very indicative to me of motion control sequences. Worst part is that these controls are forced in the Wii version from what I can tell, easily making it the worst version of the game. It might have better textures than the GameCube version, but the PS2 version is basically the Wii version's graphics with the superior textures, but no motion controls, so that probably makes it the definitive version to play, I would say. Unless unless there's some sort of Revenge of the Flying Dutchman level game-nuking glitch buried somewhere in there that I don't know about. Aside from that, Creature is just kind of there for me. I didn't really enjoy this project as much as the previous ones, between all the disappointments of the PC version, to the DS version's abysmal control scheme, to the story just kind of meandering all over the place with horrible pacing. The game hardly felt like a SpongeBob game at all. The setting was barely representative of the show, and the only concepts that were really referential in any way whatsoever was Plankton's city destruction as a reference to Sleepy Time, and by extension SpongeBob's driving as well, although that one was much more different. And the Alaskan bullworm and Old Man Jenkins and his fancy flying machine showing up, those were also references. But not saying that these games need to rely solely on references all the time, but those do aid in the game's identity as a SpongeBob franchise title specifically. It almost felt like this game could star completely different characters and it wouldn't make a difference. I do really like the whole 50s horror movie trope and references that are unlockable here, just like LCP. You can unlock a bunch of these as well as other cool extras like texture changes on vehicles or characters in certain cutscenes, so if you really want to see a skeleton version of Patrick in the final dream sequence, you can. But yeah, that kind of concludes my thoughts on Creature as a whole. Not the biggest fan of this title, but it's not anywhere near the worst. It's decent, I can give it that much, but I probably won't be returning to this game ever again.
Who's laughing now, Krusty Krab? I, Plankton the Magnificent, have created the greatest Krabby Patty franchise in the world!
Are you sure about that? What the patty is, the patty can take it away.
Curses!
Bikini Bottom Bowling! Get a strike and win big! 3 strikes for a jackpot!
And here we have another game that sort of bends my rules a little bit. Spongebob Squarepants Bikini Bottom Bowling, the game I mentioned at the beginning of the video that was exclusively released on arcade cabinets in 2007 and was exceedingly rare at the time of manufacturing, and even more rare now in the present day, with Chicago Gaming Company, the manufacturer of the arcade game, having made roughly 200 cabinets in total that were distributed across the world. So good luck finding this out in the wild. Luckily enough, somebody out there did, and the arcade game's files were uploaded to the internet and managed to become fully playable via Linux, with the footage I'm showing you now from this YouTube channel right here being the result of that. It's just bowling with SpongeBob characters, and the character models aren't too great if I'm being honest. You can choose from the usual cast to play as, but you literally only get to play one frame of bowling for $1. Not one game of bowling, a single frame. Total ripoff if I'm being honest. Looking over the footage of the game, it appears to be heavily rigged into basically eating your money without giving you much of anything satisfying in return. I mean, compared to other arcade bowling games like the Simpsons one, which comes to mind, this ain't all that special. I really only wanted to briefly touch on this due to its recency of it being uncovered after potentially being considered lost media for a while there, so I figured I'd include it here to archive its existence even further, since I'm sure a lot of people out there didn't even know it existed.
It's bowling time! Must be squirrel power!
SpongeBob's trip to Atlantis end this way? Who can stop Plankton's rampage of destruction? Do you want to drive a really cool tank?
Welp, it seems the streak of at least decent, if not outright great, console video games has come to an end, because the console version of our next title, Atlantis Squarepantis, is outright rubbish compared to everything that came before. What a colossal disappointment. I mean, I can hardly call half of this experience a game. Before I really get into the issues that I have with this one, I would like to just sort of establish the plot of the episode that it's based on, seeing this is technically the first video game we've actually seen that's based on a specific episode of the show, rather than an original idea with influences. And yes, technically there was the movie as well, but that was the movie, not an episode, so semantics. Either way, the episode of Atlantis Squarepantis sees SpongeBob and Patrick goofing around blowing bubbles until they end up getting carried away in one to a dark cavern where they come across a broken piece of the Atlantean amulet. The duo then take this amulet to the Bikini Bottom Museum where Squidward, Mr. Krabs, and Sandy are all located, and then stick the half they found to the other, causing this hot rod flame covered bust to appear and whisk them away to Atlantis. This episode is a musical, by the way, as the boat's travel and flight are dictated by song. Then, once everybody arrives in Atlantis via a crash landing, the Lord Royal Highness, played by the one and only David Bowie, takes them on a tour around Atlantis. Mr. Krabs gets to swim in an infinite pile of money, Sandy gets to do science stuff like fighting germs in a 2D arcade-styled video game with a couple references to various franchises, and Squidward gets to absorb the artistic merit of Atlantean culture. Meanwhile, SpongeBob and Patrick just want to see the world's oldest bubble, and they do just that at the end of the tour, where they inevitably pop it after taking a picture with it with the flash on. This results in them reconvening with everyone at dinner, where they confess to their mistake and the Lord Royal Highness pulls out the real bubble where the same mistake happens again, and everyone gets chased away and out of the place. Eventually, everyone makes it to the exit, where they are stopped by Plankton, who threatens to destroy them, followed by blasting them with ice cream because he didn't realize this machine only fired ice cream, even though it was kind of, but not really established earlier in the episode. Either way, the special ends with the LRH taking Plankton as their new attraction instead of the bubble, and sending the rest of the Bikini Bottom crew home, never to come back again. The end. Yeah, I don't really like this special. It's boring, the songs are bad, and I didn't even mention the Pagey sequences because I don't think there's anything of value to be discussed there. I try to forget about the weird hallucination bit because it's just kind of disturbing, and I vividly remember watching this live as it premiered when I was a kid and not understanding any of it. The episode's not funny, David Bowie's character is a waste of potential, I mean he doesn't even sing, and this thing stretched over way longer than it needed to. It was originally meant to be 11 minutes, I think, as the rumors say, and it shows. But enough about that. This section of the video isn't a review of the episode, so I'm not going to delve much deeper into it than that. What I will say is that the summary I just gave you is the plot of the video game, aside from a few minor corrections here and there, such as when the bus crash lands. In the episode, Squidward gets mad at SpongeBob for ruining their topiary garden, but in the video game, SpongeBob points out that they ruined the topiary garden. In the special, SpongeBob rings the bell willingly and the LRH arrives with a smile on his face, and in the video game, SpongeBob tries to make everyone leave before the LRH arrives, but then he does with a scowl on his face that turns out to be a fake out, and then they continue on.
Go on, SpongeBob. Ring the bell.
Ring for the king, huh? Okay, nobody's home. Let's go, people. Back on the bus. Nothing to see here.
Welcome.
The king of Atlantis!
These are just two of the examples, but like I said, these are minor changes that really don't affect the overall cause and effect of the game. Anyway, while I'm on the subject of it, the models in these pre-rendered cutscenes are a little weird. I can't confirm 100% if these were built from the ground up, but I feel like they just might have been ripped from the Aw Games games. I can't quite tell why, but they just seem like it to me. Could be a coincidence though. The endgame models are a bit trickier. SpongeBob's model is definitely not the same one used in Battle for Bikini Bottom / the movie / possibly Creature, but the animations such as his idling and talking 100% are. It's weird. It's like they reused the animations, but they changed or completely rebuilt SpongeBob's character model. Also, you know how Mr. Krabs is sometimes voiced by Clancy Brown and other times voiced by Joe Alasky or Joe White? Well, in this game, he doesn't speak whatsoever. I don't know what Clancy Brown's deal was with inconsistently appearing in video games, but like, yeah, instead of getting a replacement for this one like they did in the past, they just straight up said, nah, he's just mute for this one. Mr. Krabs doesn't need to talk. Regardless, let's get into the real meat of this game's issue, the gameplay. This is a game on the Wii, so poor controls are forced upon thee. There's no fun to be had in this game that's quite bad, and the developers should have paid me to play their game, because seriously, this game absolutely tanks just like the special does. Boring doesn't even cover half of it. This game is so unbelievably uncreative, bland, lackluster, and unimaginative that it's a wonder Nickelodeon tried to make this whole Atlantis episode a thing in the first place. Seriously, the special is bad and drawn out, and the game that's tied to it is even worse. As unengaging as the special is, I'd much rather sit through 40 minutes of that than play 2 hours of this. Oh, yeah, by the way, this is a 2-hour game. Battle, LCP, the movie, creature, all at minimum 5 hours to play when you know what you're doing. Atlantis is finished on a blind playthrough in less than half that time. But the game supports like 4 different kinds of playstyles. That's gotta at least mean a diverse experience, right? Incorrect, fellow sir or madam. Quite the contrary. There are 14 levels in this game, split across 4 gameplay styles. First is the vehicle missions, where you control either Plankton in this tank or the Hot Rod Flame bus as you drive through levels and shoot targets, or collect repair kits respectively until you make it to the end of the stage. Seems fine enough. These are the most fun part of the game, so I can at least give it that. Although, the very first level and the very last level are both levels of Plankton driving around in this tank. The first one is sort of an introduction stage where the whole "I bet you're wondering how we got into this situation" trope is going on, and then it fades back to earlier. But the issue here is that it's just the same level in a slightly different order with slightly different objectives. It takes place in the same vehicle in the same environment with the same enemies and the same graphics, just placed slightly different. I mean, look at this side-by-side comparison. It's the same stage twice. But I digress. Second is the puzzle platformer levels. You play one as SpongeBob and Patrick, and the other is SpongeBob and Sandy, where you need to traverse these platforms using the characters' abilities to throw each other or flip things over in order to clear the room and progress forwards. The stages are fine. There's only 2 of them in the game, and they easily take the longest to complete, but they at least have their merit. If the rest of the game wasn't such trash, these would probably be bearable. Third is the shooter stages, of which there are 4, where you basically either take photos of museum artifacts or shoot things with your blaster. Same concept here and was clearly made for the Wii's pointer. The PS2, by the way, is the exact same game as the Wii version, but you get to play it with a regular controller, which for the prior game modes is definitely more ideal than a sideways Wiimote. But for the shooter levels, the pointer control is actually superior, so credit where credit is due. I don't really love these levels, but they're fine enough. And fourth, last, and certainly least in terms of my enjoyment, is rhythm games. Oh my god, don't even get me started. If you've been keeping track, you'll notice that of the 14 levels, there were 3 driving stages, 2 platforming levels, and 4 shooter levels. That leaves a total of 5, count them, 5 levels of mandatory rhythm games. Great. Admittedly, the first rhythm game is fine. The characters are all on the bus and it makes sense because it's fueled by song. Whatever, I can look past that and it's referencing directly into the episode. The second rhythm level is the worst thing I've seen in any SpongeBob game thus far, because there's no actual rhythm involved here.
Hey, where's Mr. Krabs going?
Looks like he found the treasure room. We won't see him for a while, or hopefully ever again. Hey!
This place is like a Mr. Krabs magnet.
What the actual is this nonsense? Level 6, Tour Trouble, is nothing more than a 15-minute walking sequence where you're forced to sit there and press 4 directions on a D-pad or 2 other buttons. Not in a rhythm, mind you, just randomly, as LRH gives you a tour of Atlantis. Miss pressing the button and or press the wrong button, and wham, one of your 3 characters gets hit in the head or knocked out for the remainder of the sequence. Fail 3 times in a given section, and you have to do the whole thing all over again. Now, as I just said, this is broken off into sections. At the very least, the walking portion is separated by like a 30-second cutscene, and the environment changes from the garden to the money room to the art room to the science room to eventually the room with the oldest bubble. Basically, rather than creating 4 more levels of walking sequences, it just has you play through like all 5 of them straight, and then the next handful of levels retroactively go back and show what happened while the rest of the group was walking. It's an interesting idea, I guess, but extremely boring gameplay. I mean, this isn't even a game. I can't call it that. This isn't fun. There's no strategy. You are literally just responding to a prompt. If the whole point was to have the player admire the different environments of Atlantis, then the gameplay is a complete and utter failure to complement. How can a player sit back and enjoy the graphics of the environment when they're too busy fixing their eyes at the top of the screen to read the button prompts? I can't see what's going on down here. I'm too busy paying attention and focusing on making sure I don't press the wrong thing so that one of my characters doesn't get knocked unconscious. I'm hardly paying attention to Mr. Krabs or Squidward running around in the background because I'm too worried about f***ing up 3 times and having to do the whole thing all over again. It's mindless nonsense. In what way is this entertaining? I would rather go do laundry or mow my lawn because at least chores typically lead to doing something productive even if they aren't fun. This is a complete waste of my life. And so, I'm not going to harp on this point too much longer. There's another rhythm game with Squidward's art poses, another rhythm game with Plankton sneaking through the bus to get to his tank, and another rhythm game, which is just the walking sequence again, but for the credits, where this one Atlantean walks to the dumpster while they roll, and I couldn't think of a more perfect way to end off this trash game than with the final level being the worst trash gameplay in the entire thing, where you go to throw away the trash in a dumpster. It is so fitting. Honestly, I wish I could have been more positive on this. I really do. All the other console games were at least tolerable. But by this point, I don't even know if we've hit the bottom of the barrel. Revenge of the Flying Dutchman was a better game than this, and that thing wasn't even finished. I guess it's worth mentioning that like prior titles, there is an art gallery where you can look at the concept art for the game, which is always at least a nice inclusion. And there are some mini arcade games as well that you can mess around with as bonus unlockables, but I'm not really impressed with any of them, so I didn't put any time into these. There's like 9 or 10 of them though, so I guess it's cool that somebody out there went to the effort of coding these games, so kudos to you, whoever you are, but I don't know. Atlantis Squarepantis for the Wii S2 just didn't do it for me. Sorry to anyone out there who likes this game, all 2 of you, but this is easily the worst console game thus far. We've also got 2 handhelds here to talk about again, similar to Creatures, so let's start with the GBA version since it'll be good grounds for leading into the DS version. The GBA version of Atlantis Squarepantis is yet another 2D sprite-based platformer in which you take control of SpongeBob, Patrick, and Sandy, and not Squidward this time, but rather Mr. Krabs. Unlike LCP where you shifted between 4 characters one at a time, Atlantis instead has you controlling 2 of the 4 potential characters in a tag team partnership. Anyone out there that's a fan of Sonic Advance 3 will know exactly where this game is going with this, as each character comes with their own unique abilities. SpongeBob has a ranged bubble attack that does half damage as a trade-off, Patrick has a tongue attack, Mr. Krabs has his claws for a further ranged attack, and Sandy has her karate combo. Furthermore, depending on which possible partnership you're currently playing as, you are granted a different special ability that you can activate via the shoulder button. SpongeBob and Patrick ground pound, SpongeBob and Mr. Krabs gain a high jump, Patrick and Mr. Krabs can cut through grass and mow down enemies at a rapid pace, SpongeBob and Sandy have a very short charge attack that breaks down walls, Sandy and Patrick has her throwing him to press buttons and hit enemies from a greater distance away, and lastly, Sandy and Mr. Krabs have this ultra powerful spin move that allows them to hover over gaps and mow down enemies like crazy. Some of these maneuvers were probably directly inspired by the actual episode itself, seeing as some of them are used by Sandy during their escape sequences when they're being chased by the Atlanteans. If it weren't for the fact that so many of these partner abilities were required in order to progress through the game, I'd be all over this feature, but unfortunately, unlike Sonic Advance 3, which basically lets you play whatever tag team you want and still able to beat every level, in Atlantis the game loves to shove in puzzles and required sequences that are needed in order to clear a room. World 2 is where this really becomes noticeable because it feels like every other room has a required minigame that needs a certain partnership in order to play. Thankfully, these swap shacks are plentiful, so they're never too far off that backtracking becomes an issue, but it is still annoying to play about 60 seconds of a level, get to a checkpoint that flashes up a different character combo, then force yourself to go to the nearest swap shack so you can choose the correct pair to continue. It's the same issue I had with Revenge of the Flying Dutchman's costume changing tents, you know? Some of these minigames include a sledding sequence where Sandy rides on Patrick and shoots ice blocks while you avoid this Atlantean's projectiles. There's a bouncing minigame where Mr. Krabs jumps off Patrick's stomach to break blocks. Mr. Krabs and SpongeBob do this drilling minigame where you need to get to the bottom of the screen. SpongeBob and Patrick float up to the top of a room in a giant bubble. They're all creative sequences and serve as a nice little minigames in between levels. But again, it's just that issue of if you don't have the right combination that you need, you have to go out of your way to go get it. And then there's the room where you need to rescue Sandy. Let me just say that this is a great use of having all the character abilities come together to solve a puzzle, but again, the need to constantly swap just completely interferes with it. Here's what you need to do. First, you need to climb up this sequence as Mr. Krabs and SpongeBob with their ultra high jump. Then you need to swap to Patrick and Mr. Krabs so you can cut down this kelp. Then you need to go and switch to SpongeBob and Patrick so you can ground pound this barrier so you can press this button to save Sandy. Then, after she's rescued, you need to switch to SpongeBob and Sandy to break this one barrier to press this button. Then swap to either SpongeBob and Patrick to ground pound your way down to the next section, or backtrack to the beginning of the room and swap to Mr. Krabs and SpongeBob and high jump up there. Then you need to swap to Patrick and Sandy to use their special move to hit this button through the wall. Then switch to Sandy and SpongeBob to destroy this barrier. Then switch again to Mr. Krabs and Sandy to hover across this gap to press this button, and then finally switch back to SpongeBob and Sandy one last time to break this final barrier here, and then you're done with the room. Don't get me wrong, it's a great puzzle. It really takes advantage of using different character abilities and sequences to progress through the stage, but the constant annoyance of making a baby step in progress, then returning back to swap characters, only to make another baby step that goes a little further and returning back to the swap shack, it gets old, repetitive, and redundant really quickly. Normally I would say, I suppose it goes without saying, that the plot of the handheld and DS versions share the same as that of the console versions, but other than Creature, that hasn't actually been true up to this point, so that's why I'm bringing it up. Similar plotline, sure, but not identical. Luckily, because this is based off of the TV special of the same name, all versions of the game follow the same plot as the TV show, so I need not elaborate more there. Honestly, aside from the nuisance of character swapping, I enjoyed this platformer quite a bit. The level design is pretty refreshing, and a lot of the minigames that were included here, aside from the rhythm ones, were pretty enjoyable for me. Some of them were simpler than others, but they were all fun to experience. The level aesthetics definitely fit the themes of the special, and despite the game only consisting of 3 worlds, it honestly felt like the perfect length for a GBA platformer, so no complaints here otherwise. If you like Sonic Advance 3 or other tag team platformers that focus on choosing partners for various combos, you might end up enjoying this one quite a lot. I really didn't have high expectations for this one, and yet I was pleasantly surprised with how this game turned out, so bravo, Altron, you made a solid game here. Wait a minute. Altron. Why does that name sound so familiar to me? Oh, of course, they made the handheld Danny Phantom games. I should have known, I love those games too. Suddenly the quality level makes more sense. I can't speak for all of Altron's developed library yet, but so far of the games I have played, none have been disappointing, so kudos to them, they're actually a reputable third-party developer. And speaking of which, Altron was also responsible for developing the DS version of the game too, and man, as if I wasn't already complimenting them for the GBA version of the game, the DS version of Atlantis Squarepantis is the best version, hands down. Unlike any handheld game that came before it, we now have a pseudo 3D side-scrolling platformer where the same playable characters are available once again, each with similar abilities to the GBA version, but this game in particular is fresh, with new ideas and new minigames that finally feel like I'm experiencing something new again with these handheld SpongeBob games. Honestly, my expectations weren't very high at all coming off of the DS version of Creature, and before this video, I had no idea that the DS version was even this good, or that it even existed. I had never seen gameplay footage of it before in my life, but this is what I wish the Yellow Avenger was. The stages are far more interesting to traverse. The levels are so much more vibrant and colorful. There's so many more interesting enemies and puzzles to solve, and it doesn't devolve into an obnoxious fetch quest. You begin the game as SpongeBob and Patrick in a similar partnership to the GBA version, only the partner system in this game is a little more complex. Each character has a basic attack, but they also have a supercharge attack like Sandy's Karate Chop and Patrick's Ground Slam. And unlike the GBA version, the special abilities are not based on character combinations, but just the characters themselves. Mr. Krabs can chop grass with any other character who holds him. Patrick can push blocks regardless of who he's with. SpongeBob can carry anyone over gaps with his hover move. This is an immediate improvement over the Swap Shack problem that I was just discussing. It's also worth mentioning that Squidward is an unlockable player character in the game, but only after you beat the game for the first time, so he's strictly available for repeat playthroughs. His abilities consist of an extended reach that allows him to grab objects from farther away, and a single high jump that might go even higher than SpongeBob or Sandy's double jump. Oh, and his clarinet as an attack. Also, unlike the GBA and console versions, this game's plotline is a little bit different. See, with the GBA version, World 1 was set in Bikini Bottom and had you rounding up Mr. Krab, Squidward, and Sandy to go to Atlantis, and the same is true here in the DS version. World 2 and 3 of the GBA version, however, both take place in Atlantis, with each character seeing their dream fulfilled and SpongeBob and Patrick popping the bubble and everyone needing to escape. For whatever reason, the DS version crams all of that into World 3 of the game, and World 2 consists of this in-between storyline where the bus to Atlantis crashes near some temple, and SpongeBob's crew needs to gather the blue and red orbs to awaken Groudon and Kyogre. I mean, open this temple so that they can continue on their way. It's a really weird but wholly original part of the game that's honestly, believe it or not, my favorite part. I really dig the coral level and the volcano sequence, especially the section where you climb up to the top of it and then have to run back down as it erupts. It was a total blast to play. It was really cool to have this one level that you basically progress all the way to and then run all the way back, avoiding new obstacles and having new platforming challenges to avoid that weren't there when you first made your way up. It's so fitting and thematic to the idea of that volcano erupting and sending rock chunks raining down on you. It kind of reminded me of the gameplay of Wario Land 4 in a sense, and I love that game so much, so like, kudos to this. The combat is also pretty fun, and a lot of the touchscreen minigames were more enjoyable to me than the GBA variants, including the rhythm game, which, believe me, I still didn't like, but the timing was way more generous, so I thank the game for that much, and other games, like the boating one where you shoot jellyfish or fling money at Mr. Krabs, were nifty ways to incorporate the touch controls of the DS's bottom screen without completely ruining the entire experience of obtrusive game design like a certain other DS game I mentioned. But yeah, no, Atlantis Squarepantis on the DS is a solid title and undoubtedly the best of the three versions. Hard to believe the console version is the worst version of the game, considering the only other time I've considered this thus far is Revenge of the Flying Dutchman, but yeah, while I don't see myself coming back to the other two, this DS game is one that I definitely would.
This one's for you, Atlantis!
Keep on running!
I'm sure to get promoted to the Seahorse Brigade now.
I feel funny.
Y'all join in, won't ya?
Look out below!
Look at me!
And now we come to Underpants Slam, released for the Xbox 360, or more specifically, the Xbox Live Arcade, a lesser known title for sure, and one that I can see a lot of people honestly skipping over because there's not a lot to this game. I'll give you the simple rundown on it here. This is a game where you can control SpongeBob, Patrick, Sandy, Mr. Krabs, and eventually Plankton across 9 levels of various settings like the Krusty Krab, Flying Dutchman's ship, and Atlantis. It's a 2D arcade platformer where there are 100 pairs of underwear located around the screen, and it's your job as the player to collect all pairs within the time limit. Otherwise, you fail and lose and have to start the level all over again. The stages are contained within a limited area, and there are certain enemies and obstacles like jellyfish and breakable floors, as well as doorways you can use to jump to another section of the level. Your movement options come in the form of a single jump, which can lead into a ground pound, as well as a punch attack that absolutely sucks. These attacks can also be used to destroy various barrels and other obstacles that contain additional pairs which aren't readily available on the overworld. Jellyfish are also capable of picking up and stealing the pairs as well, which can make getting those last few pairs a little annoying to grab, but it's manageable. There are also power-ups that can either add or hinder your abilities, such as a magnet that draws the pairs in from a further distance, or super speed, which lets you move faster, or in the latter case, an option that slows you down or reverses your controls for 10 seconds, which can be a minor inconvenience, but aren't super intrusive. And that's all there is to it. No, seriously, I just gave you a rundown of the entire game. I really don't have a lot to say about this one. It's an Xbox Live Arcade game with no story and a repetitive gameplay loop, so that's all that can really be said. I didn't particularly hate this game because it was simple and to the point. There's just not a lot to pick apart here compared to most other games.
Congratulations, that was incredible!
Hooray, I won! You've unlocked a new level!
Good morning, Gary. I'm ready. I'm ready.
If you're into being SpongeBob, then you'll love the game of life in Bikini Bottom. Get a sweet job, adopt a pet, even wear poofy pants. It's all more fun than a net full of jellyfish.
For the last time, they're not Krabby Patties.
The game of life in Bikini Bottom. For more nautical nonsense, flip ants into SpongeBob's pants with ants in the Squarepants, sold separately.
Atlantis Squarepantis may not have necessarily had a PC version of the game developed for it, but that doesn't mean that the PC SpongeBob releases came to an end. Quite the contrary, we still have several more home computer titles to get through before we're done with this platform, and next up we've got another one of those gray area titles, the Game of Life SpongeBob SquarePants Edition, released for PC in 2009. It's the Game of Life with SpongeBob characters. Yeah, okay, honestly, this is nothing special. I suppose if you enjoy the classic hit board game and want it to be made simpler with smaller dollar amounts and a coat of SpongeBob paint on the digital screen rather than a physical board in front of you, then maybe this will appeal to your very specific niche tastes. I've never really understood the appeal of board games turned computer software though. I had games like this and Monopoly Junior and Chutes and Ladders game and even Operation at one point, and I didn't really ever get much enjoyment out of playing them. Me personally, I'm just gonna stick to the physical board game, thank you very much.
Just when you thought life couldn't get any sweeter. It's the Game of Life Spongebob Squarepants Edition, now with the Nick Arcade, and it's in 3D. Let the Wheel of Life decide your destiny as you live it up in beautiful Bikini Bottom. Play as SpongeBob, Patrick, Sandy, or Squidward. You can even play with 4 players at once. Play by the classic rules or change things up with the super absorbent SpongeBob mode. The Game of Life Spongebob Squarepants Edition in 3D, now at the Nick Arcade, also in stores now. Rated E for everyone.
From what I've researched, I believe this game is similar to Diner Dash, where the game was initially released on Nick Arcade, but also simultaneously got released with an official PC port, so I'm talking about it. The game does offer some customization features with specialized rule sets and bonus minigames you can play to increase your earnings and reduce your expenses. Some are better than others, but I really dig the pop-up storybook vibe that the presentation sorta has going for it. It's interesting to see, especially up against a 3D environment. And for what it's worth, the game is accurate to the official board game, which I honestly never thought me owning the SpongeBob Game of Life board game from 15 years ago would benefit me in a video, but here I am with it after my sister and I begged my parents for it at the store one day in the late 2000s. If that's not incredible foresight on my part, I don't know what is. Aside from the minigames, obviously, the computer's board lines up perfectly with the physical board, and all of the homes, careers, life cards, etc. are ripped right out of the board game as well. The only inaccuracy present here is that you play with these 2D paper cutouts instead of 3D figures, and Mr. Krabs is playable in the real board game, whereas Sandy replaces him in the software version. Other than that, it's just life, so it's nothing monumental or anything, but like I said, it met the criteria for being acknowledged, and thus, here I am, acknowledging it. Likewise, SpongeBob Monopoly is the same exact scenario as Life. It's a digital recreation of the board game, although unfortunately, unlike Life, I don't own this version of SpongeBob Monopoly physically, so I couldn't win them all. I do have Pokemon and Star Wars though. Same deal here. Game was presumably released on Nick Arcade and got a PC port after the fact. Also, can I just say I hate researching the Nick Arcade because all I get nowadays is either results from the early 90s game show or this one flash game on Nick's website as of 2023. It is such a pain to try and dig up these old classic games because go figure, things being named the same instead of being given subtitles or unique identifiers just makes it impossible. Ugh. Just another reason why I don't ever want to make a Nick Arcade game video. I just feel like I'm gonna miss them because of this. Either Either way, this here is just Monopoly with SpongeBob characters. I mean, what more is there really to say? Custom rules are available again, but the minigames are sorely lacking. Every single time you buy a property, it's the exact same minigame of you just mashing the A button repeatedly to lower the price you have to pay, or clicking a treasure chest card as fast as you can. At least Life had some variety in its minigames, but Monopoly, at least from the amount I played, was sorely lacking. So I'd consider this the worst game, but ultimately it's up to your personal preference of which board game you enjoy.
Someone is buying a ball of Bikini Bottom. Is it Plankton? Mr. Krabs? Or is it this kid? It's Monopoly, the SpongeBob edition. You can own your very own piece of Bikini Bottom.
Magic's right.
Without losing your square pants. Build pineapple houses and own the whole nautical neighborhood.
Yes! Sandy's tree to own 3 pineapples. Money, 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 money.
Monopoly, the Spongebob Squarepants edition. For more nautical nonsense, there's the Game of Life and Bikini Bottom, each sold separately.
Next up, we have Drawn to Life SpongeBob Edition. Now, the Drawn to Life franchise originally started as a singular title released on the Nintendo DS in 2007 that basically advertised that the game let you draw and design things exactly as you wanted. It's honestly a cool concept that takes advantage of the DS's touchscreen by letting you draw whatever wacky characters you feel like. Definitely encourages artistic expression, and I've no doubt that there were some pretty incredibly well done drawings that people came up with back in the day when the series was fresh and new. I distinctly remember kids in like 4th or 5th grade that had this game and had a blast playing it. I never played it myself, although I was well aware of it thanks to my one friend letting me borrow his R4, I believe it was called, which basically it was this device that let you pirate DS games on it. Yeah, I didn't get a chance to play all the games on that, and I also know that it wasn't technically legal, but I was also like 11 at the time, so I didn't really know any better. I don't encourage piracy of new games, but old games that aren't sold anymore is where the gray area really comes in, and honestly, if a game is inaccessible or doesn't get sold anymore and there's literally no option available to you other than piracy, I mean, what are you supposed to do at that point? Either way, Drawn to Life eventually led to a sequel on the Wii and DS, as well as a SpongeBob spin-off, which is the main subject of this section here. Unlike the main Drawn to Life series, which was developed by Fifth Cell, the SpongeBob spin-off was actually developed by our good friends at Altron again, so that right there should be an indicator of decent quality. But as with other genres of video games that I just can't get into that much, Drawn to Life SpongeBob Edition is a game that I fully acknowledge is probably a very fun game to the right artistically driven people. I, however, am somebody who can't draw to save my life, and as such, I don't really enjoy this game. But even despite that, I can still say it's a good game. I mean, it can't be helped really. The game is clearly catering to a specific creative interest and talent that I just don't have. It's why if I ever need artwork, I just pay someone else to make it for me, which, by the way, pay artists when you commission them. Shout out to all my artists out there. Seriously, I respect your talents, and I wish you didn't have to deal with the scammers that you do. I see it all the time when I go online, and it is a shame that it is such a rampant problem. The story of the SpongeBob Drawn to Life game is pretty simple. Mr. Lawrence, as the struggling artist, drops 2 pencils down into the sea below, and Patrick ends up redrawing Doodlebob, who then goes around terrorizing Bikini Bottom with one of the magic pencils, while SpongeBob draws the main hero of the game, aka the player, who then must roam around Bikini Bottom, putting a stop to it and defeating Doodlebob. The game is a 2D platformer that primarily plays on the bottom screen, in which you thankfully still control the character with the D-pad and face buttons, but you use the stylus on the touchscreen to do things like erase enemies and ink blots, as well as draw new items and objects and good versions of enemies. As you can clearly tell by my marvelous and magnificent designs for said objects, I gave up pretty quickly and just made everything filled in blocks because, like I said, I can't draw to save my life. It's a great idea, 100%, and it really fleshes out the world because it allows the player to have the agency of designing what certain things look like, which can bring to life some really awesome visual designs. That aspect aside, it's a pretty straightforward platformer that has good but simple level design and supports a load of other features like the ability to draw SpongeBob, as well as multi-card play so you can enjoy the game with friends. Of course, I can't show these features off given my limitations of recording, but they are still there nonetheless. You also get to choose a partner in the game, such as SpongeBob, Patrick, or Squidward, who each have special abilities that help the player by protecting them or attacking enemies, as well as breaking specially labeled crates for extra bonus coins coins, and the like. Also similar to the original game, you're graded based on how much of the black ink goo you erase in each level, and are tasked with rescuing at least one villager, or in this case resident, of Bikini Bottom in order to get the key to beat the stage, although rescuing more leads to a higher score. There's also your house you can go to visit and customize with various items you collect from villagers that you can draw for yourself, as well as the Krusty Krab, which basically functions as the game's shop. The game consists of 4 worlds in the form of Bikini Bottom, the jungle, the deep sea, and outer space, so there's a bit more variety there compared to a lot of other SpongeBob games, despite having a smaller pool of worlds. Ultimately though, this is one of those cases where I recognize the good qualities this game has, but couldn't get immersed into it in the way that I'm sure other players absolutely can. So by no means do I want to give the game a bad rep, because this is 100% on me this time. It's just my personal taste, and I'm not going to deny that, but I'm also not going to fault the game at the same time either. That's not fair to it. I respect it for what it is. It's just not for me, and that's okay.
Oh boy, here it comes. Oh, this is my favorite part of the game. The legal. Oh yeah, the legal part.
Continuing this trend of DS titles comes the next SpongeBob game known as SpongeBob vs. the Big One, Beach Party Cook-Off. Similar to Atlantis Squarepantis, the game itself was made in conjunction with the TV special for the purposes of Nick being able to sell a video game tie-in that would doubly work as free advertising, essentially. This was something that Nick had already been doing for a while with other Nickelodeon properties, and it's honestly kind of a surprise it took until 2007 for SpongeBob to start getting the same treatment. More power to them though. I'm glad SpongeBob got as many original titles as he did and will continue to get, because I'm far more in favor of that. That being said, the plot of this game is vastly different from the TV series for what it's worth, because this game's plot is all about a cook-off competition between Mr. Krabs and Plankton to earn the right to serve their food at Jack Kahuna Laguna's upcoming beach party.
Summertime, the time when all Bikini Bottom head to the beach for tropical fun. And this year, the highlight is the big beach party, thrown by Jack Kahuna Laguna. And the Krusty Krab and the Chum Bucket both want to cook for it. Jack demands a contest to decide, but the Krusty Krab and the Chum Bucket need more workers to cook for so many.
Plankton attempts to bring in his cousins to help him provide meals, but decides not to pay any of them, so they all make their way over to the Krusty Krab, where they work for Mr. Krabs for like a quarter of minimum wage, because something is better than nothing at the end of the day, I guess. Honestly, I don't really get how this plot even works, because Plankton never gets business anyways, and his food is awful, so why Mr. Krabs feels the need to get more staff is beyond me, but hey, whatever. The rest of the game takes place over the course of 5 episodes where Jack and another guest judge the food in preparation for the big party. And from there, the game becomes 10 hours of cooking minigames. Back during the DS era, with the rise in popularity of certain touchscreen focused games like Nintendogs, WarioWare, and Cooking Mama, all sorts of other game developers and publishers were trying to hop onto the trend and grab their own slice of the money-making pie while it was hot. This led to a bunch of games like this where the whole experience is simple touchscreen micro games that you need to play a billion of in order to progress throughout it. I definitely had my fair share of fun with these games like this for sure, and they're certainly fun in small bursts. However, 10 hours worth of content is way too much time for me to invest in this game for this video, so I only put in a fraction of that because, truth be told, it's the same game from beginning to end. It really is. If you enjoy touchscreen based minigames, then sure, the game is fine. It's fun for like 15 minutes at a time. Most of the challenges are simple, quick, and functional, so I can't really complain. All I can truly say is that I could never sit through 10 hours straight of this because it overstays its welcome very quickly when you do that. But again, this was a handheld game that was certainly made with the intent of playing it over many short bursts on the go, rather than all at once. I can't really berate the game too much because it's good at what it does and what it's meant to be. There's a lot of different recipes, and I like the idea of unlocking more as you play through the game, expanding the Krusty Krab menu, which can lead to cooking higher value items to return a bigger cash reward at the end. But I would never go out of my way to play this game again. At the time, it was definitely a serviceable title that entertained plenty of other kids my age, I'm sure, but man, revisiting all these DS games, it's actually really starting to make me nostalgic for that era again. Like late elementary school, middle school. Dang, getting old sucks.
All right, recruits, listen up. It falls on to me to turn you into the finest cooks Bikini Bottom has ever known. Together, we are going to impress Jack Kahuna Laguna and win the contest to cater the big beach party. You may have come here for the party. You may have come here because Plankton promised to pay you, but couldn't. But Mr. Krabs is paying you half of a quarter of minimum wage, so we can cook enough food for the contest and show that we are the best restaurant in town. You're gonna learn to cook my way, the Krusty Krab way. Together, we can cook anything, and we will be the best Krusty Krab cooks ever!
Start, unless you're a coward.
Okay, Truth or Square, it's your turn. This is one I've been hearing from people about how it's actually an underlooked gem in some aspects over the last couple of years, but I've never gone out of my way to play it. The game was developed by Heavy Iron, the same team behind Battle and the movie game, so that right there is already a sign that this could be a genuinely great time. But considering I never gave the game a shot before or even heard of its reputation online until I went out of my way to seek it out, I never really had any incentive to play it until making this video. Having played it the full way through now, I'm just going to come out and say that this is a good game that serves as a great example of what an awesome, outstanding, amazing game it could have been. Revenge of the Flying Dutchman wasn't the only game in this video to feel unfinished to me, as it seems that Truth or Square falls right into the same category, while still being a far more superior game. I don't know a lot about the game's history behind the scenes, but just playing through it here, there are plenty of signs of the devs either not being given the budget a game of this caliber deserved, or more likely just being rushed to meet the deadline of the TV special's premiere rather than giving the game the time in the sun that it needed to cook. Between the 3 hours it takes to beat the entire game, making it the second shortest of all the major 3D console games thus far, to the reused soundtrack, it's clear that this game could have had more going for it if the devs were given more time to put work into it. The game's general structure is kind of a mix of Battle and the movie game, with SpongeBob's Pineapple existing as a mini hub world of sorts that allows you to talk to different characters and access the photo album in order to go from level to level. If those two former titles are Sonic Adventure 1 and 2 respectively, then Truth or Square is Sonic Generations, because the game's hub world follows the same design philosophy, and now that I'm thinking about it, Truth or Square's whole setting is a celebration of SpongeBob's past history. So honestly, I think my analogy to the Sonic games here is actually better than I initially expected. Dang. I'm actually proud of myself for that one. For the purposes of this video, I'm primarily using the Wii version while playing with a GameCube controller. I attempted to record the Xbox 360 version, but unfortunately due to technical difficulties, I couldn't get the game to run properly, and it led to a lot of graphical hiccups and screen tearing. Plus, I wasn't able to play any of the cutscenes, so an upscaled Wii version was the one I ultimately settled on. Also, weirdly enough, and I don't know if this has been pointed out by anybody else before, but for some reason, unlike any other game on this list, every single version of Truth or Square has different cover art. I don't know why. It's so weird. Anyways, the plot of the game is that Mr. Krabs gives SpongeBob the Krabby Patty secret formula and tells him to hide it somewhere safe, only for him to then forget 2 hours later where he put it, leading to Plankton offering to team up with SpongeBob in order to help him jog his memory by going inside his mind with the help of his memory machine.
Patrick, we need to find that formula before you-know-who does. P-L-A-N-K...
T-O-N.
Plankton, how long have you been there?
Long enough to know you're in big trouble. Well, SpongeBob, seeing as we are friends, it seems only right that I help you remember where you put the formula.
This leads into the general setting of the game being this house party taking place inside SpongeBob's pineapple, where he can talk to characters like Patrick and Squidward, who prompt him to remember various significant events that they all experienced previously. Meanwhile, Plankton has also deployed his own robots, who actually obey him this time unlike before, to scour every nook and cranny of SpongeBob's mind to find the secret formula while SpongeBob and him are distracted going through every level. Well, I say they obey him, but Plankton breaks the remote in seconds, so that ultimately prompts him to go inside SpongeBob's mind himself anyways, acting as the proponent for the two-player mode of the game. He just kinda floats next to SpongeBob and can help out by attacking enemies and stuff. Eventually, by the end of the game, SpongeBob remembers where he put the formula, and Plankton gets in this giant robot to go steal it from the Krusty Krab safe before SpongeBob can. Although Plankton ends up being defeated in the end, and then Mr. Krabs and SpongeBob realize that Mr. Krabs never gave him the formula, and he just had it in his back pocket the whole time. Relatively simple premise, although it does contain some nice cutscenes at the start and end of every level, so that's an added bonus. Speaking of levels, the game contains 7 levels within this nostalgic premise that are each themed after a classic episode from the show. For instance, the first episode is based on various jellyfishing episodes like Jellyfish Hunter and Spongehenge. Later levels include references to Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy, Tea at the Tree Dome, or more specifically the time SpongeBob and Sandy first met, and my personal favorite episode of the entire series, The Graveyard Shift, which has references throughout the level that acknowledge all of the signs that Squidward warned SpongeBob about regarding the hash-slinging slasher. Of course, within all of these levels there are references to other episodes too in more subtle ways, so clearly the celebratory aspect of SpongeBob's 10th anniversary did not go unnoticed. His moveset is relatively straightforward, although he only gains 3 moves throughout the whole game in the form of his Spatula Slam attack, his Spinning Slap attack, and his Cannon Shot, which requires ammo in order to fire, although thankfully that's pretty easy to come by. These moves are definitely useful, but the lack of a few more maneuvers is a bit disappointing to say the least. This game does come with power-ups as an added bonus, however, with the main one coming in the form of the Buff power-up, which makes SpongeBob Muscle Bob Buff Pants so that he can kill all the enemies in one hit, instead of several with upgraded versions of his base moves. This is definitely a blessing you don't want to miss out on, so try to keep this power on you for as long as possible. You get to have it until you get hit, so as long as you avoid all forms of damage, you can take this with you through the entire level if you're skilled enough. Other power-ups include a brief invincibility and combat abilities that involve SpongeBob's friends, such as Sandy's Spinning Cyclone or Squidward's Clarinet, although Patrick's is probably the most fun because you go full on Smash Bros with the hammer item every time you activate it. Many of the staple components of Heavy Iron games are present here too. You've got tikis and robots and buttons and spinners, the whole shebang. Most of the levels in this game are designed really well, with relatively easy but enjoyable puzzles, and new mechanics do get introduced in later stages to keep things interesting, such as the gum wads, which are very similar to the spiderweb balls from Super Mario Galaxy, or the sphere enemies that explode after you roll on them for a certain amount of time. The levels do feel a bit on the shorter side though. Like I said, there are only 7 stages in the game, and 2 of them even reuse former level aesthetics. Those of course being Jellyfish Fields and Kelp Forest, which both get 2 stages instead of just 1. Adding on to this, I mentioned earlier that this game has a reused soundtrack. As far as I could tell, there was not a single new song in this entire game.
Boing, boing, boing. That'll put a little spring in your step.
Everything that played was from both of the previous Heavy Iron games or ripped directly out of the cartoon itself. And while this isn't a bad thing, when you've come to associate both of these games' soundtracks with these games, hearing them in a different game is extremely off-putting. Honestly, I'd go so far as to say immersion ruining, because it just feels like I should be playing a different game, even though I'm not. I guess if you look at this from the perspective of it being an expansion pack of battle though, rather than its own game, you can kind of ignore that aspect. I mean, it sort of is when you think about it. I mean, with so many of Battle's elements reappearing here. Truth or Square also offers costume items that you can purchase with the Happy tokens scattered around all the levels, a concept that never made it into Battle for Bikini Bottom, so that's really cool. They do change the costumes of the characters in the levels, and you can finally play the whole game wearing SpongeBob's Krusty Krab hat or just as a burglar if you really want to. Costumes also exist for other characters as well, but obviously you aren't playing as them. Happy tokens can also be spent on furniture items inside SpongeBob's house, so if you feel like upgrading SpongeBob's couch or picture frames, you can absolutely do that. I couldn't find any evidence that buying them all would unlock anything, so as far as I could tell it was purely for aesthetic changes, characters, but I could be incorrect about this. Going along with that idea, there are also items you can unlock by either completing the stage or completing the bonus objectives within the levels that can net you additional items you can interact with within SpongeBob's home. They mostly just amount to Easter eggs or giving you a few happy tokens, but they are a nice bonus objective to at least encourage a little replayability. There are 2 sections in SpongeBob's house that you can't access at first until you acquire a set number of these objectives, but these areas simply contain some of the items you gathered and net you a few extra lives. Yeah, that was a weird thing. Despite past games not having a live system, this game does for whatever reason, but it was ultimately meaningless because I ended up finishing the game with like 50 something in stock anyways, so I kind of just asked, like, what's the point of introducing the live system now? Boss fights, those are pretty fun. There's 3 major bosses in this game and 3 mini bosses in each chapter, which aren't too difficult. Patbot is pretty easy given it's the first major boss in the game, but what's more exciting to talk about is the fact that Robot Squidward was finally realized by Heavy Iron after like 6 years in between games.
Squidward, I think I remember where I put the secret formula. Uh-oh.
I couldn't believe this. I never knew there was a Robot Squidward boss fight in this game, and while I acknowledge that the fight probably wasn't the intent of the original fight from Battle, the fact that we have anything at all is amazing to me. It feels like the answer to this empty void that's just been missing for me for all these years. I genuinely never knew this existed. Although I will confess there was one noticeable flaw with this boss fight that also stuck out to me at other points in the game. The water knockback physics are absolutely broken. I mean, seriously, in Battle, if you touched goo, you would bounce right back to where you were without issue most of the time. In this game, it always feels like you look like you're gonna land back where you were, but for one reason or another, the game just fails to direct you to the proper spot and you end up dying a majority of the time. This isn't a deal breaker, but by the end of the game, it happened just enough times for me to be bothered by it to acknowledge it. Not sure what happened here. But yeah, with all that said, I find Truth or Square to be an underrated diamond in the rough, which is strange to me considering the special it's based on is one of the worst SpongeBob specials the show has ever made. I didn't really get into the story of the Truth or Square episode in this section like I did with Atlantis, mostly because the story of the episode is completely different from the video game, with all the characters getting trapped in the ventilation system while Patchy just runs around with a bunch of celebrity cameos. So yeah, in short, that TV special ain't good. That being said, I would like to direct my attention over to the PSP version of the game, which, while very similar to the console version, does have some stark differences that I want to point out, hence why I'm counting it as a separate game, unlike the Wii 60 versions. Namely, that the PSP version has 2 additional levels in it in the form of the talent show level in World 1, which is based on the episode Culture Shock, and the Krusty Krab recall level at the very end of the game. Both of these levels are surprisingly missing from the console version, most likely cut either due to time or budget constraints. But they did make it into the PSP version, so at the very least it exists somewhere. We kinda have a Robot Squidward scenario on our hands again here with this one, as I'm sure those levels were planned to be in the game at one point. I really can't emphasize enough that I wish we would have seen the final end product of the console game, because it's definitely obvious to me that the game wasn't finished and the first and third chapters only have 2 levels and a boss fight, whereas the second chapter has 3. Hey, editing Shadow coming in post really quick. I actually wanted to add that this was technically confirmed in late 2022 by a person going by the name of Koopa Eliminator, who discovered both of these levels in Spain's Wii version of the game. So that pretty much confirms that these levels were intended to be in the game, but just didn't make the cut. Just thought I'd throw that in there. The game was also technically developed by Barking Lizards Technologies instead of Heavy Iron, for what that's worth, and while playing through the PSP version, I noticed that a lot of this game tends to be similar, but in some cases the level design does end up diverting a bit. It's not a one-to-one experience in the same way that the Wii 60 versions are. Same could be said for the PSP and DS versions of the Yellow Avenger. That is not true here. The PSP version definitely plays differently and has extra content in it, so I wanted to bring it up as such. The DS game I'm going to keep relatively simple, because it's basically a spiritual successor to the DS version of Atlantis Squarepantis. It was developed by Altron once again and is a 3D platformer with a 2D side-scrolling camera angle just like before. You play through various stages, although your combat maneuvers are actually the exact same as the console version, and you start with all of them from the get-go, instead of unlocking them as you progress. Plankton also joins you and can interact with the environment on the bottom screen, which By the way, the game also integrates in here in a few ways, such as tapping the screen to raise platforms and drawing circles around SpongeBob. The plot is the exact same as the console versions, as are the levels and boss battles, so not much has changed there. It's simply adapted to the new platform. Personally speaking, however, I actually kind of prefer Atlantis Squarepantis to this game just because I enjoyed the partner tag team mechanic way more in this specific style. Don't get me wrong, this version of the game is still fun, but something about it just wasn't as engaging as Atlantis was for me, which is ironic given that the opposite was true for the console versions. But yeah, if you liked Atlantis on the DS, you'll probably like this one, and I'm sure for some they may even like this game better. I personally find it difficult to add more to this section beyond that because it basically just incorporates a lot of what DS Atlantis did right and put it in the Truth or Square setting. The added stages from the PSP version are also present here, which is just more evidence that the console version is missing them, and the boss fights are the same enemies just slightly modified, and every level ends in a minigame of some kind, which offers decent variety, I guess. But yeah, aside from these details, I really don't have much else to talk about here. Let the praises I've given the games this one's based on do the talking, and I'll move on to the next one. Is what I would say if there wasn't a PC port that also needed to be acknowledged. Yes, just like the movie game, Truth or Square also had a PC game made for the Nick Arcade in the form of a party game style similar to that of SpongeBob Life or SpongeBob Monopoly. Now, I wasn't able to confirm that this didn't get a physical PC release, but I couldn't find any evidence that it did either, so take that for what it is. Basically, this is a board game where every turn you build the board by placing a number of air ducts down and moving around to collect happiness points by playing games and acquiring things. These minigames play similarly to Life and Monopoly, where you either just move the mouse or press some buttons rapidly over and over. Eventually, you need to collect 3 cards and make it to the exit to win, with each card being themed after a core memory of SpongeBob's history, so it's still in tune with the theme of the special. Honestly, I dig the 2D sticker cutout style again here, but this game is more of a one and done type deal. It's not as in-depth as a game like Monopoly, and I found myself growing bored with it about 10 minutes in. Thankfully, it was only about a 20-minute game for me to finish, but even still, I wasn't super impressed here. I mean, this is easily the most forgettable of the 3 board games, and there's no denying that, but it was functional, so it has that at least. Again, the only reason for my acknowledgement of this game is because it is tied to a console version, and I've also talked about 2 similar games already that did get PC ports. That's about it though. Not much more to say about this one. The gameplay loop is shallow, but definitely serviceable for 2009 standards as a half-hour distraction. I don't really see a reason why anybody nowadays would be clamoring to play this one though.
Oh, Mr. Krabs! I feel dizzy! I can't breathe! I can't feel my legs! Oh wait, here it is! Ah! It was in my back pocket the whole time.
Hey, that's me lottery ticket. Oops. I guess I never gave you the formula after all. Ah, here it is. It was in my back pocket the whole time.
Your back pocket of the...
10 years of frustration. 10 long years of chasing after that formula. I almost had it that time, too. Oh, the anguish. The humiliation. Ah! Well, I'll try again tomorrow.
Ah, mes amis, we meet again in the sleepy town of Bikini Bottom. It is a most important day for SpongeBob. Not only is it the day of his boating school exam, it is also the last test of the year. Should he fail, SpongeBob will face another whole year of boating school.
And the turn signal.
Very good, SpongeBob. You passed the oral exam.
Of course.
Yes, and if we can only get you to put your knowledge to practical use, you might just pass this test.
Oh no, that's where I always have trouble.
This time, SpongeBob, we're going to go through it slowly, together, to calm your nerves. And then you can try it on your own. How does that sound?
As long as these pants are square and this sponge is Bob, I won't let you down.
We'll just see about that.
Following up on the aftermath of those previous games, the next SpongeBob title came in the form of a console and handheld Nintendo exclusive known as SpongeBob's Boating Bash on both the DS and the Wii. This game is unlike any 3D console game we've seen up to this point because unlike the slew of 3D platformers that came before this or a minigame-centric party game like LCP, this is a full-blown demolition derby driving game with a little bit of racing sprinkled in. I see descriptions of this game around the internet label the game as a racer, probably just because you're driving, but after having played through the entire thing, calling this a racing game is horribly inaccurate. This is a demolition derby game in every sense of the word, and I'll get more into that as we go along. The plot of this one is as follows. SpongeBob fails his driving test for the 78th time in a row, leaving him sulking out front of Mrs. Puff's boating school feeling hopeless and incompetent. Lucky for him, this middle-aged shark wearing a tie named Seymour Scales shows up and teaches SpongeBob that he can learn to drive using his patented DRIVE program.
You can teach me how to drive?
Absolutely. Drive is a very simple system that teaches the 5 key things that every driver should know. Destruction, recklessness, impairment, velocity, and escape.
By teaching SpongeBob everything that makes a bad driver, he believes he can internalize that knowledge in order to teach what he needs to avoid doing in order to be a good driver. Thus, SpongeBob quickly begins paying for lessons which lead to him wrecking other vehicles and all sorts of different demolition events, with many of his friends eventually catching on as well, such as Patrick and Sandy and Mr. Krabs. Even Plankton gets in on the deal, which is cool because the game starts out with you just competing against generic fish, but eventually as the friends join in cutscenes, they begin showing up in every driving lesson from then on out. At the end of the game, however, it is realized that Seymour was just scamming everyone out of their money because the license he gives SpongeBob is inauthentic, and thus he tries to make a getaway escape only to be stopped by SpongeBob's reckless driving that he taught him, thus being poetically apprehended by Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy in the end, which, by the way, this is Ernest Borgnine and Tim Conway's last appearance in a SpongeBob video game. May they both rest in peace. So gameplay wise, what's the deal here? Well, there's a small variety of missions in the form of collecting the most parts from wrecking vehicles, in which the player and other drivers all smash into each other to knock parts off their opponent's boat so that they can collect them for themselves. There's a full-blown demolition derby mode where you score the most points for dealing the most damage and knocking out opponents. Last man standing mode where the player must knock all of the vehicles out of the ring and be the last one in. Generic racing mode where you just race to the finish, and by extension a spin-off version of that where you need to race to the finish while earning enough damage points. And lastly, a survival mode where you just need to survive 3 waves of derbies without letting your boat get totaled. All in all, most of these game modes are pretty fun. The controls for the most part are alright, although I definitely wish the turning was handled a bit better. It just feels a little too stiff, even when in vehicles with the highest driving stat, to the point that it's just a little cumbersome when you're trying to turn accurately in a vehicle or avoid something and you just barely mess up because the vehicle wouldn't turn a bit smoother. I like pretty much all of the different challenges that the game throws at you though. The last man standing missions are probably my favorite because there's nothing more satisfying than stunning an opponent driver and then backing up and smashing them straight into a pit, completely wrecking their vehicle and knocking them out of the match. I really do feel like the game could have used a few more ideas though. Sure, the demo derbies are fun, but this takes up like 90% of the game, and the only other variety comes in the form of general racing missions on a very small racetracks, which, by the way, are the worst part of the whole game. The racetracks are small, the turning controls leave a lot to be desired as I mentioned, and that is especially noticeable here. As somebody who plays a lot of driving games like The Crew 2 and Need for Speed, I'm not expecting high level turning or anything like that, but this is just way too stiff no matter how much you slow your vehicle down. That combined with the asinine scoring system that you're required to meet in order to pass the mission with a letter grade had me pulling my hair out by the end of it. Honestly, this mission in the last section of Seymour Scales' escape lessons is the worst mission I experienced in the whole game. It is such a backwards idea because the whole point of the mission is to score 1,000 points by smashing your vehicle into all the other vehicles on the racetrack, some of which artificially rubber band themselves out of your range to avoid you, by the way, while making it to the end without your vehicle getting destroyed. If you get destroyed before you make it 3 laps, you lose. Allow me to share a few clips showcasing how miserably unfun this particular mission is.
3, 2, 1, go!
Woohoo! Watch out! Coming from behind!
Oh, I think you forgot something.
fast!
Eat my dust! Ouch! 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 Oof. Someone hoist the anchor! Yow! Oh, that was so unfair! Come on, floor it! Hey, watch that speed limit!
No, no, no! I'll get you yet!
I can still help you get that license.
I'm only highlighting this as one of the worst parts of the game to further iterate why I can't call this a racing game. It's not a racing game, and when it tries to be one, it fundamentally fails. It has the demolition derby design philosophy built into this race, but the problem with this mission is that unlike other recklessness missions where you're still given a score even if you aren't the last vehicle standing, so it's still possible to pass the mission with a B or a C letter grade, in the races, that's impossible because you always fail if you don't make it to the finish line. And by the way, you're also under a time limit. So not only do you need to wreck your vehicle to near destruction in order to earn 1,000 points, which felt so reliant on luck that it wasn't fun, but you need to make it to the end of the race and survive without the computer destroying you, and do so before your timer runs out. You cannot take your time, you cannot play it safe. It is 100% luck if you pull this off.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Hey, watch it, buddy.
I'm afraid you're gonna have to do better than that.
Needless to say, all of these mechanics come together to make a huge mess of obstacles that are weighted against you. At least remove the time limit. If the whole idea is to survive until you finish the race, why impose a time limit on this? It should either count the points earned regardless of if you finish or not, like the other mode, or the time limit should be removed. One or the other. That's just me. Either way, like I said, these missions are the worst part of the game. When you're not required to make it to the end of a racetrack while meeting a point requirement, the game is super fun. Even if you don't succeed on every mission with your first try, it's worth replaying them a few times to win because of how fun the boat bashing gameplay is. The story mode of the game should take you under 2 hours to complete, but luckily the game also comes with a multiplayer mode, which is where the real fun of the game can be had. Being able to play this with a group of friends and smash everybody's boats would probably be a blast if I'm being honest. Being able to choose your character and swap between the different modes does sound like a lot of fun. All in all, SpongeBob's Boating Bash on the Wii is a pretty fun side game for what it is. I had fun with it even in single player mode and would gladly pull this out sometime if I had a group of 1 to 3 other players to have some fun with me. Sure, this doesn't compare to something like The Crew 2 or Wreckfest, which are more in-depth variations on this kind of game, but as a SpongeBob game on the Wii, I think it has some appeal. The DS version is definitely an interesting one though, seeing as it's unlike any other racing game I've ever really played on the DS before. I'm sure other games existed that were similar to this one, but I just haven't played something with this design philosophy behind the control scheme, so I don't have a wider perspective here. The plot of the game is the same as the console version, so nothing new needs to be said there. It's really just the control scheme that needs to be discussed, because unlike your average Mario Kart or Sonic and Sega All-Stars Racing on the DS, this game is controlled via the touchscreen of all things, but not in the worst way imaginable. Basically, you control the velocity of the boat, that's speed and direction, by touching the bottom screen in the direction you want to go with a further distance from the center indicating a higher speed. Where you are touching on the bottom screen directly influences the boat on the top, so you can immediately see how SpongeBob's boat controls are relative to your inputs. It's very weird to say the least. I mean, props for trying to take advantage of the touchscreen in some way as a means of using the hardware's features, but it's so far from standard racing game control schemes that the industry had well grown accustomed to by this point. It's functional, but I don't see any rhyme or reason why people would want to control a racing game in this manner over traditional controls. It is a neat novelty, I suppose, but there's a reason most other driving games all adopted the same control scheme. By this point, the racing genre had kind of figured out that the staples of either the A button or the R button being the primary method of acceleration and using the D-pad or control stick to steer should be obvious. I don't enjoy this control scheme at all, but I at least admire the attempt at trying something different and innovative, even if the game itself isn't all that fun. That being said, however, like the Wii version, you go through various training courses under the Drive moniker as you race around the track, bashing your your fellow opponents and making it to the finish line with the set time limits. Various obstacles present themselves, and there are different challenges like making it to the goal within the time limit and defeating 5 opponents before you cross the finish line and stuff like that. It's a relatively short and simple game, it shouldn't take too long to complete, but it's definitely an interesting one for the Nintendo DS. Alas, compared to some of the earlier titles I talked about, it's starting to feel a lot like these later games have less to talk about, but I ultimately chalk that up to the lack of effort or time put into making them. A lot of these games, not Boating Bash in particular, but other ones, are generally simpler in their premise and mechanics compared to full-blown titles like Creature or Truth or Square. Either way, Boating Bash was a unique spin-off that I found decently enjoyable, so take that for what it's worth, I suppose.
I would have pulled it off too if it wasn't for Mrs. Puff's meddling around.
I guess I'm not going to get my license after all.
That's okay, SpongeBob. You can always take classes from Mrs. Puff again next year.
Yeah, you're right! Oh, Mrs. Puff, how can I ever thank you?
No need to thank me, SpongeBob. Oh, what have I done?
Now this is pod racing, and this here is an interesting game. Spongebob Squigglepants for the Nintendo Wii and 3DS is not your typical 3D platformer or party game like we've been growing accustomed to. Heck, just like the one that came before it, this game is unlike anything else in this video. It's not a puzzle game, it's not a sports game, it's not even a board game. It's a WarioWare-inspired collection of micro games developed by WayForward Technologies, who's back at the helm of another SpongeBob title after having not developed anything for the franchise since the handheld versions of Creature from the Krusty Krab. Yes, indeed. Both versions of the game offer the same experience of the player needing to complete various super quick micro games in only a matter of 5 to 10 seconds before the timer runs out. Definitely a niche appeal, but the fans of the WarioWare series of games are sure to find something to love here. That being said, I'll primarily be using the 3DS version of the game because this genre of game definitely feels more suited to handheld devices. There's over 100 possible micro games you can encounter during your time playing it, with each of them being categorized into certain thematic art styles. You've got sketch style, B-movie style, abstract style, and more that all have their own subgroups of games that are all drawn in the same matching style. The 3DS version also comes with the exclusive Icon Bob levels not seen in the Wii version, most likely because the 3DS version was released a month later, so there was more time for the developers to add this extra content into it. These games are very straightforward and to the point, however, but take full advantage of the hardware that they're on. These games will have you tilting, shaking, drawing, spinning, flicking, and tapping your screen like crazy in order to complete these games. They're a fun novelty, as most games in this vein tend to be, and are definitely meant to be played in a short time period rather than hours and hours straight. After completing 20 rounds of a given mode successfully, you'll unlock the next theme, which grants you a whole new slew of games to try out. The game is also hosted by Patchy the Pirate, being the only game to do this, and it is complete with full-blown recorded cutscenes performed by Tom Kenny as he tells you all about the various art exhibits that you unlock as you pass through the game.
I didn't do it. It wasn't me. You can't prove a thing. Ahoy there, matey. It's your old friend Patchy the Pirate, president of the Spongebob Squarepants fan club. What's that? Oh, I was just resting my eyes and I drifted off for a second there. Had a wonderful dream. Me and SpongeBob were fighting off a schooner full of rugged pirates. Oh, we were getting tough.
It's actually really cool, as you get to see him talk to you while you progress, even going so far as to encourage you when you fail. Okay, well, it's not the most motivational speech ever, but the spirit is there. The Wii version actually requires the well-known video game peripheral that everybody clearly owned as a kid, the U-Draw game tablet, seeing as a lot of these micro games, well, require you to play them. Ultimately, this product was doomed to fail from the start because the appeal of these extra video game peripherals was already dying out at this point, like with Rock Band and Guitar Hero, which had exhausted people with the musical instruments, and other things like the Wii Zapper, for instance, had also lost its novelty. This tablet was super late to the party because by the time it was released in late 2010, the Wii was about to be on its last legs, and the Kinect was kinda dominating the Xbox sphere. I mean, the device did sell decently on the Wii itself, but it was THQ's attempts to market the device to other systems that really did them in. Interviews from former THQ executives actually attribute their 2013 bankruptcy to partially being a result of the massive failure in sales that this peripheral had, with the company's financial officer describing the overstock of unsold units contributing to like a $56 million loss of revenue, which is insane. Also, considering the fact that the thing had like 10 games released for it over the course of a year, some of which weren't even available on the 360 or PS3, like Spongebob, yeah, this thing was pretty much dead on arrival. That said, I do like this game even if it was just a WarioWare knockoff. The differing art styles are fun and definitely bring a wide array of personality to the game. Plus, there are additional minigames like this balloon popping game, for instance, and you can even mix and match games in an additional role as you unlock them through playing it. It's a fun distraction to kill time in the short term, but considering the Wii version requires the use of a discontinued peripheral, I wouldn't suggest seeking that out. Just go for the 3DS version instead, where the game's hardware is already built for it to be playable on its own.
Make and share your own SpongeBob cartoons with Spongebob Squarepants Tooncast Studio. It's as easy as drag, drop, and share. Let's see it in action.
This is another one that I'll have to be brief on. Tooncast Studio was one of those make-your-own cartoon computer programs that were popular back in the 2000s as a way of basically letting kids make their own stories and movies with some pre-made assets that do a lot of the heavy lifting. I was never a fan of these personally, but I definitely knew there were other kids who loved them. Either way, this Tooncast Studio feels like late on the draw considering it came out in 2011 when mobile apps were already kind of taking over the market as CD-ROMs were on their way out. This application is exactly as I described. It comes equipped with all sorts of SpongeBob characters and backgrounds and voice clips and basically lets you make your own cartoons. Really, your level of enjoyment comes out of how much effort you put into making these and if that sort of thing interests you at all. I suppose it also can serve as somewhat of an introduction to animation, but only on a shallow level. SpongeBob's Tooncast Studio certainly was a thing that existed. I can say that much. Yeah, this hardly even constitutes being called a game, honestly. I don't see any point in continuing to talk about it. Next.
Perch Perkins here live, following the aftermath of Bikini Bottom's destruction at the hands of King Neptune's son, Triton. We are told King Neptune himself is locked inside, along with other partygoers, on what was to be the king's 5,000th birthday party. We go now to two witnesses on the scene to get their account of the day's events. What can you tell us, boys?
Well, you know, let's make this a lightning round, because Clash of Triton is yet another one of these Nick arcade games that was also physically released on PC, so I've got to acknowledge it. It's a 2D based game where you have to destroy buildings and eat Krabby Patties in order to earn the recognition of Triton, the son of King Neptune. You go through the game destroying buildings in order to level up your character's strength and health and speed and stuff, which is all well and good, but I quickly found that if I had just pumped all my upgrades into speed, the game got insanely easy, insanely boring, and insanely monotonous, insanely quickly. You can continue to progress through the game and go to various areas from Rock Bottom to Glove World to Goo Lagoon, but it's the same gameplay for the most part the whole way through. It's basic, and that's unsurprising given that it's from the Nick arcade. So, yeah, it existed.
We bring you this special news update. Check out this just in. Use the smiting points you have collected to level up your character.
Alright, and next up we're back to the Xbox 360 with a game so beloved, so praised, so well reviewed by critics and fans galore that it's an irrefutable crime it took me this long to get to it. Spongebob Squarepants in SpongeBob Surf and Skate Road Trip.
So, you may be wondering why I've invited you all here. Well, ladies and gentlefish, take a seat, because I, SpongeBob Squarepants, am about to tell you.
Do I need to sit down, too?
No, Patrick. A terribly terrible crime has been committed in Bikini Bottom. A terribly terrible crime, so terrible that it's my job, nay, my duty, to bring it to your attention. The terribly terrible crime that has been committed is that we haven't watched my vacation slides.
Alright, I hate to say it guys, but I'm being sarcastically hyperbolic here. Unfortunately for me, out of all the games in this video, this was one of the very few that I couldn't actually play no matter what I attempted to try because I don't have a Kinect. And yes, you need to have a Kinect in order to play this game because this is one of those simulators where you control the whole game by physically standing as if you were on the surf and or skateboard. I've heard enough Sonic Free Riders horror stories to know that these games were far ahead of technology's capabilities because these games are a nightmare to play for anybody that's tried them. That being said, I can't really weigh in much here because I didn't get the chance to play it, so I'm gonna have to take others' word for it and assume that the controls are bad. The graphics are at least decent, but that should be a given when this is the Xbox 360 we're talking about here, and the game comes with two different modes, surfing and skating. What a surprise! It's almost like that's the title of the game! You can play as SpongeBob or Patrick and can upgrade your boards as you play throughout the story mode from what I can see. Shoutouts to this YouTube channel here for footage of this section in the video by the way. I respect them for playing this full game to completion because I could never tolerate something like this long enough to actually do it. The plot of the game is pretty basic. SpongeBob and Patrick just present this slideshow to the rest of their friend group, which contains photos of their road trip where they surfed and skated all over the place. Simple premise with flat images serving as the cutscenes of the game, so it's unimpressive at best and lazy at worst. The gameplay of this one follows that arcade style with you surfing and or skating through 12 different environments as you collect coins and perform cool stunts to upgrade your gear, and that's about it. There's nothing too compelling about this game unless you're looking for the novelty of playing yet another surfing and skateboarding video game on the Xbox Kinect. Honestly, there's not much to see here. I feel like this experience would wear itself out in 30 minutes, and I'm personally kind of thankful that this was one of the games in this video I didn't have to play. But by comparison, SpongeBob Surf and Skate Road Trip on the Nintendo DS is one of the worst games I've had to play for this entire video. The sprite work is extremely unimpressive, especially given the previous games that came out before this on the DS, and like half the minigames are so easy to abuse to win that it's not even funny. Like even the frame rate is stuttery all the time. I mean, look at this footage for the very first surfing minigame. It's so miserable and unpleasant and makes attempting to try the first mission almost unplayable. I really fought to not put this game down after my first attempt at surfing. The premise is the same as the console version, so nothing different there. It's just that the different games to play are sprite based and on the DS rather than full-blown 3D games controlled with your body. So there are many different surfing and skating based challenges to play, and there's an upgrade system that allows you to improve your boards for said minigames so that you can get better stats as the game goes along, but the games themselves are kind of unimpressive. For the first minigame where you need to surf as SpongeBob, the very first time I played it, I was having a miserable experience. I couldn't figure out how to properly gain momentum, and the tidal wave would constantly catch up and drown me to where I just didn't see much of a point in continuing. But then, on my second attempt, I figured out how to completely break the entire game.
This is gonna take for Optometer, fully charged.
And the same was also true for Patrick's first skateboarding minigame, where you need to meet a certain point threshold in order to win, but because the game doesn't take into account that you could just spam the same stationary move over and over again, my whole strategy for beating this minigame was to do this. It's honestly sad how abusable both of these different minigames are. These are literally 2/3 of the entire game, with the last third being the half-pipe minigame, which is total trash, because I wasted about 10 minutes of my life trying to figure out these controls, and it just felt like no matter what I pressed, the game wouldn't respond to a single thing I did. As I said, these are the only 3 game modes in the whole package, so the reality of the situation is that I'm not missing anything. Unfortunately, the actual challenge in this game is almost non-existent. It's just plagued by poor controls, and like I said earlier, the sprite work isn't that impressive. Seriously, I cannot stress enough that the controls of some of these games is unbearable, and the story isn't all that invigorating when experiencing it through the DS's compression at that. Yeah, all in all, I can't really say much else positive about this one. No need to go back to it because the game truly sucks. As a final note, Surf and Skate Roadtrip is technically the final SpongeBob game to be published by THQ before it filed for bankruptcy in 2013, which I may or may not attribute to being the reason why there were so few SpongeBob video games released after this point. Don't get me wrong, we still have a little bit more to go, but since the very beginning of this video, every single game we've discussed aside from the Nick Arcade and bowling game has been published by THQ in the span of 10 years. The rest of this video is the next 10 years. And if you look at the length of time that's remaining in it, you can clearly see that there's not much more left. This is the end of an era, I guess you could call it, and not exactly the greatest note for them to go out on. Even still, it just goes to show how prominent THQ was as a publisher in the 2000s. Not trying to paint the company as the good guys here though. I mean, if Revenge of the Flying Dutchman's development stories were anything to go by, and probably Truth or Squares as well, there definitely seemed to be foul play involved, so maybe this was a blessing, maybe it wasn't. Either way, I thought it was important to bring this fact to light going forward, so make of this information what you will. That being said, let's go ahead and move on to our next game.
I won! I wish Squidward was here.
What was that?
That, Karen, was the sound of my dreams becoming reality.
You're getting taller?
Taller? No. But I definitely will be moving up in the world.
So, following THQ's filing for bankruptcy in 2013, the sheer multitude of SpongeBob video games that were being released on a yearly basis grinded to a screeching halt as the video game rights were sold off to Activision, who would go on to publish the next game in this video, Spongebob Squarepants in Plankton's Robotic Revenge. Now, whether this game was in development prior to THQ filing and Activision choosing to finish the project, or this whole game began development after the deal was done, either way this game was released to what seemed to be overwhelmingly negative reviews, as the game was panned critically and by audiences for its ultra-boring gameplay loop. And I completely see why. Plankton's Robotic Revenge has a pretty bare-bones story to start. Basically, some batteries fall off of a cargo ship in the middle of the ocean, and so Plankton harnesses their energy to develop giant robots that will allow him to steal the safe containing the Krabby Patty secret formula. Luckily, Mr. Krabs hid away 3 keys to the safe in various parts of Bikini Bottom. So together, he, SpongeBob, and the rest of the Bikini Bottom team join up together to get the 3 keys back before Plankton does. From there, the game has a starting in-game intro cutscene, and then you're thrown straight into the fray, fighting a bunch of robots all the way to the end of the game where you defeat Plankton, and then Mr. Krabs realizes that the formula wasn't in the safe the whole time. Instead, the safe contained a note stating that the formula was in Mr. Krabs' back pocket the whole time, meaning the entire game was pointless, and considering how mind-numbingly boring it was, it just makes the entire effort feel completely worthless. Truth or Square already pulled the exact same card 4 years prior to this game's release, and that was infinitely better than this, so its conclusion wasn't even original, let alone funny. And while I'd like to be able to compliment the animation for its polished 3D models, these characters look so shiny that they're almost plastic toys or figurines rather than sea creatures. I mean, this is like Sonic Heroes level of shiny. I get that they're cartoony, but this polyurethane coated finish is too distracting for me to ignore. The story may have been weak, but the gameplay, I can at least be a little more positive on. This game is 100% meant to be played with up to 4 people, 5 on the Wii U version since one player can take control of a character with the gamepad. This probably explains why all versions of the game have 5 playable characters, considering that every version of it except the DS version is the exact same game to a T. Yes, even the 3DS version is the same as the console games, just with worse graphics and for some reason less enemies, because I noticed that just in the first level alone, that in this section where robots were clearly attacking me in the console game, there were no such robots in the 3DS version. Probably because the hardware couldn't process that many things on screen, if I had to guess. Otherwise, no, there aren't any major differences between the different versions of the game, other than the Wii version having worse graphics than the other 3 consoles that the game was released for. The Wii version, however, is the game I'm primarily playing for this video, by the way, although I did attempt to record the first level of the Xbox 360 version after completing the Wii version just for my comparison. It's just that about 5 minutes in, the game decided to growl at me. And then like a minute later, after it finished throwing its hissy fit, the game's soundtrack just gave up entirely. So that was fun. That being said, the whole game is nothing more but you running from area to area, either attacking enemies with your melee maneuver or shooting enemies with a few different gizmo weapons. Run through the whole stage, collect as many metallic parts as you can, which act as a currency for upgrading your gizmos, defeat as many enemies as you can, and try not to die while doing so. Lather, rinse, repeat for every level until the end of the game. Yeah, it wears its welcome out quick. At the very least, I can say I'd rank this higher than a future game's multiplayer mode, but not by much if I'm being honest. There are only 3 worlds in the whole game, with those being the Flying Dutchman's Graveyard, Rock Bottom, and Bikini Bottom, which is mostly just jellyfish fields, and every single stage within those levels largely feel exactly the same, except for the rare instance where the color scheme changes right before a boss fight. Oh, and the bosses in this game are pathetic. There are 4 of them, and they're all the exact same Plankton robot with slightly different attack patterns. Oh, wow, this one summons enemies, whereas this one shoots lasers, while this one hucks bombs at you. They're not that different from each other, and the final boss makes you sit through all 3 of the prior boss's patterns again before moving on to its own unique fist attacks, which weren't that difficult to avoid either. Honestly, just use the tartar sauce gizmo and the game basically plays itself at that point. Speaking of which, I guess I'll get into the gizmos a little bit. There's a total of 7 in this game, with each performing a different kind of shot type that all have their own advantages and disadvantages. There's the Pickle Blaster, which is your starting weapon. It's the generic blaster that doesn't have any special traits. There's the Condiment Cannon, which acts like a Gatling gun of sorts that takes a few shots to wind up, but then fires really fast until you stop it or get hit. There's the Exploding Pie Launcher, which shoots pies in an upward spread shot type fashion and then explode upon contact with something. There's the Tartar Sauce weapon, which acts as a constant homing laser that deals continuous damage so long as you don't interrupt the flow of the beam. The Neptuning Fork, which is your traditional spread shot that shoots electric bolts hitting multiple enemies at once, my second favorite weapon. There's the Bubblegum Blaster, which is similar to the Pie Launcher, except it lobs one focused wad of gum rather than a spread of pies and has a faster fire rate. And lastly, the Reef Blower, which is a slow fire rate shotgun that deals a lot of damage in one blow. Ultimately, whichever weapons you choose to use is up to you, but I will say on a single player playthrough, I was able to upgrade all of the weapons aside from one with all of the bolts that I acquired while playing as one character, so it shouldn't be too hard to pick 3 of them and constantly switch between those. I've seen some sources compare this game to Ratchet & Clank in this way, and I sort of see why, although this game pales in comparison overall by a long shot. Like I said, there are 5 playable characters and each of them have their own unique melee attacks and special abilities, but when it comes to weapons, they're all the exact same, so it's not like the tartar weapon for SpongeBob differs for Patrick or Mr. Krabs. I kinda liked Plankton's Robotic Revenge while playing the first world because it was fun and the enemy types were slowly introduced up until the end at a good pace, but then the latter 2 worlds just do absolutely nothing new. Rock Bottom is just more of the same as Flying Dutchman's levels, and honestly I can barely tell the difference in the level aesthetics most of the time. The only notable thing that I saw was in the last world of the game, all the minion robots get this stupid electric barrier around them, which makes karate chopping completely worthless at that point, because with that you're just incentivized to run around and jump and avoid enemies while you let your auto-lock gizmo do all the work. It's absolutely mindless, and it's annoying, because whenever the game pairs these electric enemies with these enemies, you can only kill by ground pounding it gets so frustrating. When half the time you try to ground pound, you just end up hitting the electric enemies instead, damaging you, all because the depth perception and hitboxes are working against the player. It's not legitimate difficulty, it's artificial and lazy at that. The whole game goes from a decent multiplayer action platformer to mindless slush that just drags on in the last 2/3 of the game, which is saying something because it literally takes 2 hours to complete. That's it. It's not a long game by any means, and thank goodness for that. There isn't really much to say about the DS version if I'm being honest either. It's different from every other version, like I said, with new platforming stages, but the same plot and world progression is here again. There's also no jumping in this version, oddly enough. Instead, the game just auto-jumps you whenever you approach a cliff, so that's a thing. The game still has the same 5 playable characters, but it only contains 4 weapons from the console version, so sadly the pie, condiment, and bubblegum weapons got cut. Yeah, I didn't spend very long on the DS version because my brain had already grown numb from the console version, so I ended up writing this and then took a week-long break from playing SpongeBob games because I was just so bored out of my mind. That being said, I wouldn't rate Plankton's Robotic Revenge very highly as a single-player experience, but I'm sure there would be more fun to be had if you were playing with multiple other people. The game was clearly designed with that in mind, and as such, if you're going to play it, I recommend bringing at least one friend along with you, if not a whole party of 4. I don't think I'll ever bother with that because my experience was so soured by the single-player playthrough, and I highly suggest you don't put yourself through the boredom that I endured. So maybe there is more value to be found here, but I unfortunately don't have any desire to seek it out.
The formula is in your pocket. My pocket? Oh, and so it is. I had it with me all along. Davy Jones's ghost time, clever.
You mean we did all that for nothing?
Well, not for nothing, Squidward. I think we all learned a valuable lesson.
Oh, and what was that, SpongeBob?
We learned that before you fight a giant robot army, always remember to look in Mr. Krabs' pocket.
Words to live by.
I sure am glad things are back to normal here at Bikini Bottom. Say, I wonder whatever happened to those batteries anyway.
Oh, what batteries?
Oh, never mind. By the way, Patrick, the reception on your television sure is incredible.
Well, thank you very much. More pickles?
2 gherkins, please. I'm ready for a normal day of work. Oh, hi, Patrick. Hi, Sandy.
Y'all notice something a little not normal today?
Depends. Does that count?
That's not normal at all!
2 years later, and released in line with the second theatrical SpongeBob movie, Sponge Out of Water, comes HeroPants, a game that, despite the title, has absolutely nothing to do with the previously discussed Squigglepants on the Wii and 3DS. HeroPants is a game that was released on the Xbox 360, 3DS, and PlayStation Vita of all things. Yeah, remember the Vita? Didn't think so. Never thought I'd end up talking about a Vita game in my life, but lo and behold, here we are. HeroPants is slightly better than Robotic Revenge. The game was developed by Behavior, just like the game before it, and seems to run off the same graphics and engine as last time. There's definitely a lot of reused assets here between the playable characters, level environments, and enemies, but at the very least Plankton is playable this time around, so that's cool. Also, unlike Robotic Revenge, which usually had the camera positioned behind the player so that the levels had a more vertical progression to them, this time around the levels are more horizontal based, so the camera is positioned so that the player operates as such. Just like last time, all 6 characters are playable and up to 4 people can play at a time, each with their own set of upgrades, which means you're best off sticking with one character for the whole game, since if you upgrade its stat as SpongeBob, that doesn't carry over to any of the other 5 characters. You get your basic attack maneuver like before, but the gizmos are unsurprisingly absent this time around, instead being replaced with the superhero gimmick, which is clearly the biggest draw here. What with it being tied into Sponge Out of Water, with the premise of the game presumably taking place shortly after that film ends.
I'm living extra large. I said extra large.
By pressing a button, each character can transform into their superhero form for a short time, granting them faster movement speeds, higher jump capabilities, and a special projectile attack that's wholly dependent on which character you choose. Since all characters have the same movement and melee-based attack, the only difference here is SpongeBob and Sandy have a more rapid-fire based projectile that I assume do weaker damage, whereas Squidward and Patrick have medium-rate attacks that do medium damage, and Krabs and Plankton have heavy attacks that probably do the most damage. I went out of my way to play all of Chapter 2 as the other 5 available characters, but for the first and third part of the game, I chose SpongeBob since he is the main character of the show and the one I've been playing as for 99% of the games up to this point. Like last time, the game has 3 levels, although this time around they're based on a war zone, prehistory, and a dreamland inside SpongeBob's dream. It's nowhere near as great as Battles though, don't get your hopes up. The game allows you to collect coins, which lets you upgrade abilities like your superhero cooldown, melee attack combo, and health. But these are all basic, and at least what I found in playing the 3DS version is that you want to prioritize the superhero cooldown first thing, because that extra speed and jump distance will save you so much headache. There's literally whole levels that you can skip past if you know how to space your jumps correctly using this added boost that the devs probably didn't intend for.
Don't let me land on me wallet! No! Where's me parachute?
I found this game to be slightly more fun, if only because the enemies didn't have a stupid artificial way of increasing difficulty by just making it so you can't melee attack them. I finished this game in slightly less time than Robotic Revenge actually, and this time around the level diversity was a bit more varied in terms of its graphical presentation to where all 3 sections of the game stick out as different chapters in my mind instead of blending together into a bunch of mush. Despite the 3DS version being the worst graphically speaking, it was the version I could manage to record, so that's the one I ended up using. All 3 games are the exact same thing though, except for the fact that the 3DS version only has 12 levels in it instead of 15, so I'm counting the Vita and 360 releases as one version and the 3DS version as another, since technically this is basically the same scenario as the PSP version of Truth or Square having 2 additional levels compared to the console version. Either way, the 3DS version is just a shorter game, but otherwise they do play the same and follow the same storyline.
Is it me, or is this not normal day getting even more not normaler?
Whoever's got that magic page, they're starting to get creative.
Let's stop them before they add a new chapter to this awful novel.
Supposedly this game did not sell well at all, with the reception being seemingly even more negative than the game that came before it, despite this being, to me at least, the better game. It's still not great though, but it's better. This of course leads me to speculate here, because following this game we did not see a single SpongeBob video game release for the next 5 years. And to put this into an even bigger perspective, there were only 5 SpongeBob titles released in the 2010s decade, not counting the Nick Arcade port or Tooncast Studio, and 3 of those 5 were released in 2010 and 2011. From 2012 to 2019, there were 2 SpongeBob games put on store shelves, after the prior decade having dozens. Now in all fairness, there were mobile games, and this is yet another surefire sign that the mobile gaming market completely killed off the licensed side of the video game industry, that and technology advancing at the very least. But even still, that's pretty bad. Thankfully though, after a 5-year hiatus, SpongeBob came back in full swing with a return to form of sorts. After over 10 years of mostly bad or experimental titles, we were finally met with a rush of nostalgia. A video game announcement that caught everybody off guard upon its reveal, and yet reinvigorated a deep buried love in the eyes of many who may have long forgotten the good old days.
Well done, heroes. You found the last page. Where was it?
Turns out it was in my head the whole time.
My poorest friend, your mind is a crazy place. I'd better take all these pages into another dimension for safekeeping. You collected every last page. For that, I think you deserve a little something extra.
Plankton's time machine!
With this, you can relive any part of this amazing day.
Yeah! Thanks, Bubbles!
But that's not all.
Oh, would you look at the time?
Late. I better get going.
We'll watch you breakdance till the end of time, Bubbles.
Yeah, and by the way, when is that? This is getting kind of boring.
Are you ready, kids?
I'm ready!
Battle for Bikini Bottom Rehydrated. The remake I never thought would happen, but I had always secretly wanted. After 17 long years since the original Battle for Bikini Bottom was released, Nickelodeon reached out to THQ Nordic and Purple Lamp Studios to get an HD remake on the up-to-date hardware for all the die-hard fans out there that had slowly been reviving the love and passion for the game thanks largely in part to the speedrunning community. I honestly had no idea that Battle for Bikini Bottom was beloved by many others just as much as it was by me, but seeing this community of nostalgic fans like myself rise up and praise this game seemed to give it enough attention for Nick to give a remake the green light. For the sake of sparing you an overly long explanation of the game, and because I already made a half-hour long video on this game before, I won't go too deep into everything this remake gets right and wrong. Just know that I find it to be a completely serviceable take on modernizing the original game for a new audience. The updated graphics are absolutely gorgeous, and while the game's initial release was full of things like glitches and terrible design choices for making the shiny object cost outrageously high for no real reason other than to promote the multiplayer mode, which has since been fixed, the core of what made Battle for Bikini Bottom great is still here in this version. And not only that, but it's the 50th game I'm talking about here today in this video. 50 video games. How about that? Not the first time I've done it, but still quite the accomplishment. As somebody who played the original game for so many years growing up, there is a stark difference in the physics of the rehydrated version that makes adapting to the game pretty difficult for me. But I get used to it by the time I'm finished with Jellyfish Fields to where it's not so bad anymore. Even still, I will always prefer the physics of the original game just because that's the version I'm familiar with, but that's just my own personal preference. SpongeBob's moveset remains unchanged, although you can now bubble bounce out of a bubble bash, which is something that couldn't be done in the original game, so I appreciate that a ton. And you can bubble bash out of a singular jump, whereas in the original game you had to be stationary on the ground in order to perform the maneuver at all. Patrick's ground slam now has two variations to it, with one being a single jump butt bounce that has a smaller radius but happens faster, and the double jump variant where his bounce creates a shockwave that stuns enemies. And his throwing mechanics have also been made to feel more accurate than they were before. However, of all characters to see the biggest improvements, Sandy's are easily the best ones. Sandy's lasso cracks out so much faster now compared to the slow windup of the original game. It's a godsend. And she can use her lasso in midair now too? Holy cow, as if she wasn't enough fun to play as already. The lighting of this game has also seen a significant improvement because Kelp Forest is tolerable now. But at the same time, Rehydrated adds this unnecessary fog everywhere that's really distracting, especially in sliding levels where it's more difficult to see everything that's coming up ahead. Otherwise though, I love the details and textures of the models. The animations are great, including some of the idle animations, which are nice little nods to some inside jokes to fans of the show, and Goo Lagoon Pier is better than ever. I still love that boardwalk feel, man. Takes me back to visiting those not blood-related cousins of mine in New Jersey and playing this game for the first time. It's ironic because we literally would go to the boardwalk during those trips, so I would literally go to an actual boardwalk and then head back to their house to play a video game at one as well. The boss fights are noticeably easier now, with Robot Patrick always landing facing away from you, so the added challenge of needing to reposition yourself on the conveyor belts is completely gone, and the Robot Sandy battle is over in less than half the time now, it feels like, because of how fast it plays. Also, you can't hit the back of the Tartar robot anymore, and that's so infuriating because there clearly should be a hitbox there and there just isn't. I will never get used to not being able to do this. It has caused me to get hit so many times whenever I play Rehydrated. I'm also not a fan of the fading to black every time you jump in a teleport box. The way the original game just snaps you over to the other one was so quick and satisfying, so that being gone is a shame. I definitely want to compliment the remake's new menu screen though. It feels nicer than the original menu that just scrolled up and down, and I love the added detail that the levels are essentially positioned where they would be in the actual hub world, so it makes navigating this so much easier than it was before. I won't continue to go on and on about all these comparisons though, these are just the biggest ones that stick out to me. The plot of the game is is the same as before, with robots taking over Bikini Bottom, and the character writing and dialogue is ripped straight out of the original game and reused here, meaning Mr. Krabs did not get his lines re-recorded by Clancy Brown, and instead Joe White is back once again with his original lines recorded like 20 years ago.
Why would I want to break the tikis, Mr. Krabs?
Because they were laughing at you and calling you funny names.
What kind of funny names?
You know, SpongeBob Butt Pants.
That's not very funny.
No. But they said your mom was ugly.
Ugly? All right, Mr. Krabs, break them I shall. You've got a deal.
Cutscenes are recreated again with new models and animations, but they are the exact same as before. The levels are all structured like before as well, aside from this one sock that you can't cheat past any longer and have to do the legitimate way, which is still so upsetting to me because I used to love shortcutting this one all the time as a kid. I even did it for this video. And the soundtrack is remastered in glorious quality that's so nice on the ears. It's magnificent. Yeah, honestly, the only other things I can really discuss as far as this remake goes is that grinding shiny objects for the movie theater is a colossal waste of time, so do not bother with it, and that the multiplayer mode sucks. Here are mine and my girlfriend's impressions from several years ago when we played through the entire thing together about 2 months after the game came out. I also am not a fan of the fact that this music is kind of plain. It's just the rock bottom theme. I was kind of hoping we'd get a different soundtrack or something. And we've already got almost 3,000 shiny objects. Or actually, I think we're 23. I am stuck right now, by the way. I don't know if you can see this. I am currently stuck and cannot move. This is incredible right here. We can just quit. That's it.
I didn't know if you could like redo a wave.
No. Nope. Apparently not. Apparently I am stuck.
Well, that says a lot about this multiplayer.
That was not smart. I love how it literally spawned you in the water.
That's another thing, is there's not underwear within reach.
Yeah, a lot of the enemies have a chance of dropping underwear, it looks like. But the problem is that when you knock them into the water, like I just did with ARF, you can't possibly get it. So it's just like, why? Okay, that's it. That's it. Stand on the button, and we are done with this shit.
Thank you.
We're done.
Jesus.
We're done. That is it. I don't know. Doesn't really feel worth it.
That was not even worth it.
There are enemy kills, death tolls, and that's it. There's no fancy cutscene to end this. We just have back to character selection, back to main menu. That's it.
That was a waste of my life.
That's the whole mode. Yeah, it sucks. Total disappointment, and it's a shame, because the game's marketing hyped up that we would be seeing content that never made it to the original game. Things like Glove World and Patrick's Ice Cream Dream and Robo Squidward, which we knew to exist, but were never fully realized, when ultimately it just turned out to be this crummy multiplayer mode. Meh. It's the worst part of the game. Honestly, I'm not even sure why this was made, considering how lukewarm and grindy that it is. It's not fun. It's really not. I hate to harp on this so much, but it's really bothersome because I was seriously burned with my expectations for this new content being as high as they were thanks to, well, the marketing. It's even more frustrating because at first, Mr. Krab's shiny object requirements were originally increased to require the player to grind up over 100,000 shiny objects in order to 100% the game, instead of the 39,500 that the original had. Even still, I think this paywall requirement is dumb and way too high, and this would have been an opportunity to make each spatula worth, say, 3,000 objects each, so that way the player wouldn't have to grind up an amount clearly unattainable through regular gameplay. I mean, sure, 24,000 still isn't attainable in one regular playthrough, but it's nowhere near as bad. Regardless of these minor setbacks, it's still a quality game, even if I wouldn't quite put this above the original. That's not even nostalgia goggles talking. The only reason this game ranks worse is because, well, it may be graphically superior. It has more cons to it in comparison to the original, and thus I rank it below it as a result. At the very least, Rehydrated also got some cool shiny and fun additions, the latter of which I managed to purchase for less than half its original sale price thanks to a lucky find I had back in 2021. I did a whole section on this edition in my other video I made, but for those curious of what all comes in it and don't feel like seeking out that other video, here you go. You get 3 statues of Patrick, SpongeBob, and Sandy, as well as some tiki keychains and stickers and socks and whatnot. It's cool, not worth the original market price by any means, but at a 60% discounted rate, yeah, I'd say it's pretty worth it, if you're a diehard fan like me. All in all, Battle for Bikini Bottom Rehydrated was pretty much everything you could ask for from a remake of the classic 2003 title. Despite the sheer incompetence of most game reviewers out there that clearly didn't understand what this was supposed to be, it is a well put together title and will continue to be enjoyed by many fans of it, including myself. That being said, I guess now we can move on to the follow-up title that Purple Lamp got to develop because this remake was so successful.
Spongebob Squarepants!
Oh, wait, but first I need to talk about a crummy mobile game really quick because it received a physical release on the Nintendo Switch. This here is a mobile game where you make food and serve it to customers similar to how you would in Diner Dash, only in an admittedly more appealing setting. The game is crammed to death, just like any other free-to-play mobile game where microtransactions rule all and the actual intelligence required to play it is, quite honestly, non-existent. This game requires zero thinking, and I honestly can't see how a game of this nature would warrant a physical console release, but lo and behold, here we are. Now, I am using the PC version available on the Microsoft Store for this video simply because I refuse to go out and buy this game for my Switch. I don't respect 99% of mobile games, and while some may argue that they have a place in the market, they are responsible for many unethical business practices that have even bled into console games because of them. I'm not a fan of mobile games, more power to the people who are, I guess, but I can't put up with all of this. I made it 8 minutes into this game before I was hit with the "hurry up and buy this pack now" offer, and as soon as that ad popped up, I was done. That was it. Done playing the game. Pay-to-win games aren't even games at that point because there's no sense of accomplishment or achievement in them. You either grind away for hundreds of hours of your life for nothing, or you pay $100 to win the game in 5 minutes. What is the point? I don't see fun in either of these options. Okay, I'm sorry for the sour reaction to a game like this that probably has its fans, but I'm not one of them, nor will I ever give this game a single compliment. It's just as bad as all other microtransaction-heavy mobile games out there. It's predatory. The game's cutscenes are nothing more than text boxes and have less voice acting in them than the Game Boy Advance games from 20 years ago. A game from 20 years ago had more effort put into it. This strikes me as nothing more than a lazy cash grab that preys on young children who get a hold of their parents' wallets so they can dump tons of money into nothing. I know I'm preaching to the choir here, but the industry continues to get away with this even a decade later, and we shouldn't rest until this is properly taken care of. If it's ever properly taken care of. I digress. Now that that's out of the way, I can move on to talking about the game I've had the most anticipation for in this entire video. As I read these words, I have played every single SpongeBob video game released leading up to the Cosmic Shake, and now that it's all said and done, I can finally pop this baby in and play through this for my very first time.
I forgot something. Now I'm really ready.
Okay, so now that everything else is all said and done and I've completed my first ever playthrough of the Cosmic Shake, here are my initial thoughts on it. It's a good game that definitely does a lot differently to make it stand out from every single title that came before this one. The game has been designed with modern SpongeBob in mind, although fans of the show from 20 years ago, 10 years ago, or present day should all be able to find some enjoyment in this one. The story of the Cosmic Shake sees SpongeBob and Patrick going to Glove World, where they bump into Madame Cassandra, who sells them a magic cosmic jelly bubble soap. Later on, when the two are playing around with the jelly, a magical essence is awoken from within it, sending all of Bikini Bottom into this cosmic spiral as residents and landmarks are thrust into all these dimensional rifts to far-off lands that SpongeBob is required to clean up and bring everybody back. From there, the game breaks down into 7 distinct levels this time around, each with their own ongoing subplots that are nice stories to follow and give each world more thematic cohesion before the end of the game arrives, where, minor spoiler I suppose, Madame Cassandra was evil all along and she possesses Squidward to defeat SpongeBob and then take over the universe. I say minor spoiler because it's hinted at like right away, and literally every other dialogue conversation with Cassandra has her making subtle remarks about her being evil.
You have to bring me as much of it as you can gather so I can study it and, help reverse the mess you've created. So much pure, unadulterated jelly, so much raw power. To create your next costume. This is about the big, the really big, the biggest picture! My once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for world saving the world.
Did I say subtle? I meant blatantly obvious. Maybe it's a nitpick, but this is too on the nose to where there's no big reveal and it's just a wasted plot thread. I'll never understand why so many games and movies feel the need to make it obvious who the bad guy is. Like, honestly, I get that people complain when there's a character betrayal out of nowhere, but like the whole point of the betrayer is that they're supposed to lie and pretend to befriend the main heroes, so that way when it is revealed, it's a big shock moment, not only to the audience, but to the main character affected as well. Dude, honestly, maybe my expectations are too high thanks to Pokemon Coliseum, because there has never been another game since that I've played that had an ultimate villain twist as amazing as that game, and someday I hope I get to go on about how much I love that game's final boss because it is great. Anyway, the story itself is pretty tame, and I appreciate that it basically allows for these new level tropes to exist within the context of the game because there's some cool ideas here. The first 5 of the game's levels are basically reimaginings of iconic locations for Battle for Bikini Bottom with a new skin over top of it. Jellyfish Fields, but with a Wild West aesthetic. Downtown Bikini Bottom, except it's a giant movie set. Pirate Cove Goo Lagoon, Halloween Rock Bottom, Prehistoric Kelp Forest. Honestly, even despite the levels being based on Bikini Bottom locations in the show, they're so different enough that I hardly even associate them with the original locations that they're variants of. The last 2 levels, though, are new environments. There's the medieval Sulphur Fields as well as Jelly Glove World, which we finally, after all this time, have a Glove World level represented in a 3D SpongeBob platformer, and I could not be happier about that. No, Chum World from Dutchman doesn't count. That was Chum World, not Glove World. It's different. I am a huge fan of the level choices here personally, and while some may say it's not really all that reminiscent of actual locations you'd see in the show, which was also a criticism I had of a game like Creature from the Krusty Krab, my opinion here is the opposite. I'm glad we have something new here to chew on. I'm glad that these levels, while not directly appearing in Bikini Bottom itself, still reference plenty of other specials across SpongeBob's history. Prehistoric Kelp Forest obviously calls back to the Prehistoric SpongeBob special. The medieval Sulphur Fields is obviously a reference to Dunces and Dragons, amongst other things. The Wild West Jellyfish Fields are obviously a reference to the Wild West episodes of SpongeBob. Maybe that's 50 other SpongeBob games talking here, but I am so relieved I got to experience new stages that aren't just rock bottom for the 50th time. Now it's rock bottom, but with jack-o'-lanterns. No, in all seriousness, I do appreciate these. The level design is also pretty fun and is complemented by the Sponge's moveset. The controls are what you'd expect from a 3D platformer, although there are some new maneuvers here to mix things up. SpongeBob still has his standard double jump and spin attack, and his ground pound follows the same setup that Patrick's did from Rehydrated, in that a one jump slam is smaller compared to a double jump slam, which emits the shockwave to cover a larger area. SpongeBob also gets abilities to swing off of hooks, ride a bubble surfboard, glide for a short period of time with a Krusty Krab pizza, homing attack, attack in the form of this karate kick move, which is my favorite in the entire game, blow bubbles at enemies that can trap them, making them super easy to hit temporarily, and even a dodge roll, which is more useful than it may initially appear. You're practically invincible when you do this, so definitely take that into account when fighting tougher enemies and boss fights.
We're taking back this ship, Prawn. And my pineapple!
What's the matter, Rectangle Boy? Pining for something special? I will make you walk the plank.
Speaking of which, the enemy variety in the Cosmic Shake is pretty good. Sure, there's the standard goons, but you've also got projectile shooters, ground slammers, the bathtub enemies are pretty strong, taking 3 hits to knock out, and even more beyond that. I like them. Most feel different enough from each other and require you to use different moves depending on the enemy to defeat them, so I welcome this as well. Unfortunately, the same can't be said for the boss fights, because most of them are disappointingly short. Remember how I praised Battle for having 9-hit bosses that changed their strategy every 3 hits? Well, that concept doesn't make a return here. Instead, every single boss in the game has 3 hit points, and they change their strategies after 1 hit each. So the boss fights don't last nearly as long, and you only get to encounter each pattern once instead of 3 times, which just makes them feel a little short and unsatisfying. I personally would have preferred having to fight these patterns a couple times over instead of just once, but that's just me. I don't hate the bosses though. There are some interesting concepts here, like Karate Sandy, or even the Gary boss battle, where it's actually a stealth mission to destroy the 3 candy vending machines instead of directly attacking the boss. That was really cool. I didn't really care for the battle with Pom Pom, aka Prehistoric Pearl though, because she just kept saying,
Me Squad! Me Squad! Me Squad! Me Squad! Me Squad! Me Squad!
over and over again. The fight with Glovey Glove is also really fun because you get to use the Reef Blower, which, by the way, is heavily underutilized in this game. You don't even get to use it until the very last level, and then from there it has a few uses in the post-game, and that's it. Super disappointing because out of every SpongeBob game with the Reef Blower, this is easily the best appearance it ever had. One criticism of the game I do have, to go back to the story for a second, is that I'm seriously confused on how the friend rescuing is supposed to work here. All the levels have SpongeBob and Patrick, who I forgot to mention was turned into a balloon in this game thanks to the magic jelly. That way he can tag along with SpongeBob and the two can banter off of each other at various points instead of the main player controlled character just being on their own. Anyways, what was I saying? Oh yeah, each level has SpongeBob and Patrick trying to rescue somebody and bring them back to Bikini Bottom.
SpongeBob, thank Neptune. How did you get here?
The usual. Magical bubbles, reckless wishing, tearing apart the very fabric of space and time. I won't bore you with the details. Just...
Oh good, these restraints are so tight, I can't feel my leg anymore.
I think your leg will be okay, as long as you stay away from termites.
My leg!
But it's confusing because Sandy appears in the first level as a sheriff and the second level as the final boss of the movie that Squidward is directing. But then Squidward is rescued in level 5 from Pearl, who's holding him hostage, but she also appears as Squidward's assistant in the second level and as the princess you're actually trying to rescue in the 6th level, where Squidward was the jester even though you already rescued him in the 5th level, and I just don't understand. Like, what makes the Squog version of Squidward the one they need to rescue and not the director or the jester Squidward? Why is Bandit Mr. Krabs the one we're saving and not Pirate Mr. Krabs, who shows up after the regular Mr. Krabs has been rescued? To my knowledge, the game never identifies this, so it's not explained, unless I completely missed something. That may be on me. So I don't know. Other miscellaneous things worth mentioning is that the sliding mechanics do make a return here, although it's not as abundant as I would have liked, but it's still a ton of fun to go zooming through stages at high speeds like this. SpongeBob is the only playable character, so no Patrick or Sandy to switch things up this time around, but one of the game's biggest features to compensate for this is all of the costumes that SpongeBob can get. The game gives you one new costume per level you unlock, but you can get even more by collecting these gold doubloons to unlock tiers where you can purchase more costumes with the jelly orbs you collect. That's the main collectible currency of the game, by the way. Jelly, and it's only used to purchase these costumes from what I can tell. Combos are gone, sadly, so no matter how many tikis you smash, you don't get any bonus text at the bottom of the screen exclaiming it as so, although that's right, 4 of the main 5 tiki variants from Battle do return here. No love for the tiki for whatever reason though, I don't know why, but the rest of the crew is present and accounted for. The game is also filled to the brim with other collectible side quests. One has you finding 9 notes scattered around Bikini Bottom. When you talk to Plankton after the first or second level, he'll ask you to find his pet Spot once in every stage. And there's some other missions from characters you rescue, like finding pennies for Mr. Krabs in Pirate Goo Lagoon, or hot rocks in prehistoric kelp forest for Sandy, that encourage replayability and close up some loose threads on the plot points from a lot of level subplots. I sorta like the hub world. I like that all the levels are easy to access and everything is conveniently tight-knit, but the fact that you can't go inside any of these buildings is a huge letdown. One other complaint I do have is the spontaneous gross-out close-ups, by the way. Fair warning for anyone watching that doesn't want to see these, skip ahead in the video 15 seconds on the count of 3, 2, 1, now.
But if Rainbow finds it, I keep it. However, I might trade it for some of that miraculous Wrinkly's Pro Aging Cream my coven has been buzzing about.
So yeah, these close-ups. Maybe I just don't get it, but these are gross and unnecessary, and I don't see how these enhance the experience of the game whatsoever, especially because most of the time there is no warning for them popping up. They clearly didn't need to be included, and I honestly hope they get patched out because I hate them. And the audio is another key point that I want to mention briefly. For whatever reason, a lot of the voice lines in this game just don't sound crisp, for lack of a better term, and SpongeBob's voice in particular sounds extremely off.
Maybe Mr. Krabs can help find the culprit. He did have a truck full of nails delivered the other day. He must know a lot about nails.
I don't know if it was due to the recording equipment used or the environment it was recorded in, but they sound muffled, low frequency. I don't know what the proper term is, but a lot of it just sounds off. It almost makes me think of the audio issue that I had encountered with Putt Putt Joins the Circus, if anybody's seen my video on that subject. Not a deal breaker, but definitely noticeable. So, I guess the penultimate question here is then, do I think this game is better than Battle? Well, no, although I've seen other people who say it is. Personally, I just find Battle's level design to be peak here, and this did not surpass it. I love Battle's writing a lot more than Cosmic's, and the bubble movesets are way more fun in my eyes. That Bubble Bowl and Cruise Bubble are just so hard to beat, what can I say? I also think Battle's soundtrack is way more memorable, whereas with Cosmic Shake, I can't really remember how many of the songs go after finishing it. Cosmic's animations are improved though, I can say that. Oh, and the seahorse mechanics were fun, although again similar to the Reef Blower, it just didn't get used enough. A lot of this game comes across as gimmicky almost, with how many things it tries to do, but never really goes much further beyond a couple instances. You know how there are karate kicking challenge, bubble shooting challenge, there are these sneaking enemies that you only encounter in Rock Bottom, but then not again, which, hey, if there are sneaking enemies, why couldn't the tikis be included? If anything, that's more of a reason to include the sneaking mechanic. Oh yeah, I completely forgot about the cactus collecting in level 1 only, and the side-scrolling 2D-ish section in level 2 where you die if you go off screen because it treats it like you're out of the camera shot. It just seems to rely on a lot of gimmicks without fully exploring their potential. I honestly would have preferred if each stage had one of these gimmick types and it just fully fleshed it out in that individual level. Put all of the seahorse mechanics in the Wild West setting. Put all of the shape pushing puzzles in the prehistoric kelp forest. Put all of the sneaking stuff in wait, they actually did that one.
SpongeBob! SpongeBob! SpongeBob!
SpongeBob! SpongeBob! Did that explosion give you a concussion? You remember to sign the waiver, right?
I also found this game to be a lot easier than Battle, specifically in that the game feels hand-holdy a lot of the time, whereas Battle just threw you in to figure things out for yourself. I mean, in this game you even start with 4 HP instead of 3. There are only 2 underwear health expansions to find this time around. The levels and challenges in Battle, while still being an easy game, at least feel like they require more skill than most of what the Cosmic Shake tries to offer. I can definitely say that Cosmic Shake is a worthy successor to Battle, but it's definitely not better, in my eyes. I can still wholeheartedly recommend this game to you, however, although if you're not a die-hard SpongeBob fan, I'd probably recommend waiting for it to go on sale. I completed the game in about 6.5 hours on my first playthrough, so I'm sure follow-ups will take even less time. Not that playtime should necessarily equate to the value of a game. I'm not a believer of that $1 equals 1 hour nonsense that some people subscribe to. If a game is fun and has a lot of value, but it's only like 8 hours, that's fine. If I'm satisfied, I'm good. I'll happily pay $60 for a quality product. That said, said, hopefully as the Cosmic Shake receives patches, perhaps some of the issues I have with the game are improved, but I still consider this a success on Purple Lamp's part. It'll be interesting to see how people feel about this game a couple years down the line after it's had time to lose its recency bias. Will people still consider this better than Battle? I'm sure there will be some, but it'll be interesting to see. Either way, great job to Purple Lamp Studios on their part, and I hope Nickelodeon continues their partnership into the future for another title. I would certainly welcome another SpongeBob game in this style.
As a reward for your outstanding bravery, I shall grant you one final wish, so make it count.
After today, there's only one thing I could wish for, and that is...
That was fun! I wish we could do it all over again!
Now!
And with that, I conclude my coverage of every single SpongeBob game ever made. This was definitely a fun experience this time around, much more so than when I did the Backyard Sports series over a year ago, probably because this wasn't done out of obligation, and there was a hefty mix of different genres in the games I was playing, as opposed to literally 50 sports games with hardly any changes made to them whatsoever. That being said, after putting more thought and effort into the video this time around compared to my first go, I actually enjoyed myself with this. Seeing SpongeBob's legacy evolve from the very beginning with Legend of the Lost Spatula all the way to the Cosmic Shake sure was something, and now I have the experience of every single SpongeBob video game under my belt. Plus, I got to indulge in my nostalgia for a few of these games I haven't played in a long time, even if I came away hating the Yellow Avenger even more than I already did. But hey, if you've watched this far in, I'm gonna pose this question to you because you deserve it. Are there any other franchises you'd like to see me attempt with this video format in mind? Let me know, and I'll be sure to take it into consideration. Just as long as it's a franchise that I'm at least somewhat personally invested in. I'm not going to cover something I've never heard of before. I really want to experiment more with this idea and structure whenever I can find the time though, so I'd love to go down this route in the future if you guys continue to enjoy it. With that said, I think it's about time I end things off here, so thank you all very much for watching, and until next time, Shadowstreak signing off.